thinking,
Well,
this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that we have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever. And they had probably a little luck because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. You have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. Women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed. And
right. We really have to spread this democracy harder and faster. Over here, our leadership, instead of killing the women, we put them through a lifelong service of being sex trafficked, which is one of the backbone foundations of corporatist governance, as some of us have known for the longest time, but many are more and more starting to realize that. So, hashtag hoorah for democracy. We look forward to sex trafficking a girl near you. And that's globally, folks. It's not just locally, right? Statewide. This is international. We're going big with this. They say go big or go home, right? You got to go for the gusto. So, art of the deal. I like that. I'm for it.
they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No,
totally.
You have a much different group of people.
The Island Boys are big on human freedoms.
With them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing.
Mr. No More Endless right Wars is now Mr. Ceasefire every 20 minutes.
We've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a...
By the way, on the off chance that we actually break into the algorithm, the system, the powers that be lately doesn't want me interacting with the slaves, but if you're a complete dyed-in-the-wool magotard slave out there, and you can tell me exactly what's going on right now, why it's happening, I'm all ears for the explanation. I'll even drop a phone number specifically for you. You can call in. Because I'd love to hear it. I don't think any of you actually know, but I totally want to hear your version of why exactly United States Corporation is now at war with Iran. And two-parter, I want you to explain to me how over 5 years ago, I predicted this. I have the clip if you'd like it. It's documented. 3 years ago, the clip was created from a clip 2 years before that. And that's just on YouTube record. We can go back even further. If you could explain to me how I accurately predicted that all this was going to happen, and even the players involved, I want to know how that happened. Like, did I just get lucky? You know, just happened to be like that. You know, we're doing coincidence theory. Yeah. If anyone's out there, you get special preferential treatment. You get to the front of the non-existent line at this point, because we see how it goes here, right? Rights, freedom, principles, folks, legalist folks, you know, democratic folks. The majority of slaves don't want it with me. They definitely don't want it in this area, right? They're not looking to talk logic, morals, ethics, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, legal versus lawful, anything that has to do with honor and good faith and co-creativity. Most folks, they're not only not gonna do it in their life, they're not even gonna fucking talk about it, because they know where it's gonna go, right? So we're just going to remain in fantasy land. And hey, if you like it, I love it. But yeah, reach out to me, call in. You know, there's some folks who are milling around. They're in the chats from time to time. They're on the message boards, the comment boards, so to speak. But they never want to call in. And I'll treat you fairly well. I'll make that promise to you right now. Right? I'll try not to get loud. You know, I won't curse you out or call you too much of a slave unless I have to. There is a clause there. But yeah, I need it explained to me what exactly just happened.
Much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month
there's
ago
one of
with
them
a
down
much
there. There's
more
one of okay. No,
powerful
this
Iran
is
than
great.
what-
Okay, we have one. We caught one. We're fishers of men here, right? Brutal facts, and this is how these folks perceive themselves, right? Like it's interesting the synchronistic, what seems to be schizophrenic simulation and how it works, where they're constantly saying they're me, and like positive and negative, right? You know, they're like, yeah, we're the rights and freedom. If my audio is off, let me know. If it's a little low or high too, by the way. But yeah, they're constantly like, yeah, we're the rights and freedom conservatives, constitutionalists, and I go, no, that's technically me. You're not that. You're statists, you're centrists, right? You don't even know who and what you are, right? And then they're like, you're a commie, you're a collectivist, you're a socialist, you're a Marxist. I'm like, no, that's you again. You're saying you're me and you're saying I'm you, and you don't even understand you're in inversion land, right? So once again, let's go over it. Should we go over it for the benefit of these folks? How this works. I may or may not appear on camera tonight. We might go old school talk radio vibe, because I kind of like that. Let's go over it real quickly for this guy's benefit. So socialism, right? And I'll give you the buzz ideas, like the highlighted buzzwords, the main ideas that we hear from these folks. So socialism, the one thing you always hear, redistribution of wealth. That's called taxation. It's when your corporation requires tribute from you to use your own fucking property, and then they redistribute that wealth through entitlement programs. Okay, now that not only knocks out the socialistic part, it knocks out the Marxist part. We literally just killed two slaves with one stone, or killed their rights anyway, right? Because Marxism, one of the tenets of Marxism is the abolition of private property rights. Well, if you have to pay tribute tax to use your own land, and if you stop paying it, they come and take it, and then they give it to someone else, that's not only socialism, redistribution of wealth, that's Marxism, because technically you don't have private property anymore. You don't actually own property. You essentially have paid off the debt, the outstanding debt on the property, but you have to pay yearly tax tribute to use it. Again, if you don't pay it, they're going to come and take it. So we knock those two out, and then that reveals that we're already in collectivism. Okay. So the socialism, the Marxism, the collectivism is all right there. And then that leads us down the road of fascism, because fascism is the merger of state and corporate powers. And as we know, by studying U.S. code and legal and lawful and dual jurisdiction and what it all leads to, the merger of state and corporate powers is beyond complete, because the United States is, in fact, a self-defined described corporation. We're looping again. This is like the news comes on and loops their garbage deception. I decided to come on tonight and open the portal to potentially loop for the benefit of magatards and conservatards, slaves, and all slaves in general, right? And of course, what a great night to mock a slave for the rest of the Enslavians who've probably known a lot of this intuitively all their life, instinctually. And they find me to be an interesting and entertaining representative, for lack of a better term, when it comes to communicating these ideas. Okay, so cut the crap, stop the projection onto the leftists and everybody else. You folks on all sides. This leads into my newest meme, by the way. I'm going to start a meme making career lately. I'm branching out into a lot of things lately. Meme making is one of them. So, feel free to take this with you. This is your free gift for showing up. Okay, and this accurately points out, and by the way, I'm going to make more of them to point out this idea because it's not even close to completed with these ideas, but it's highlighting the idea that there's no difference between any of you. That you're all fighting each other because the slave mind control program is all but complete at this point. As the Huxley creature once said, right? There will come a day that on the narcotics and hypnotized by the entertainment edifice, that the slave will come to love its own servitude without even knowing that it's a mind-controlled slave, right? So we have Republicans and Democrats pointing at each other, blaming each other. You have me in the middle looking somewhat frustrated and confused because I'm pointing out that you're both status slaves who pay tax to the island boys, which is my newest term to describe all of these politicians who go to Epstein Island to sex traffic, right? I'm an island boy trying to make it. So you pay tax to the island boys to use your own property while they rule over you, policy and code. You both blame each other. You support the system. You fund your own enslavement. You defend your oppressors. You both ignore the facts. You're both the reason this is happening. Wake up. Question everything. Stop feeding the machine. Freedom isn't left or right. It's out. Much like the Christed being came 2,000 years ago in scripture to tell all the status slaves, come out of her, my people, render unto Caesar what is his. That means give them back all their crap and walk the fuck away. Stop buying in to their schemes, their corporatist status schemes, right? And what do we have on both sides when we go to the details and the facts? And again, I put like 10 of them there, and there's way more. We'll address more as we go on. We got higher taxes on both sides, tax in general on both sides, right? Because we're redistributing wealth through legalism and corporatism, aka policy and code. That means we're going to make coercive potential threats through paperwork on your property and your rights for you to turn that over so we can give it to others through the guise of collectivist safety, the unspoken social contract, because you folks wanted to turn a republic into a democracy because your founders told you republic if you can keep it. Not only did you not keep it, you begged for slavery in so many different ways. So decreased purchasing power, right? Because the whole economy is a centralized scam, fraud as well, where you're the collateral. And that's how the corporation called the United States draws its credit to print up a bunch of debt notes to replace lawful money and then stuff their pockets with those coupons for value and run off on the back of your credit, right? And stick you with the bill one day because you're a goofy, pimped out, hoed out slave who doesn't know what planet you're on and how anything works. Inflation rising, that goes along with decreased purchasing power. Why? Same reason. Scam, fraud, centralized corporatist takeover scheme, Ponzi scheme, right? Okay, but we don't need to focus on that. That doesn't matter. We got to figure out what daddy we're going to vote for next. Technocracy taking over, the tracking, tracing, the Palantir. Your buddies coming in and telling you all about Great Reset, how they're going to weaponize technology, and they're foaming at the mouth about it, right? And by the way, they're going to create a bunch of energy crisis to do it. Right, and we know what's going to come with that. They're already starting to absorb people's private property for their data centers and their other corporatist status schemes, as it's reported. And of course, do your own due diligence. We're not fear mongering here. We're just pointing out potentially what's self-evident and obvious more and more as the days go on. So we got lockdowns, right? And Billy Gates and others say not only was that not a one-off, this is a new normal, so get used to it. Poison in the air, food and water, right? Because slaves keep sitting back on social media, pointing at the sky and complaining and bitching and whining instead of getting active, calling their supposed representatives, or here's a better one, realizing you don't have any representatives here when it comes to Truth Life Way. You got to walk that and live that, or it pretty much doesn't exist. And if you want to use their system for anything, you can sue their bitch asses, because that's the only thing Mammon and Moloch understands, is taking their fucking money from their profiteering corporatist schemes. Okay, we got corruption with the medicine and medical system. Well, that's self-evident, speaks for itself, is obvious. All you have to do is go find somebody who works in the medical industry. They'll tell you firsthand. Right? We're not just making this up here. All you got to do is find somebody who's ever been on medication or dealt with the medical system. They don't even have to have worked for it. They'll tell you what it's all about. Okay. We got endless wars. You know, the endless wars Donnie was campaigning to stop and wasn't going to start any new ones. But, you know, we're on 3 to 5 as always, because, again, these are puppets. They're lying to you. They're part of a centralized scheme, collectivist scheme, once again, that many have called New World Order. It couldn't be more obvious at this point. No, the Americans are not run by Israel. Tired of that garbage circulating now. It's another hoax ruse. The greatest lie is the one closest to the truth. And a lot of you folks are being gamed against yourselves and each other right now, and you don't even know how it's happening. So if you got any questions, comments, concerns about that, I can fill you in on how you think, why you think that way, and how you're being gamed if you'd like to confront it. Right? So you can potentially get out of your own way and not be tricked out of your position. So a more accurate statement would be, could be, probably should be, that United States and the state of Israel are both shell corporations for centralized banking families and cabals, and they're playing nation states off against each other to expand their globalist, corporatist, centralized banking, Ponzi, digitized, technocratic scheme. And they need enemies and potential threats and wars to do it. Okay, this is as old as the hills. Loss of rights and private property, that one speaks for itself, and then that circles us right back to where we started when it comes to the idea of we're already in collectivism, socialism, Marxism, Pickenism, because all the isms lead back spiritually to quote-unquote Satanism. I'll use the term Luciferianism because a lot of the Satanists out there, particularly one special Satanist who I've taken a liking to. He's an interesting character, right? He will not be named, but I think he knows who he is at this point. He doesn't like that terminology, and I get it. I use that terminology sort of loosely in a flippant way to communicate an idea spiritually to the average person, in quotes. So I'll use the term Luciferianism in this capacity, right? I think it more accurately describes what we're talking about here. And, you know, we can draw that conclusion as well to many of these Masons and what comes right out of their mouth and their Masonic texts. And how about Saturnalianists, right? Saturnists, Saturnians, right? All the isms lead back to pick the main spiritual ism, that is kill, steal, destroy, deception, and overthrowing truth, life, and way, because, you know, we can just do it so much better, don't you know, right? Says Billy Gates and Fauci and so many other wannabe heroes and leaders who you could argue spiritually on the other side of things actually want to take everything that you have and are mainly your soul, right? You know, why would they do that, Paulie boy? That's always the question. It's like we're living a holographic simulation reflective movie. And they go, why would they do that, Paulie boy? And I go, well, art imitates life. And in every movie, there's an energy, right? A spirit, a beingness that inhabits certain characters that just makes its whole goal kill, steal, destroy, deception, overriding true power and value systems, right? Why do these directors write those archetypal characters and energies and consciousness into every movie, no matter who's making the movie and who's starring in the movie? Because, again, art imitates life. So instead of asking why, maybe you should start asking who or what, more importantly, right? We can go back to scripture, principalities and high places. Basically, you know, what every movie in the last 20 or 30, 40, 50 years has been about is essentially the complete takeover of the human race by some indwelling or external intelligence, or lack thereof, right? Which seeks to use us to build its kingdom. And we're right on time when it comes to spiritual, scriptural prophecy, right? I don't take the Bible as the exact word of God, but I would say that the truth, to an extent, right, the eternal truth about what this place is and who or what is behind it is in there. Yeah, is there a way to call into this live? This guy's freaking crazy. I gotta talk to him. Perfect. We do this broadcast not only for the Unslavians, but for you, more importantly, right? It's a double whammy on that. And we do it for the Unslavians, that goes without saying, right? Because I do it for me, in truth, life, and way. And because we do it for us, and I am that am in truth, life, and way, it's only right that we get you collectivist, socialist, Marxist, Luciferianists, all twisted up. That's part of the beauty of what makes this thing what it is. It's part of the ugliness of what makes this thing what it is. Jimmy Shively, a regular here, as folks will know, they've been here a while. He writes, "Appreciate you and all you do, sir." Thank you, Mr. Shively, an honorable, good faith man. He contributes to where he finds value, and of course, infotainment format here. So I'll give you the number: 602-730-0122. And absolutely, I look forward to talking to you all about how I'm idiotic, crazy, lacking in intelligence, and you, of course, are going to be competent and capable and intelligent, and you're going to have an understanding that, of course, I haven't seen or heard before, I'm sure. And we're going to get right down to it. Okay. In the meantime, you know what? Let me go over my chat creatures here. Carl Lentz, of course, is down there. That's good to see. That's part of whoever, whatever you want to call the creator God here in this realm. I'm pretty sure of that, however that works. Carl Lentz is one of the few, if not one of the only, respectable influences that, I've kind of taken the ball and ran with it on the legalistic side, if you want to call it that. Taking some pieces of what he's been doing and been a part of, and kind of, painted my own sort of picture with that, right? As I say, ran with the ball, so to speak. So that's not a coincidence. That's co-creation. He and everybody else, unless I kind of let that out here, wouldn't know that. And for him to wind up here, again, part of a higher order calling and synchronicity, I would say, just like everybody else who winds up over here. Because I hear it a lot, right? These folks tell me privately they don't want to come on here because it can be intimidating at times, or they're just like, hey, we want to listen, do your thing, get into your rap, get into your flow. But folks will contact me fairly regularly, and we go over various things. And they tell me that there's roads. It seems there's roads in the front way and in the back way in. And one of the final paths or roads is to what we do here, right? And that's kind of just the way that it is. That's why we're shadow banned at times. That's why our walk and our road and our journey is not paved quite like the others, because of who and what we are, what we stand for, the results that we produce, and who or what we're serving, right? Versus the others. So there's pros and seemingly cons with that as far as the bodily, worldly experience goes. And I'm kind of talking generally. If you know, right? We kind of surrender that over. So not everything is for everybody all the time. So yeah, let's check here the phone line. I should be checking them just to make sure that the phone line is operable. And this is specifically at this point and we'll do a Carl Lentz broadcast if he's willing at some point in the future, as I start to feel a bit more pain-free. The last couple of years has just not been ideal at all, right? And I'm still kind of limping here at times. But yeah, I intend to ask him, or I've been intending to ask him at some point when I feeling a bit more myself. We'll do some kind of presentment here. But at this time, it's just specifically for collectivists who vote and need a daddy and think that American fundamentalism and exceptionalism has anything to do with collectivism and legalism, aka voting for corporate representatives to run your life with statute, policy, and code and collect tribute for you to use your own property. so they can redistribute the wealth, right? So if that's you, now is your time to shine. I don't know where I was just going. I was just going to look for something, and then I lost track of it. Oh, right. Let me double check my phone line. Make sure that we're up and running. Every so often, you have to call yourself. Make sure that everything is in alignment. No? Okay, there it is. Okay, so I'm getting the alert on my side, phone line up and running officially. Feel free to call in. I noticed that it's taking quite a long time for the creature who tells me I'm crazy to call in to set me straight, right? Not as easy as it looks, huh? Thank you, Trump, for serving God's chosen people and putting the Goyim in their place, right? Make Israel great again. Okay, I get what you're doing, but you gotta be careful with that, right? Because again, the Luciferian spirit, some might argue, is trying to foment a modern day Holocaust, and is trying to use anti-Jewish sentiment as one of the aspects of it to try to create chaos and civil division and war, right? There's multiple aspects of it. So this isn't a Judaism Israel thing. This is a Zionism thing using the shell corporation we call the State of Israel, which was put there in 1946 or 47, like a year after the CIA was founded, right? And that's not a coincidence, because the CIA and other intelligence agencies' main goal, as stated by them, is to overthrow nations and to create seats of political power globally to carry out said primary mission statement, among other mission statements, right? So, yeah, if you need to get a hold of and control over a certain aspect or part of the world, then it would make sense that you would start using religious claims and status claims to try to insert yourself into a certain region, so you could create a power base to try to overthrow other nations and peoples and their sovereignty, right? And of course, you have Donnie and all the rest now pushing this propaganda to their slaves, who eat it right up and spit it back out. And they like to call whole nations bad and wrong and evil and terrorists, right? You might be like projecting a little bit there. You might be jumping the gun a little bit. If you call a whole nation, a whole culture, a whole people bad, wrong, and evil, you just might be gaslighting everybody. You just might be the people who are actually looking to cause loss, injury, and harm. And you just might be trying to dehumanize the said perceived enemy, right? Who actually is causing way less loss, injury, and harm than you slaves have been involved in for the last couple hundred years around the world, right? Wars every 2, 3, 5 years, to the point where it's like completely absurd. Oh, it's for democracy, it's for rights and freedoms, it's for safety. It's for none of that. It's for imperialism and expansionism, for your central banker buddies who get on YouTube like the Rothschild character just did recently and thank Donald Trump for all of his great work. And of course, his great work is getting these corporations we call nations inserted on these other lands with these other people that we call nations, so they can bring their centralized control systems of legalism and corporatism in to supposedly keep everyone safe, aka rule over everyone and take their rights and property. And they're really great, because whatever's behind this is really great at pimping and hoeing. So it kind of goes, hey, let's pick lesser of two evils. Would you rather have an Iranian extremist militarized regime run your life, or would you rather have an atheistic, quasi Luciferian, statist, legalist, corporatist beast system rule over and run your life? And it's like, yeah, you're both garbage, trash. You're both amoral, immoral, worldly scum who are deceived and pushing deception on all of your followers, would-be followers, and the ones who won't be use coercion and duress, if not outright deception and manipulation. So yeah. Again, the scripture talks about the whole world being in the hands of the dark one, and that, of course, is collectivism, statism, Luciferianism, and what it does is it projects itself as a whole bunch of seemingly great ideas that could do everything better, that are actually rooted in some deception that destroys you and everyone around you. That's the game. That's how it works spiritually, All you have to do is overlay that mapping onto reality, and you're going to start to see it show itself everywhere within you and outside of you, right? And then that's when the real game of self-governance begins, right? Because that's what the bondage, the slavery, the genocide, the corruption is all about, and that's where it's rooted. As within, so without, as above, so below, right? The problem is the average unadept slave doesn't want to do any internal, external, true work on themselves or with each other. They don't actually want to or are willing to, God will create and co-create, right? All they want to do, much like their slave master class, is corrupt and parasite. They want to sit on Facebook and say, we want this, we want that. Why aren't we freer and safer? And then ask an island boy to do it for you, right? That's called a reprobate, bad faith, dishonorable, infidel slave. And I don't give a fuck. And you know what's even worse about it? Because I was going to say I don't give a fuck. I do give a fuck about the children who are involved in this because they didn't choose this. They're not at fault, right? They're innocent. What I don't care about is you pathetic, cowardly, weak-ass slaves using your children as a way for you to deflect away from your accountability, responsibility. Go fuck yourself. That makes you even more wicked and manipulative because you're willing to use your children to pull on the heartstrings of the people, to try to get other people involved in your corruption, to fix what you've all created for yourselves and each other. See, that doesn't fly with me, that deception and that manipulation. If anything, it all comes back full circle to you. Why are you bringing children into this world and into this lifestyle when you're not willing to do what's true and what's right anyway? You want to breed another corrupt, reprobate, bad faith, dishonorable slave to fill the ranks? We got enough of those. We're going to make America great again. Yeah, not likely. The only way America is going to be great again is if you do what's true and what's right and you become great again. And great people don't ask people to be free and do what's true and what's right. They just are, and they fucking do it. And you know what? Many times in life, it costs them their freedom and their life itself. That's how this fucking simulation game is set up. That's how it works. And it couldn't work any other way. Because we're talking at the core of this, a fear and a faith dynamic. All this simulation, holographic reflective simulation is here to teach us the difference between fear and faith. Based on that cause and effect is going to be who and what we are or what we're going to get, right? Makes sense. Literally inversion land. Let's get back to Donnie. We need more Donnie. Folks don't want to hear me, a mere mortal, talk about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and show what I and others are doing about that on the ground to make the change that's happening state by state, nation by nation, slowly but surely. They want to hear an expert, an authority, somebody in a suit with $1 billion who's really important and valuable and powerful, at least symbolically, right? See, there's another theme right there. They want all the symbols and forms of power, the style of power and value. They don't want the substance of power and value. They don't want the journey to true power and value from within that extends outward, right?
At any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous. And we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How is
right? So Mr. Lentz is commenting down there, and I'm using sort of colloquial language to try to relate to, which I probably shouldn't as much, just so we're more clear and expressed rather than implied. I'm talking about the supposed, the mythology, the mythological supposed spirit behind the founding fathers, as they're called, that led to the creation of a supposed nation that stood for certain principles, including the idea of God-given rights, with no intercessor, right? So this is why specifically me personally, I don't communicate any of these philosophies or ideas as my own, because I ultimately don't know what that is, right? Like even the words we're using, I can say I know, and I can cite other people's definitions they put down, and I can tell you what I mean and describe it. But ultimately, like for me, I have to simplify this as much as possible. Right? I don't know anything about anything when it gets down to it. My experience reveals to me that I am what we would call a man under God with God-given rights. And that's really all I need to know, right? And again, if we go to their legalistic concepts, all are equal under the law, right? So if it's universal law, then that's all I need to know. There's no power differential outside of that, right? So I am that am under God with God-given rights. No other man or woman here can tell me what to do or be. And if they try to, then they're illegitimate. That's supposedly the spirit behind what has been called the republic referred to as America. Now, of course, what does this either start out or turn into? The republic, and again, this is the divide as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the divide between federalists and non-federalists, right? Folks who see this republic idea as under God, God-given rights of and by and for the people, versus this representative democratic republic, which is again another sort of corporatist, collectivist scheme. So, a lot of times we use terms to describe an idea to try to relate to others, to take them along on the journey, right, or to walk with them along on the journey, because I guess the average magatard, conservatard, whoever, whatever, isn't going to understand you, or they're going to think you're a wild, crazy sovereign citizen, right? They're going to do that anyway. But, so yeah, just to kind of clear up the technical differences here. So republic form of government is the rich and powerful control the lower caste of people. Right. You could argue that would be capitalism. I mean, again, what do all these isms amount to? Everybody has their own beliefs or understandings, definitions that they cite or experiences they cite for these words that we're using. So, man self-governs 99% of the time. Self-govern. I self-govern. I don't need a politician to tell me what to do. Exactly. That's in the nutshell, the bottom line. We agree. That's the foundational free spirit that God put in a man, you could argue, right? If we could just get down to what a man actually is at its purest form, what is a free spirit, then it's right there. Anything outside of that is potentially either in and of itself a corruption, bad faith, or dishonor, or it's soon to be a road and a journey to that, right? Including the endeavor that we call governance, that is in fact corporation, right? Attempting to use statute, policy, and code to theoretically, supposedly create a safer experience for everybody involved, right? And then, of course, we philosophically, spiritually have another archetypal dynamic there, right? You could call it a masculine and feminine dynamic, this idea of free versus safe. Like who or what, which archetype energetically, spiritually, subconsciously is going to win out or be the rule of the day, right? Is it going to be the masculine idea of freedom, dangerous freedom, or is it going to be this toxic feminine, right? You can argue that there could be toxicity on either side, right? Because unrestricted freedom without any care, which again, care is a feminine principle. Unrestricted freedom without care leads to the destruction of oneself and others. You could argue in certain instances. So, yeah, I would argue that we are in a toxic feminine culture that is completely absent, for the most part. Predominantly, the majority is completely absent of sacred masculinity, which is the willingness to say, this far and no further, I'm not your property, I'm not your slave, right? So because we have almost a complete absence of that, we're seeing a resurgence of that, a renaissance of that with, folks like myself and Carl and others. And of course, you can argue there's a toxic, quote unquote, masculine aspect to all this as well. If we again are not checked by care. But yeah, I would say there's a complete absence of sacred masculinity here and the idea of a free spirit. So predominantly these cultures, these societies, these nations are run by a toxic feminine dynamic, aka a nanny state, where supposed safety has now become the rule of the day, almost completely absent of true freedom, right? And of course, that is the devouring mother, if we want to go to Freudian psychology, and this produces the pure eternus, I guess is one way you could look at it. We've gone over a lot of these archetypes in the past, but this is essentially the eternal man-child, and we can see that right on cue, right? In modern day society, a group of men who essentially have never grown up to become their own self-governing mommy or daddy, right? They exist in a perpetual state of infantilized consciousness where someone or something is always taking care of them and governing them and advising them on how to be who and what they are, right? So this is the antithesis of actualization and realization. This is the complete absence of sacred masculinity. And the reason for that, you could argue, is the complete absence of sacred femininity, which is the modality of true heart-based care, right? Because you got to care about what's wrong, to learn what's true and what's right, to do and be that, to make a change. And you got to not be a pimped out, hoed out coward, right? So, we can see these sacred masculine and feminine dynamics completely absent from these cultures and societies on the whole. And it's no wonder why they've produced the men and women that make up these cultures and societies, right? We see who or what the supposed best and brightest consist of. Government is no family of mine, yes, but it is a family affair. Paul, are you really live at this time at night? Yes, I am. Every once in a while, I do an impromptu ramble session. Why not? And we have a couple folks who decided to unsubscribe from me because I posted a video being a bit trolling and triggering. You don't have to announce your departure here, right? If you want to leave and not come back or unsubscribe, you're free to do so. Ultimately, I really don't care, right? If you're somebody you're a passerby, you subscribe to me, you're here to be a part of the thing, but not really a part of the thing, then I really don't care anyway, right? When push comes to shove, I almost have to be that way. It's part of that whole freedom dynamic, right? I can't be sitting around worried about what I'm going to do and not do because some guy on my Facebook or the comment section doesn't approve of my sense of humor. All right, let's get back to Donnie for a little bit. I think we're going to keep this to an hour or less. I was mostly curious to test the algorithm a little bit. And have some back and forth with the audience if it's available. Carl's doing the thing where he's going to correct every other word that I say based on official and technical etymology. Thank you, Carl. If we do that, then we'll just have to talk to you and me and a few others here who actually know that or care about that or are willing to understand that. We won't be able to talk to the rest of the world who may desperately need a different perspective or understanding about how they're being pimped on and deceived, right? Some might say. So yes, federal is a Hebrew word. It just means to pledge, like you pledge to work together. Okay, so the federal system would be a contractual, I guess, organized endeavor. You can argue a corporation where folks have pledged to uphold this original contract we call the Constitution. Okay, great. You know, Carl's very chatty tonight. He's got a lot to say. He's really exercising his fingers. One of Jesus' disciples was Matthew. He was Republican. Republican is just somebody who goes around and collects taxes or pays taxes. If you put back into the system, you have a voice, a voter. Right. When, again, we're talking, go back to me being Bob Colloquial. I'm big brain Bob Colloquial because I'm attempting to try, and I get it, it's a foolish endeavor. That's part of the beauty and the ugliness of what we do here. I'm attempting to try to make sense to those who are not sensible. Okay? That's part of the game, non-game that goes on here. Again, colloquially, Republican would be somebody on the quote-unquote right wing who votes for Donnie to be their daddy. See, stop trying to take all the fun out of this. Carl's trying to take all the fun out of my slave mocking and potential awakening services. You know, you can't reach people unless you talk their language. You know, that's just how it goes. California needs to become its own republic. Right. Now go ahead and in honor of Carl's overly technical ways tonight, could you explain to me how that works or what that means and what that all amounts to? I think it's better off if you just stick to how you're going to become a man under God with God-given rights, and you're not going to let some other corporatist legalist tell you what to do and how to live, right? There's the whole broadcast, folks. There it is. You know what? We're going to delete all this, the last hour. We're going to delete the last 1,000 hours. And from now on, I'm just going to do a 5-minute broadcast. And 4.5 minutes of that are going to be playing clips. It's technically going to be a 30-second or less broadcast. Because it's just one line of spiritual understanding, right? Free California, there it is. He's looking out somewhere, somewhen. He's describing what he wants to be true, but he's not. We can't get down to what he and others are going to be and create, right? But somehow, some way, free California, right? All right, let's get back to Donnie again. Who am I? Who am I? Who is Carl Lenz? Compared to Donnie and others, quite frankly, we're poor and broke. You know, we're not important, valuable people. We don't have ballrooms. You know, I'm lucky if I can get, you know, anywhere between 2 and 30,000 viewers here. If they're not completely fucking me on the algorithm, right? It's predictably on the lower end. You know, we're no Don Lemon over here. That's for sure. You know, we've yet to garner a few 100,000 views or more. So, yeah, I need more lives from Don, everybody's favorite statist corporatist daddy.
Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable because he chose
Democrats did it.
Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, you know, the other Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. You know, countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you're a landlord, you're renting a store on on a certain street and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said.
By the way, Donnie now admitting that they're making contracts and deals for hundreds of years at a time, proving indirectly that all of this, what we call nations and interactions, are not what they're purporting to be. That every 4 years, someone comes in and they're running the show, and somehow one guy's running a whole corporation and a whole supposed free world, right? So there we go again. Oops, the mask slipped. We're admitting that there's actually groups behind this and contracts and compacts, and they're making deals for hundreds of years in advance, right? Thank you for indirectly admitting you're doing New World Order and slavery and genocide through legalism and corporatism. That's all I've been saying. See, this is what's great about Don, is every so often Don just admits what we've been saying that they say we're crazy for. He just says it just randomly off the cuff, right? In general conversation, he just blurts it out, just like the other guy a couple weeks ago, or no, it's a couple months ago at this point. The time's been flying. He said the biggest challenge that we have is becoming sovereign citizens, right? We have to figure out how to do that. And he said, you can't be a sovereign citizen if governments, aka corporations, can take your property or your rights. Yeah, no shit, no kidding. What do you think we've been doing down here, the little people, right? While they masquerade and play games. So yeah, this is already happening. It's already underway. The wannabe slave masters are already having to address it and bring us into the conversation because we know we're bringing it to them. They're having to see our asses at court one at a time. And yeah, change is amongst us. It's in the air, right?
Well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that. And then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book.
We'll read the book. We're still pushing those narratives. We're still back in 2020, huh, folks? Who's buying this? Anyone? Is there anyone in the chat right now who's buying this? Because I'd like to talk with you. By the way, we're still waiting for the coward. Surprisingly, he never called in, right? I guess he got busy. He had to take a business call. Anybody out there gonna call me up, or maybe put a video out there? Maybe you can link me to it, explaining to me exactly how you believe the whole 3 buildings collapsed into dust from 2 planes thing. We're still running that line, right? We're still running the weapons of mass destruction on the turkey farm. Oops, it's mustard gas, whatever, who really cares? We're still running all those lines like we didn't get the memo, we didn't get the update. on the insurance policies and the put options and the, you know, the faked calls from Mark Bingham to his parents saying, "Hi, Mom, it's Mark Bingham." Like anyone calls anyone like that, saying, "I'm on a plane, it's going down." Fakest fucking calls ever, obviously, on the face of it. This is just how, and guess what? They'll say, "Well, Paulie boy, most people don't believe in this." No, they do. Most people, if you go on Slavebook and Instascam and all the rest of it, most NPC retards on both sides buy into this and believe this and circulate the official narratives. And if it's not, well, then most other people stand by and they go along to get along, right? So it makes it look that way. You know why? Because see, most of you on the other side who you know the truth, right? And you know that it's all bullshit. You're like, you don't want to be exiled. You don't want to be alienated any more than you already are, right? You don't want a whole group of collectivists coming down on you. See, you still haven't got to that point yet, where you just stop giving a fuck about these NPC slaves and what they think and feel, because they're completely going to destroy themselves and everyone around them if you let them, is what they keep showing in this experience, in this simulation, at least to some extent, to some degree, right? And again, what does it say in the scripture? My people perish for lack of knowledge. So that makes sense, right? That those caught up in the deception, who are the majority of the collective, will destroy themselves and each other to some extent, unless the truth, life, and way is known. And it's not going to be known if a lot of you sit on the sidelines, because you'd rather see Paulie boy and others play the bad guy politically in these interactions by speaking the truth to your friends, to your family, to your coworkers, to others, right? Let alone living it and then letting them point the finger at you and say, "You're crazy, man. That guy must have really went over the edge. He's not going to comply or follow these codes. He's not going to let other men tell him what to do and be. He's not going to repeat the propaganda word for word and look like a complete duped out dunce." Yeah, well, again, we're back to authenticity, self-actualization, realization, aka freedom, honoring that free spirit within you. So yeah, feel free to take that meme. It's on I posted in the community section of YouTube, and it's also on Facebook. And this is Operation Slave Wake Up. You know what? This is Operation Slave Wall. I got to come up with a better name, more impactful name. For right now, it's Operation Slave Wall, because I'm just describing what it feels like. So lately, what I've been doing is on all the anti-social media, I now join all the groups that are about Trump and MAGA and conservatives and liberals and all this collectivism. And I just post my meme now. I just spam it. This is what you retards are on both sides. This is what you're all doing. We don't care. We're not buying the rest of it, right? And it's actually working. Operation Slave Wall has actually it's been grinding certain groups to a standstill because they have nothing left to say. Like, once you stop arguing that your side's the best and the other side's the worst, and you just drop the bomb on them that it's all of you, you're all retarded, you're all involved in this, you're all the reason this is happening, they just don't quite know what to say anymore. You know, and it's not only a fascinating thing to observe, it's quite entertaining, right? And then it's like, you know, it's like almost like a biological machine, where then you watch it like step back, it pauses, it thinks for a second, it tries to regroup and starts to take a different perspective at how it's going to manipulate and play the culting power games and tribalism. Yeah, I don't know. I guess not everybody is as fascinated or entertained by these various dynamics as I am, or interacting with them. So, Operation Tough Love. I mean, again, like, what's tougher? Facing the truth that sets us free and allows us to actualize as what we're meant to be, or going along living a lie, destroying ourselves and each other? How is that fucking tough love? You know, if that's not a phrase straight from the ego and right out of pride, right? Oh, this is tough love because it requires us being accountable and responsible. No, that's real love, and it's tough for fake motherfuckers. See how that works? Folks reveal themselves in every statement. Oh, that's tough love. I'll say it again. It's tough love to a fake motherfucker because it requires you being real with yourself and other. Something you're totally not used to doing. Quite the opposite in these cultures and societies, right? You get paid to shut the fuck up and be somebody else for 8 hours a day, is what the game is all really about, right? So by the time it comes down to talking religion and politics, you're already used to being a fake ass motherfucker who's living as somebody else for value and power. So, you know, why would I change that in this aspect of my life when I'm already doing it 1/3 of my day every day, right? You are who you are everywhere in life, anywhere in life. And that's one of the dangerous parts about living that way. Is you slowly over time, or rather quickly, lose track of who and what you are, and you start to become apathetic. You stop caring, and you're not willing to be yourself anywhere in life because you got used to spending 1/3 of your day. The other 1/3 of the day is sleeping, right? Like technically sleeping. You got used to spending 1/3 of your day sleepwalking. It just became so easy for you to stop caring and stop asserting yourself and stop being honest with yourself and others. And then you spent another 8 hours a day when you're not technically sleeping or sleepwalking, trying to people please and appease other slaves you call friend and family, who ultimately don't give a fuck about what's true and what's right. And how can a person actually love themselves and love you if they don't care about what's true and what's right? And the answer is, folks, they can't. And that's when you're supposed to sign off and check out, because Paulie Boy's doing a cult where he's trying to convince you your friends and family don't love you. I'm simply putting forth a perspective based on my own experience. If it's my hypersensitive projections and dysfunction, well, then you can let it be that. But I'm also open for explanations. Can someone explain to me how your friends and your family and anybody else can truly love and care about you if they don't care about what's true and what's right? All I'm seeing is codependency, attachment, which is akin to bondage, which is akin to slavery. And it makes sense. By virtue of us wanting and needing that on the lowest core level as a survival mechanism, and us requiring to have to be certain things to get that, right? Then it makes perfect sense. So your friends and family and these other folks not only are not involved in an actual relationship with you where you're growing and learning and becoming more actualized and realized and authentic, it's the complete absence of love and care. Because you can't have true love and care without truth, love/care, right? And again, these folks typically don't care enough to go seek the truth, to know themselves and know the truth, life, and way, to be and do better. So how can they love? How could they truly be love able? Let's get back to it, because now it's getting dark and morbid. I'm the party pooper, right? I'm holding up a mirror revealing why governance and corporations are reflecting the people on the whole, right? Donnie Trump and your other wannabe daddies can never truly love and care. It's not who and what they are. They're not showing up to play that role because you folks on the whole and your friends and family haven't shown up to play that role, right? You give what you get in this life. What you put out is what you get back. This is spiritual law. See, they didn't ask you to be nice, kind, and polite, right? The universe didn't ask you to be nice, kind, and polite. The universe asked you to be inspired, empowered, and be real. Inspired, empowered, and be real, because that's the reflection of, quote unquote, the Most High. And you traded in inspired, empowered, and real for nice, kind, and polite. And that's why nice guys finish last. And that's why your culture and your civilization is going completely down the drain.
But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question today, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran and the US?
I can't talk about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that. Because like to
You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
My name is Dia Kurda. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Huda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and deharm it. do you still want them to stay away, or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death. I mean, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international
with?
law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you
There's
concerned-
circulation way down at the New York Times?
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with it?
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators.
Why would that
And
act not
because
violate
they're not going to
international
have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
Breaking in there, Sade couldn't help herself with the "that is you" because it's pure projection, right? The only part where he's not projecting is that he's smart, right? I know that a lot of the completely dumbed down, fluoridated slaves think that Donald Trump is smart because other presidents can't even read. They put up the teleprompter and these folks can't even read. So I get that. Donald Trump can actually sometimes talk without even a sign. So he's a genius at this point. But, completely sick and warped and twisted in their policy and in their actions and corrupt, right? And he says smart, but he means clever because he's another one who talks like an eighth grader at times, and that's okay. That's not always a bad thing, right? Sometimes less is more. A lot of times less is more. But he means clever, and that would apply in a sense, right? If we take the Eastern perspective on things, right? United States corporation and its flunkies and lackeys, legalists, corporatists, very clever in their ways that they do expansionism and imperialism and run the State Farm program, not your insurance company, the actual State Farm that a lot of you animals occupy, where they breed you. So yeah, obviously very clever and very sick and twisted in their ways. And one of the ways that we all now know that is through the Island Boys and their supposed secret files that don't matter because Donnie never met Jeffrey, even though there's videos of Donnie dancing with Jeffrey and whispering in his ear and looking coked out of his mind and pointing at all the young girls like he's picking fruit at the local slave mart, right? So yeah, it's just pure projection, one after the other, and it's all of them, right? Let's not fool ourselves. That's why I'm not a libtard leftist, because I'm not for some Iranian ridiculous authoritarian regime, and I'm not for some island boy corporatist legalist regime. I think all of you people are insane on all sides, on all levels. I think your systems are ridiculous and insane. I think that they are. They're nothing more than money-making power schemes and games, but you can't confront that, so you have to suck boot and deny it. You have to live in delusion and denial, pretend that it's all just, to keep everybody moving, to grease the wheels of the economy and the system. We need governance, right, to keep everybody safe. So yeah, I think it's all emblematic of a spiritual sickness that this race has been suffering from, potentially from the beginning of its experience here in this realm, right? From cradle to grave, metaphorically, the human race has been dealing with this question, this proposition of addiction to bondage and vice versus becoming empowered, inspired, and actually governing yourself and not being addicted to old ways of being that destroy yourself and others, right? That's all this place is a purgatory for addicts. This realm is a spiritual rehab for addicts, spiritual addicts who are just existing in various states of bondage and vice, whether it's chemical, sexual, governmental, right? And you can argue they all seemingly on a subconscious level either tie in with each other or lead into each other. If nothing else, how we express who and what we are, and how we co-create, right? You know, and I guess I'm on this. I have a lifelong sort of, you know, ongoing theories or set of, theory or set of theories that I'm, I guess, having revealed to me or attempting to make sense of. Yeah, I was gonna go. We could go into this deeper. I was gonna go down the road of the psychosexual, but I don't know if we're ready for that completely. I'm sure I've done it before. And it's not always appreciated, right? When we start talking about these ideas of statism and legal marriage and monogamy and how they're all representative of toxic femininity and this inauthenticity on the side of the supernaturally masculine, right? And kind of what it all means, right? What it calls us back to, how that shows itself in who and what we are and how we live, and reflects these same dynamics. And I'm sure that we can cross over the other side, right? There's literally bondage and vice on both sides of that middle way, whether it's hyper-sexualization and wanting to jump in every pool that you find, so to speak, or this idea of locking down or being locked down to one woman, and not potentially honoring who and what we are on various levels when it comes to the creature that we are sexually, right? I think there's a lot there when it comes to the idea of self-expression and individualism versus collectivism, an inspired, empowered man versus a domesticated creature of the state and its mama. And I specifically sort of question this or direct it toward self as a man, but I don't think that it's isolated or confined to the experience of just manhood. I think that there's always a dualistic reflection, right? Almost shadow reflection of these various ideas and ways of living that kind of cast themselves and then show us more about this way or that, right? All right, I'm pondering here. I guess I'm musing. Why not? It's fairly late. This is unslaved, uncut. We can do whatever we want here. We're not in the algorithm anyway, right? We don't have to really put on or perform. This is the usuals here predominantly. It's regulars. We're with family, as they say. Don't know how you can watch this for years and still not have that occur to you, Aaron. With flock cameras and data centers aimed at erasing free will. Well, let's see what Aaron is saying. What makes him believe that? All right, let's go back even more. What makes you believe that, Paul? The statement about this being a place for addicts. What makes me believe that? I'm not talking about most of the time what I believe. I'm talking about what I experience and what I know about me to an extent. And then I have to presume to know about others based on witness testimony, anecdotal evidence, firsthand experience, right? And the lore and the mythology. So I think that human beings in general, either as a body or as an energy, are extremely addictive creatures. And I think that is extremely self-evident and obvious at this point. Right? So, does it necessarily have to be a place formed only for that? No. I mean, I get a little bit extreme with the absolute statements that I make at times. I guess for effect, right? Or to question or inspire myself or others or remind myself or others of certain things. But yeah, I mean, if you like, okay, if you step back, if you look at yourself and others here in this realm, just generally, and you step back from it and you went, let's make a list of 5 to 10. That should be one broadcast. There's so many ideas for broadcasts that I never do because I wind up just rapping and looping to some extent, right? And running my various loops. But we can run a new loop. Like 5 themes about what this place is based on eternal history or second best option, what we have available. So we take like 2,000 to 5,000 years of recorded history and we boil it down and deduce it down. And this is what AI is great for, because I did this recently with AI and AI just spit out exactly what the fuck I've been saying in so many words in like 5 sentences. You know? But if you look at it, you know, I would say one of the themes is addiction / bondage / vice, what I like to affectionately term slavery. And of course, slavery would be directly intertwined with genocide. You know, I'll give you one example of this idea that wouldn't be seen as this idea, but is a reflection of this idea to some extent, right? On some level, you know, the whole quote unquote opioid crisis. Right? Like that touched home with me. I overdosed twice, almost physically died. I don't know if you can die if it's not your time. I don't know how any of that works. I don't think anybody does, but whatever, we'll take it for granted. I have half a dozen people who I was close with growing up who are not here because they either blew their head off as a result of an addiction to opioids or they overdosed from it, right? It's like became a thing where it's like every other person who I've known or was close friends with. So it's an example of addiction, obviously, bondage, vice, and genocide, because you have a whole generation who's potentially dead and not here because they were seeking something outside of themselves. And when I reflect on what that is, as I have in so many ways here on this broadcast and in my life, it's, you know, there's obviously multifaceted, but we can deduce that down to the theme of you know, a broken heart, essentially, right? If we want to like really overly simplify this stuff, which we can do here at times, and then expand upon it and be overly detailed. So yeah, I think that's one of them, right? A broken heart, or a heart that is, as they say, depressed. And I think oppressed and depressed is interchangeable. I think that goes hand in hand with the whole idea cliche of misunderstood. Right? So I think that a spirit on a beyond a psychological, if you want to say sub-psychological level, yearns to be free and to be able to chart its own path. And when you are growing up in an essential free-range farm that tells you from day one, everyone around you, not only is that not what you're going to be and do here, we got a list of things you're going to pick from, and we got a list of policies and codes you're going to follow, right? To someone like me, I can't obviously speak for anybody else. I can only tell you what I am, that am is for me, and then others can reflect on that. For someone like me, that's a death sentence day one. I just came into this life and this reality, and you handed me a death sentence. Spiritually, right? Physically, I could be alive in my body, but spiritually, you just tried to kill me, or you did kill me off if I let it, right? It's a sacrifice, self-sacrifice, spiritual suicide. So I think that typically. Again, what we put out is what we get back. To some extent, we attract to what we are. I think there's, you know, other components to that idea, but I think that I found myself with a group of people who subconsciously, spiritually, all had that same idea going, right? Combined with the fact, right now, you have to combine that with the fact of you know, this idea of nature and nurture. So your nature is completely fucked based on an overlaid system that is supposed to nurture you, but actually, in my case, and many others' cases, I would say a lot of the folks who we found each other, not only was their nature attempted to be perverted or overwritten, but they were not nurtured. They were not given true love and care by their mothers and fathers. They came from a broken home, or a home where there was little true care. There was very little, if any, truth, life, and way, right? There was maybe a lot of provisions. I'm not going to sit here and tell a story about waking up to roaches and rats and not having something in the icebox and all the rest of it, right? That wasn't the law. See, there's a physical ghetto and there's a spiritual ghetto, and they don't always have to exist side by side in the same venues, right? You know, you could be financially bankrupt, you could be spiritually bankrupt, as we know. So, yeah, I think that combination is the perfect storm, not only for deeper levels of pain, slavery, and genocide, but also for potential opportunities for awakening and enlightenment. You know, because it's that whole idea of it's darkest before the dawn. Some of the greatest flowers grow out of the smelliest shit, right? You know, right out of the trash, so to speak. How do we get there? Right, this statement about this place being for addicts. So you even right there in that one reflection, you have the two sides of it. You have a mother and a father who are so addicted to their work life and their schedules and trying to become something in the corporate world, and then watching their TV shows and all of this other crap, that they weren't available to do and be what was necessary to reflect back to their children what a real man and woman is, whether it comes to love and care, or whether it comes to really freeing yourself financially, or when it comes to freeing yourself spiritually and physically, when it comes to statism and governance. So we got a trifecta there, right? They were too addicted in their bondage and their vice to the people, places, and things, right? They were too busy addicted to these things and not focused on these other things. So what did that produce? A whole generation of children who became addicted to these substances. And let's be clear. My father specifically wasn't one, so I can't put that on him. I wouldn't if I could, right? This isn't about that. This is about truth for everybody. He was one side of the dynamic. My mother was the other side of the dynamic. Not only was she severely, that situation was different. Most people don't have that, the stroke and a severe handicap, but she was always a drunk before that, to some extent, from what I'm told. Right. So we have reflection upon reflection upon reflection, whether it's individual, collective. You take each individual and their reflection on the top and the bottom, right? As within, so without, as above, so below. It's all right there, holographic reflectivity. So we have my father. He's addicted to the making money, to the thing, whatever, got to provide, that's his form of care. That might just be a masculine form of care, right? And of course, we need a counterbalancing internal and external care for what's true and what's right, justice and empathy, and that wasn't really available, right? So, you know, again, you have a whole generation of folks who were so focused on their bondage, their vice, their addictions, that they didn't pay no mind or care to their children with true care and true understanding, true knowledge of self, true free spirit. And it produced a whole generation of folks who were in bondage and vice and addiction on the other side of things, right? Or potentially similarly, because again, you have two reflections. You have the masculine and the feminine. It could be argued. And of course, the toxic masculine and feminine. What that looks and feels like. You can argue governance reflects these ideas as well, because you have the toxic masculine dynamic of and they can cross the gray area lines as well, right? They're not mutually exclusive. You know, this make money, status and power, machismo idea, and this other idea of, you know, sitting back, doing and being little to nothing, and self-medicating and trying to escape, right? That would be the toxic masculine, toxic feminine side of things. They're both rooted in escapism, lack of care, dissolution, right? Lack of resolution, and escapism. That's the cornerstones of the condition. It just looks different, right? The modality is different, but the core of who and what it is and why it is what it is the same. Right. So typically now, what does this give way to as the next generation? Well, it reflects the same thing that it comes from, right? We do what we know, and what we know is what we've been shown. So you're going to have either the toxic masculine being who cares about making money and being a corporatist and getting status and power and telling Paul enslaved he's a moron and an idiot because he lives in a trailer while they're really chasing that bag. You know, or it's going to look like the other side of things, the toxic feminine side. Paulie boy, you're an idiot. Why do you think you're going to change this? Why don't you just check out, get high with the rest of us, you know, and never seek to do or be anything better here, right? So we have two sides of the same coin, both sides equally disempowered, both sides equally slaved out, both sides equally addicted. Now, Could they potentially both have their place to a certain extent, certain place in time? Maybe. It's a problem when that's all we have and it isn't balanced out at all by this middle way, third modality, right? Which is the resolution, reconciliation, repentance, reformation, which leads to that resolution, resolution. See, the resolution to addiction, bondage, slavery, vice, and disempowerment isn't more addiction, bondage, slavery, vice, disempowerment, and escapism in various forms where the world may praise you, right? Where various collectives may praise you for your brand of disempowerment, bondage, vice, and escapism, right? Because see, you know what I find to be funny is a lot of these folks, and I talk to them, because some folks will tell the story like, we don't talk to nobody here, nobody comes around. No, there's folks, plenty of folks who come around here with big fuck you money. You know what the problem is? They've never said fuck you in their life. Because it doesn't matter how much money you got. Money can't unlame you. Money can't unslave you. You could have $1 million in the bank. You're still a pimped out hoe. You know it and I know it. See, that money is that money can financially free you and create more independence and co-creation. It can also enslave you. It's a tool like anything else. Robert has some questions, comments, concerns, it looks like. Robert, call in. Okay, we're out of the algorithm. There's very few folks here tonight in comparison to what it could be, what it has been, what it should be. And that's good for you. It's a bit more intimate. You got way less pressure, right? It's good for all of us. Take some pressure off. You know? But yeah, you and others, feel free to call in 602-730-0122. Special guest. We're calling you and others. Questions, comments, concerns, disagreements, imagined or otherwise. I ain't even going to help you with no more comments. Go to Chernobyl. Check out the elephant's foot. Let me know about that. Okay, so we're going to do the whole appeal to authority and straw manning, and as always, right? All the logical fallacies that come with the inability to make sense. Let's see. We'll trace it back. It's going to come here at some point. We're going to get it from him. You know, Robert, like Keith, not Keith Wizard, but Keith Williams, this other guy who, you know, a lot of these civilized, sophisticated, well-to-do folks, they make a lot of money. They got some big names around them, and they think that means they're somebody. You know, and they're going to tell me all about it. But they can't rebut my presumptions or my assertions on any level because I got their number about who and what they are in life, right? That's what burns them up inside. So they can't buy me off to shut up about the truth. And if I keep talking about the truth, they keep getting revealed who and what they are, how they got there, and who and what they should be. And they don't like that because we're back to that whole escapism thing, right? It's a type of person. See, sometimes you got to get shallow to get deep. Don't judge a book by its cover, but also be aware that in life, I mean, what life shows us is there's types of people. I mean, COVID, slavery, and genocide showed that to all of us. You can say I'm being prideful and egotistic and narcissistic, or you could just be honest with yourself and others. You might be one of them. I'm sure I'm a type of person, good, bad, or indifferent, right? So like 85% of people in this realm we know are a type of person. They will go along to get along with pretty much anything, including raping their grandmother, if the choice is they may have to stand up and step out, right? So you're already not my people. We're already working with like a 15% differential here on power and value. Like we're already checked out on 85% of the audience. They're not my audience. So when they come here, they're getting one of two things: an understanding that they can take to the next level, do and be and have better, or they're getting humiliation, ritual, mockery. Because literally you're going to get that anyway in life. That's literally, again, dual jurisdiction in life. When you wake up every day, you're going to get an opportunity to do and be and have better, or you're going to be a part of some collective hallucination, humiliation, mockery ritual. You could call it Thanksgiving dinner, right? I don't give a fuck what you call it. You're going to see the same dynamics in value and power present everywhere you go once I hold up this mirror. It's a blessing. It's a gift. It's also a curse because it's going to seem like a hell of a test and a challenge. You're not going to fit in almost anywhere with almost anybody. It's going to be great for my cult, though, because if we project this out 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you're going to have nowhere to go but come back to me and what we're doing here. And whether it's with me doing what we're doing or with another version of I am that am within you and around you doing what we're doing, right? Because the rest of this shit is it's going nowhere. Never has been going anywhere, right? It's always been bullshit. That's the one thing in life that we're all going to learn by the time that we're ready to check out of here, is that most things in life, people, places, and things are bullshit. Right? Or they're willing to go along with bullshit. I've stopped a long time ago, right? I never really started. That's the biggest difference between me and most people here. You know, I not only stopped a long time ago, I never really started when it comes to, you know, beyond a certain level, right? Of lying to myself and others. You know, I used to think you needed a certain amount of healthy amount of bullshit for yourself and others just to feel good about it. And it's like, no, you know, there really is no benefit to self-deception long term. Short-term gain, long-term pain is what it is. The whole ignorance is bliss thing. Did we ever get the conclusion on the Robert slave? What his deal was? I want to be here for these people. They need my love. You can't really be talking about this nonsense. Can't believe there's an audience for this. Totally, right? You know, there should be audience for Russell Brand and Joe Rogan and Nick Fuentes and Bill O'Reilly's No Spine Zone and, you know, MSLSD and all the rest of it, right? There should totally be an audience for all that, but not for whatever I'm blathering about. Yeah, I know. I get it. Projection, gaslight city. Do you ever show your face? Sometimes, if the audience is unlucky enough to have to be burdened with that experience. Some have said I'm a hideous Shrek-like albino creature and that I belong on radio where no one can see me, not even myself. Everyone's better off. Some have said that, okay? All right, I think the slaves are boring me, and it seems like there's a game that goes on here. I've become aware of a game at a certain point, or like it's almost like an art or a science, a dance, if you will, where it's like I put on Donnie, I hang back, slaves kind of file in, they get like comfortable, they start thinking this is a home for their cult, and they start nesting. They go into a nesting ritual, and then I pounce on them. Right, so we're essentially slave hunting here. It's like an advanced form of bird hunting where we put the little stick in the box up with the string on it, and we put like Donnie's panties diaper in there, like his diaper panties in the box, under the box, and then we try to bait a slave in there based on the smell and the look of it. Like, oh, are those the Donnie diaper panties that I smell? And they try to, like, you know, huddle in there to sniff them and see if they can, like, catch some kind of power and value energy off the diaper. And then we pull the string and box them. We box them in, and then we have our way with them for a time, right? And we let them go. Eventually, we let them go back to their slavish environment and their ways. But yeah, I mean, this is, you know, just one of the ways that I kind of entertain myself and others and get my rocks off. Do a little slave hunting. So let's get back. Let me bait the hook. Let me throw it out there. See if we can entice a few more slaves and box them in. Maybe we'll end around the 2-hour mark. We're having fun here, if nothing else. Okay. A big part of life is about having fun. You always have to remember about the silent majority. Don't forget about them. Just because a couple people say stuff rude and mean and hateful, it's because they're rude and made and hate. I don't care, sir. HRP Fayetteville, the silent majority. Why are you silent if you're a majority? Why are you silent if you're a minority? What are you saying? Can you explain this more to me? Why would I, doing what I do and how I am, give a fuck about the silent minority or majority? You're going to sit by and not say or do anything while others are dragged off or have to really walk the walk. You know, so, like, Ultimately, you're a silent minority or majority because you're too much of a fucking coward to speak up in your life and say what's on your mind or on your heart. We don't need more of that. And if you can explain to me how we do, I'm all ears. I don't think you're going to be able to get it done. The silent majority, you can argue, is the reason why a lot of this shit is happening. The silent majority, and we can bring it to the highest level, the most expanded, collectivized level, or to the lowest level. I've been at family dinner with an ex-girlfriend where daddy wasn't coming home. And instead of people addressing why daddy wasn't coming home, we were all lying to each other and ourselves about what was going on, right? The silent majority or minority is the problem. Because then when I want to speak up and go, hey, can we be honest with ourselves and each other about what's going on here and maybe talk about it and maybe resolve it? I became the asshole who ruined family dinner by bringing in the uncomfortable truth, right? To a bunch of cowards who want to live in a fantasy world, who want to live in delusion and denial, right? I know that walk very well on the panel verse, right? On these internets and just in life in general. Caring about truth and what's right will make you an enemy to the silent minority and majority. I've seen it way too many times. So again, I don't want to hear that. I don't give a fuck about you. I think you're cowards. I don't respect you. And you are the bane of my existence in every room. Quite frankly, you're what's made me in every room. See how that works? Wow, Paulie Boy just talked in circles. No, I'm capable of seeing the paradox present throughout all of existence. The duality, you might say. It's complementary. So I'm going to thank you now for being the bane of my existence in every room, because you allowed me in your own way, from the dark perspective, to become who and what I am and be able to speak my truth confidently, unapologetically in every venue, including this one. I learned whatever this is when people come here and say, wow, we want to be able to rap and talk like you and speak from the heart, speak confidently without a stutter step. How did you do that? Where did you learn that? Thanksgiving dinner, talking about daddy not coming home, talking about mama on the bottle and not able to love and care about a motherfucker. So they can't love and care about themselves. So they're broken and don't know who and what they are and where they're going to be next hour, let alone next year. See, the presence hit different when that's your reality, right? Reality hits different when that's your reality. So you start wanting to look for truth inside of yourself and carry that outside of yourself because you really want to know and do and be and have better, right? Because you realize that you and the world or your world has problems that need some kind of resolution or practice. Tell me all about the silent majorities and minorities in every room that I've ever been in. From the classroom to the family room to the courtroom to the church hall. Cowards, the lot of you. That's the bottom line of what that is. Well, hey, this person's nice, though. We have a nice person here. Well, greetings to you, nice person. There's a place down the hall where people purport to want to be a part of niceness, even though they're not that typically. That's not here. We experience that from time to time, right? All the things, peace, joy, ecstasy, euphoria. We can be nice here from time to time, but I wouldn't say that that is the primary descriptor, right? And I'm almost proud of that. If you were to ask people, give me a primary description, I could go back to an ex because it came across today a memory of someone who not as pleased with me nowadays, I'm sure, as they once were, but the way they described me at one of the events was intelligent, inspiring, and brutally honest. I could agree with that. And inspiring could double for off-putting as well. Just to be clear, we're being equitable here, right? So nice isn't even in the equation, right? And it needs to be that way. We like it that way, A lot of these nice people in life are too busy bullshitting themselves and you so much so that you get so deep into issues and problems you can't find your way back out because everybody was completely full of shit, too busy worried about being nice. See, again, I'm interested in folks who are going to be real with themselves and others. And oftentimes that shit is not nice. It's not nice to have to confront the fact that your life is run by thousands of policies and codes written by the island boys. Shit's not nice. It's real though. What about gay? Hey, listen. We're here, we're queer, get used to it, right? We're not down on any of that here. This is a free loving venue. Okay. Who we choose to love here. I'm just here to simp for Paul. Well, that's good. Thank you for that. Thank you for letting us in on that experience. Yeah. Who we love, how we love, and how we share that experience is of little to no concern to the, I would contend, to the nation when it comes to rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, right? It's very, very low down the list. You know? Yeah, I know it's a huge talking point for the conservatard magatards, who, if you listen to them, you would think that the trannies are running their own civil war or revolution here. You know, any day now they're going to overthrow and take over everything. They're going to take everybody's rights and freedom, these trannies, and all the rest of it. And it's like, no, it's just another convenient distraction and deflection. Let's not focus on the corporatists on both sides taking everybody's rights and property. It's the gays and the trannies, right? Right, totally. And the illegals, of course. Yeah. So yeah, I've started a movement essentially. It's the opposite of whatever MAGA is. I also started MASA, Make America Slaved Again. But yeah, I've started another a takeoff of MAGA. Make America gay and illegal again. So it's actually Magalai. And this is from what I understand also a Hawaiian creature that comes out of volcanoes every 250 years to destroy, corrupt, reprobate civilization. So it works. Magalai. Make America gay and illegal again. Okay? Because I've come to the conclusion that all we have to do is the opposite of whatever these people tell us we have to do on all sides. So like on the left side, they're like abortion. Well, then we're like, okay, we're not going to do that. And then the MAGA folks are like, we have to like attack or be upset or fearful of gay people and illegals. And I'm like, no, I think you're trying to trick me. I don't think gay illegals are the biggest problem. I think that's a deflection. And if you know what? I'm going to the next level here when it comes to service. If I have to fuck every gay illegal to prove that gay illegality is not the biggest threat to myself, to this country, to the world in general, then damn it, I'm going to do it. Okay? And I'm going to join Buttigieg and Joe Biden and every other freako case experiencer out there. Every other person who's involved in what we now call freako cases, like Diddy and others. That's a combination of freak and Rico. Look it up. It's a thing. You're a martyr, Paul. Exactly. When we need a hero. See, everyone knows. They know, but they don't know, right? Because I've let them in on it. I've revealed that I am, in fact, well, I haven't revealed directly that I am, in fact, but I've shown pictures and imagery alluding to the fact that I might be a Luciferian Mason who's been given an honorary position in the order. It's, of course, where I met Grand Klugel Cycloptic Master Donnie Chimp, who, of course, I was his running mate or campaign manager. 2022, I believe, when we ran him. I forget. I'm not good with time frame. We have people to keep track of these things. Right, I got off topic. There was a topic? Right, there wasn't. MAGA strong. Thank you so much for supporting Trump. Appreciate you. Right. So I don't know if you're doing a bit or if you think you're trolling me because you think I'm triggered. But sure, man, whatever you want it to be. Are you an occultist? Well, it could be argued that I'm more of a de-occultist, right? I'm bringing what I perceive to be hidden understanding and information, hidden in plain sight. It's not really hidden. It's just that most slaves are so fucking blind, right? In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So I'm the one-eyed man, king of unslavia, right? God of all media, as some have said, mostly me, but some also, others have said that. They've repeated it, and that makes it true, as we know, in collectivism, officially, technically. So, yeah, occultist to some, de-occultist to other. It really depends on who you ask in life, is what you're going to learn. You're going to find out. I'm a flasher of truth, right? From time to time, I come on here in a proverbial overcoat, and I open it up and I flash you with the truth, and then I scurry off. You do with that what you will. Maybe it's just my truth. You know, it isn't the biggest truth. It isn't the most powerful truth, but it's substantial truth, right? When I pull it out and I flash it, people take a second look. You know, they take a gander. We love Trump. Thanks for your support. That's the better way of putting it, sir. Thank you. Ma'am, sir. If you're going to do your projection, make it completely self-absorbed and selfish projection. It's got nothing to do with me. I don't know anything about MAGA. I know actually about being that and doing that. I don't know anything about pretending to support that and like waving a flag and putting a bumper sticker on your car and being an absolute fucking loser, failure, coward clown. Right? Like, oh, I know about that actually. Sorry, I lied right there. I got to watch myself. I know all about that. And because I know all about that, I'm trying to do and be a part of something different. But I totally support your coward clown movement that you guys are on and are part of, right? I was there as well, and I might still be there. And if I am still there, I want out. That's the best, most equitable way to put it, right? I don't want to get too caught up in my own pride and ego. So yeah, again, this is very simple. Make America great again. America's great because it's free. If you're a statist collectivist who pays to use your own property to the corporation you call the state, and you vote for a daddy, and they run your life with thousands of policies and codes, you're not only not great, you're embarrassing, and you're pathetic. So you should start that. Whatever movement is, I'm embarrassing and pathetic. AIPA. Not MAGA, AIPA. I'm embarrassing and pathetic. I'm really off with the abbreviations tonight. I'm putting them in the wrong places. Embarrassing, pathetic, slave, and then what else? Alliance. Embarrassing, pathetic, slave, alliance, EPSA. There we go. See? I got back on it. I redeemed myself. So no more MAGA movement, EPSA movement. That's the movement. Embarrassing, pathetic, slave, alliance. You guys aren't great. You're not involved in anything great. You don't support great people. I'm here with others who are doing the work on the ground. We are involved in something great. We don't have to be great to be involved in something great. And you fuck up slaves don't support it on any level. You don't promote what we do here. You don't tell our success stories here. You're not involved with it and co-creating it here, right? You won't chip in with us to be a part of getting land and creating community and doing the rest of it, right? And being involved in making America great and free and productive to some extent, right? Whatever extent we get it done. You're not involved with, you don't support any of that. You're not living any of that. You give millions and billions to Charlie Kirk and others so they can hand half of it to the state of Israel and Ukraine and others to do real or fake wars. I mean, either or, right? To push agendas and propaganda. Many will come in my name, right? Doesn't it scripturally say that? Doesn't it show that? Isn't that another dynamic? Many will come in my name proclaiming who and what I am and what I do as their own, and they're none of that. And the same people will point at me and project onto me that I'm an evil devil and a wicked sovereign citizen. And I'm trying to overthrow the rule of law because they think statism and corporatism is law. That's how indoctrinated they are. See, nothing has changed. Go back 2,000 years, exactly the same spirit, exactly the same type of person on the other side, doing exactly same, if not similar things on both sides, with the same inspiration on both sides and the same excuses and justifications. And again, the excuses and justifications come from one side because the other side doesn't need an excuse. The truth, life, and way can't be excused. There's no excuse that takes you away from it. And you can't, there's no need to justify because justify would try to make a right out of a wrong, right? Truth, life, and way is what's right and necessary for us individually and collectively. The dignity of the human individual and the recognition and respect of the I am presence within has to be displayed and received, right? Just that easy. What did Albert Pike say? Where's my Albert Pike? There he is. Uncle Albie. What did Uncle Albie say when he wrote the Morals and Dogma and the Three World Wars prophecy that is playing out as we speak? 200 years ago, he said this is what's going to happen, and it's played out exactly the way he and others have described it. It's still playing out. It's yet to come to fruition. Whenever the people need a hero, we shall supply him. You fucking morons are so out of it that Truth, Life, and Way can show up and talk for 6 hours in your face. You won't even know who or what it is and not get the sense of it. You'll turn right back around and write a check to MAGA, Turning Point USA, and all the rest of them, and support your own slavery, statism, and genocide. And claim that it's patriotic and heroic while calling me and others sovereign citizens. That's how you know your slavery indoctrination is complete. You're literally calling up, down, and down, up. Let's bait him. Box him in. Put the bait out.
You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because
That's
the New York
you.
Times said, oh,
That's
Trump
all
won't
of
win
you.
the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
That's all of you.
Your messaging on the war has moved from
See, that's the thing. He will tell you the truth. You just have to apply it to everybody, and then we're winning. Now we're there. So that's right. You have no credibility. You're fake. The greatest lie is the one closest to truth, and you all constantly are in the business of telling pieces of the truth and then leaving out the rest.
the war is coming to an end. The war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages, and we've heard a range of those
Peace
kind of
talk.
messages.
Another.
So are you? So
Peace
which
deal.
is it? Are you winding
Peace
this
fire.
down,
Can't tell you.
or are you escalating?
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't know.
Tell.
I can't tell. Depends what they
No
do.
one knows.
This is a critical period.
We won already.
They have
though.
a period.
It says we won
of,
already
well,
weeks ago.
till tomorrow at 8
We're
o'clock.
continuing, but we won.
I gave them an extension. They asked for an
Peace
extension
deal,
of
but no
7 days,
ceasefire.
right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person.
How long until they blow something up and with a
they have till
nuclear weapon
tomorrow.
like they did on
And we'll see
9/11?
what happens.
The fucking forensic scientists said they studied the rubble at 9/11 and found nuclear isotopes in the rubble, which can only be found when nuclear fusion or fission occurs. Who wants to bet? And it's not like it'll ever be confirmed in the mainstream. And that's how you gaslight a whole nation and multiple generations, is you never actually come out and admit it, or you admit it in private publications and the slaves just ignore it. So like, how long till we peace deal, non-ceasefire? Oh my God, they're going to get us. We can't nuke till they set off a micro nuke and claim that Korea gave it to them in the middle of some city somewhere. Is that where this is going? Maybe, possibly. Who knows? I guess we'll find out.
I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some
They're bad
incredible countries that want this to be end it because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages.
Okay, so this creature needs to call in. We baited another one in. See, it's just that easy. And there goes their projection. Good evening, Democrat, Trump-hating people. What's the latest bet? It's California. Well, your bet's wrong. You're wrong on multiple levels. That's a common theme with you all on both sides. We're not Democrats here. We're not Trump haters. I love Trump. He's the biggest puppeteer clown ever. He's part of one of the biggest mockery humiliation rituals ever, including COVID-19 and the 15 shots from Billy Gates and Fauci. I think you clowns on both sides are absolutely reprehensible, duped out, pimped and hoed. And we love coming on here and covering what you do and mocking you because your masters love just endless lifelong mockery humiliation rituals, right? So we're joining in on that. We have our own daily, weekly celebrations and holy days where we mock the infidels and slaves and we point out what they're doing again and point out how it's looping, and then we box you slaves in, we bait you in and get you to project onto us so we can reveal who and what you are and how you're mind controlled on all sides, right? So that's what we're doing here, just to fill you in, get you up to date. But we appreciate it, right? I knew when I boxed you in and tried to bait you in with the Donnie bait, his diaper, that you would immediately project anybody who doesn't suck Donnie's toes as a Democrat, when I'm actually more Republican, in quotes, and conservative, the way you understand it. I'm more of all that than any of you. That's what makes this so hilariously ironic. I'm literally a type of person with the spirit that I have and what I do with the courts and on the ground who would be side by side with founding fathers, in quotes, of that day, absent the slavery thing, right? Because that's a whole contentious issue. And you could argue myself and others who do this are modern day founding daddies. We are the truest examples of American fundamentalism, what you call republicanism or conservatism, right? We are actually that, under God with God-given rights, upholding the rule of law, okay? And pushing rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith with peaceful disobedience to those who want to interfere with our property and rights, okay? So you got it completely backwards, but that's why we're here to help, okay? We're like the government. We're here to help. And if we can't help, we're going to mock. See, we're very much like your government here. We're here to help. And that's in quotes on their side, right? We can actually help you here with Truth, Life, and Way. If you can't or don't want that help, we're going to mock you just like your government does. You know, like when Donnie goes down to the hurricane places and throws paper towels at the slaves. And the slaves like clap and they say he's a hero and they giggle and laugh and go off to fuck a hooker, maybe eat a child. Who knows? You know, depending on who or what you believe in those files, non-files that don't exist.
CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist.
Okay, let's help out Arthur because he's confused. See, we baited him in again. We got them. You can see them all showing up. Arthur putting up some kind of flag, I guess. He's part of one of those GPT communities, I think. So he's now scrolling. We're going to help him out soon if he can't control himself, because that's what this is all about. Themes about self-governance, right? So this is, again, another interesting, ironic idea. You're not for God-given rights and freedom or self-governance, so you should be leaving. All of you status cultists on the left and on the right who want guys in suits and agencies to spy on you, track you, trace you, run your life with thousands of policies and codes, and ask you or tell you you're going to pay them tribute to use your own property. If not, they're going to come take it, right? You love being in an open-air prison and being pimped and hoed and being somebody's bitch, right? So I'm not into it, and I'm on the right side of history, so actually you all should be leaving. You know, some would say in past history, or you should all be lined up and dealt with because you're all treasonous, traitorous cowards who are subverting the law of the land here. You're interfering with everybody's rights and property by what you're supporting, which is a corporate overthrow takeover on this land and the law of this land, using legalism and corporatism, statutes, policies, and codes, many of which, as I said, that interfere with people's rights and properties. It's completely un-American. It's devilish and wicked, and it is anti-human. There's only so many different ways I could see it. So again, you're deceived, you're deluded, you're duped, you're disempowered, and you're deflecting, right? And you're projecting onto me. What's this? Hold on a second. I'm told right now we have actual coverage. We have an actual simulation coverage of what it looks like when governance, the corporation we call government, interacts with a citizen on both sides, left wing or right wing. Let's go to that footage.
Drop them draws, nigga. That's how they come at you. You be like, hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. Nigga, I ain't seen you in 13 years, nigga. Talking about hold up, bro. Nigga, I been there, nigga, my nuts is hot, nigga. Hey, look, man. Next thing you know, y'all fight. And if you lose, he's gonna get up in you. And it don't matter what you do later, he had you. You got his baby up in your butt, man.
You got their babies up in your butt, man. I don't think that's, I don't know. Maybe that's the part of new normal or something, but I don't know. I don't know if that's good or not, is what I'm saying. I'm questioning. I'm just asking questions. When you're part of the left wing, right wing, statist, cucked out cult of legalism, policy, statute, and code, where the island boys run your life and you have to pay them to use your own property, right? And beg them for license and registration to use all your own property. Next thing you know, you got a baby up in your butt. That's all I'm saying. Trying to bring awareness to this idea.
Somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them.
All right, let's bait some more slaves in.
A water mine. Drop them in the water.
Yeah.
And now you tell people
you don't
that
like
own
the
chips that
country,
cost $1 billion to don't worry
no
about the mine.
Actual
You can do that
activist or
even just
person
by
who
saying
changed
we put
anything
mines in
ever,
the
right?
water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, man. But they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure.
It's the average slave who comes in here to project onto me,
there
right?
might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none.
In their butt.
Because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate.
Free us, save us.
I said to Steve, what did they say?
Daddy, we're going to pay you to use our own land and our property. Are you going to come take it? Daddy.
So we're communicating like they used to communicate.
Daddy, can we take our car on the road and drive to work so we can pay you 40% of what we make to keep us safe because we're pimped out hoes?
All I want to see is I want to have a safe world. And you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been there first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast.
Sir, what world are we in? Is everyone still processing, or did they never process at all what happened 5 years in a row? Were you all there? You guys are talking about Israeli genocide when pretty much everyone you know has like 15 shots running through their veins from Uncle Billy and Uncle Tony Fauci, right? Like, hello? We talked about this, right? I'm doing the Ace Rothstein in Casino. I talked to you guys about this, right? We talked about this. The whole worldwide genocide, lockdown, shut you out of business, destroy whole nations' economies, and then push like half a dozen shots or more on everybody if you're fucking dumb enough to sacrifice yourself to Molech and Mammon. Or you argue about who's going to lead the New World Order and its genocide campaign. We were all there for that, right? You guys were there for that? Okay. Just wondering. I'm oftentimes feeling like that didn't happen, or I think everyone went into some survival mode, like a wife who gets beaten regularly and she just kind of checks out and then doesn't remember the beatings because it's just like, it just went on so regularly for so long that you just got used to it, and then it became love. Like Donnie was just loving us for 5 years with the lockdowns and the shots and the $800 buy off, right? Stimulus, which I, by the way, didn't take, even though I was completely eligible for that and more. Didn't take any of it. Wouldn't take any of it.
And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry.
No, John. John Smith is confused. No, John. I'm not saying that I took 15 COVID shots. I was one of the few who saw a decade ahead of time where this was all going and was forecasting it. And when the time came, I, went with my instincts and intuition about government doing slavery and genocide. But I'm saying, John, is that not you or everyone around you? The one shot club, right? How many folks I meet on the magatard side who give me the whole, I only got one shot, right? As if that was an intelligence test within itself, right? So no, John, I've never voted one time for anybody because I'm not a duped out slave who just does what everyone else does and has no reason why I do it, right? So if I never voted, and I don't believe in paying slave tax to be ruled over, then of course I'm not going to be getting random shots because the TV told me to, even though I haven't watched it in 15 years. The war is over, boys. We have another tard who's coming in here who's now projecting whatever his cultists are telling him lately. They love to play the fool. They're not only willing to play the fool, they love it. You just said it happened. I'm confused. Are you making things up? No, you're trying to gaslight me. Because we were all here for 5 years. We saw 85% of people around us get at least one shot. And I think there's like 15 of them at this point. And it really doesn't matter because it all amounts to the same idea, right? That we're supposed to be arguing over Iran and Israel left and right, white and black, and all the rest of this crap, illegals and gays, when they just pulled off a 5-year medical tyranny scam, lockdown worldwide, and once again nobody's going to get prosecuted, nobody's going to go to jail. Your daddy ran it and Joey B ran it, and they all ran it together, right? Because we had an invisible enemy that we had to take everybody's rights, property, and freedom for to keep everyone safe while taking shots for safety. Okay, so John and others want to gaslight me and others that we didn't have that experience, that it didn't happen, that it's not should be concerning on some level, the levels of bad faith, dishonor, corruption, right? Criminalizing everybody for just breathing and being, presuming everybody to be guilty until proving themselves innocent. I guess you weren't there, John and others in the cities and the towns where every day was essentially a mini battle of sorts for your rights and property and freedom. You didn't see that. You weren't there for that, right? Or it was just temporary. We're back to new normal. It's never going to happen again. And it was a one-off fluke. Said no conscious, aware, intuitive person ever, right?
Unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable. Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice,
Here's the average NPC slave that thinks that they're intelligent because they're institutionalized. When you say you know about something, it means you read a paper some other guy wrote. Most of you slaves don't know about shit because you have no direct experience being an authentic version of yourself in an authentic reality where you observe yourself in reality truthfully and then create hypothesis and then confirm that, which is called the scientific method. You know indoctrination, you know doctrine, whether it's the religious folks, the scientism folks, the politicos. That's all you know is doctrine and citing somebody else's beliefs and findings. You don't know shit actually, and you can't explain anything in your own understanding and experience actually. You're just going to repeat and vomit out somebody else's words and beliefs and what you've been told, right? So I'm not trying to sound smart. I'm willing to admit I don't need to know barely anything about vaccines and vaccination to know I'm not taking anything into my bloodstream that Billy Gates and Anthony Fauci say that I should. I don't need to know anything about vaccines and vaccinations to tell you these are creepy, odd-looking, devilish-looking, snickering, dweeby, we won't talk about the pedo cult, right? But Epstein Island goers, right? The island boys is now it's all coming out on all of them, right? I don't need to know anything about the science behind why I'm not going to take creepy billionaires who are snickering while they're like salivating for power and control, why I'm not going to take their shots into my body and why I don't believe them. The fact that should even be open for discussion and it should have to be discussed, the science behind it, proves who and what you are, right? Proves how gullible, manipulatable, and suggestible you are, and institutionalized. That it would even be open for discussion, especially with everything we know about Tuskegee and all the other experiments. That Operation Starfish just came out the last couple months, declassified again. The government admitting they were putting poisonous chemicals in people's food and water and not even telling them about it and then documenting the results. They declassified all those documents, knowing that they themselves have admitted over and over again that they've experimented on the population over and over again with or without their consent, oftentimes to disastrous results. I don't need to know the technicalities behind why I'm not taking or accepting anything they're putting out. I don't need to. You know why? Because we live in a magical, miraculous realm where God/nature has provided us everything we need to live in peace and harmony and resolution. Whether that be mentally, emotionally, metaphysically, spiritually, biologically, it's all right there. Oddly enough, this is going to throw a lot of you indoctrinated cultists off. Oddly enough, thousands of years of civilization and humanity does not rest on the shoulders of guys like Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates, okay? Nor does it rest on the shoulders of guys like Donnie Trump. Are you kidding? These people are literally going to go down into the books as the ruination of any prosperous, good, or great civilization or society. All of these corporatist, legalist, swine scum pigs and their whole defunct, corrupt system, okay? So please understand and know exactly where you're at. This isn't your average left-wing, right-wing collectivist slave hole of indoctrination, right? We're free-thinking, empowered, inspired, inspiring people over here. We don't do what anybody predominantly says or tells us to do.
Because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And We don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and just so you understand, the people,
kind of like Albert Pike predicting all 3 world wars, including the Second World War, where elements of the U.S. corporation funded Hitler's Nazis and the German occupation. And then when they realized it was going to be a failed endeavor, it's probably like most things built to fail, the bridge to nowhere, right? We understand all that. They came in to try to fight a enemy of their own making. That's all documented. It's all mainstream history. That's not conspiracy theory. Whenever you're ready for that, all you slaves, right? So this is a thing that these people do, whatever's behind them. It's anyone's best guess. I mean, they themselves say it's Lucifer, right? Albert Pike and the heads of Freemasonry and these religions say it's Lucifer. But this is regularly what it does. It commissions folks or funds groups to attack themselves so they can play the victim and then go to taking over other nations and claiming they're going to get them right and get them safe, right? It's very simple idea, happens to work. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
People of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela.
You know what the great part about those, I forgot the main part. You know what the great part about those color of law sort of fake wars where actual people die, right? Where they're funded on both sides, is you get to call every like 10, 20, 50 years, all the slaves who either are fighting for both sides, right? You get to kill them off because they're a threat potentially if they ever get wise. And then you get to call off all the other slaves you would want to be slaves who've broken out, right? Like all the artists, musicians, philosophers, all the folks who are creating content, right? Or bringing presentments that potentially mock a regime, right? Or question illegitimate authorities. In the fog of war, you get to like round them all up and do various torture campaigns on them, or like medical experiments, or maybe just fucking put a bullet in their head, right? And then they'll say, well, Paulie, that's over. No, that's exactly what goes on in these various points in history. Is whoever, whatever this is, starts these wars and gets these nations into conflict and then goes about on each nation rounding people up. See, this is the thing they all have in common, whether they're all working together or not. They're working together because the spirit behind it is all same. This is what makes it so fascinating and synchronistic. See, if China and America or United States Corporation get into a war tomorrow, they're going to ramp up spying, tracking, and tracing on their own citizens. And they're going to drag people off for enhanced interrogation and potentially other things if they have a belief that potentially maybe so-and-so is an XYZ fill in the blank, right? See, with those heightened states of being, when you take everybody to war, we get to broadly expand the definition of what an infidel, a terrorist is, a subverter, a dissident, right? And then we get to like teach all the people who want rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and to choose their own path a little lesson about domestic and global governance and how that all works.
Higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with
this, all about it. Who's shooting U.S. citizens under the presumption that they're illegals, by the way. That's already going on right now.
I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now. The people that are running.
There's the projection. Thank you, Todd Miller. You just proved it again.
With Iraq.
Proved me right. Thank you.
They fired the generals. They fired the police. They fired the people that worked in there.
I could set my watch to you folks. You're so predictable.
Everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together. The police got together. They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in. We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The general,
we campaigned on ending endless wars. We started 3 to 5 more of them.
I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different. They were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case.
Look,
and planes.
Look at the folks
off.
in there. Look at the folks in the chat. Look at the black house slave. Let me go to the black house slave. I just seen him. He had to make sure he puts his color symbol up too with the black hand. Thank you, black house slave of the modern day plantation. So many of your brothers, because you want to identify with color, right? You call yourself blacks for Trump. Well, great. You can throw that black fist in the air knowing good well that your buddy Trump and all these conservatards, by the way, the leftists support all this as well to some extent, because they're all involved to some degree in the statism, in the fascism, in the collectivism, in the socialism, in the Marxism. They're all involved. And I've explained it earlier in this broadcast. I've explained it many times before. If you'd like me to loop it again, I can. But again, this nation has been ensconced by a legalist system that now uses private prisons to lock people up, many of which are kept there or sent there who've not caused any loss, injury, and harm to any other person, right? So technically, they've not committed a crime, okay? Another war on the people for various reasons. We always have to have a war on the people to keep everybody safe. So many of your brethren, your black brothers, are languishing in prison, private prisons, for months or years at a time, who've not caused any loss, injury, and harm to their fellow man. Therefore, they've not committed a crime, right? And of course, these corporations and groups make money off of those private prisons, imprisoning so many folks based on thousands of statutes, policies, and codes, some of which make natural rights an actual crime. So if you try to travel freely without license, registration, insurance, tax, and all the rest of it, they're going to take your property and take you to a box. If you try to carry a gun to defend yourself, a right to bear arms, they're going to take you and your property, steal your property, and take you to a box and try to criminalize you, okay? So you can hold your black hand up and talk about black for Trump. It's perfect. You're a black house slave on a modern day plantation where you're cheering for a statist overthrow of American fundamentalism using statute, policy, and code, where even natural rights are criminalized. Rights that are codified in the Constitution that are supposed to be protected have now been criminalized state by state, and the federal government has not stepped in to bring checks and balances. As a matter of fact, they're furthering it. Donnie officially once said he's for taking the guns and going to court after. So he's basically saying he's for a violation of due process, right? Thank you, Donnie Trump and the Republicans, for admitting out loud you don't care about due process, nor do you care about anybody's God-given rights, because your God and your policies and codes are law, and you're going to interfere with our property and rights, enforcing your policies and codes. And this black house slave is going to raise his fist up, and he's going to promote it and suck boot for it, and he's going to give 40% of what he makes at his job every year to pay for it. So we can have armed agents who are masked up, not even telling anybody who and what they are, running around town, shooting people or taking people off without warrants. Another violation of due process. Shooting citizens, by the way, presuming them to be illegals. Okay? So we're in a modern day Holocaust, Cold War, Civil War overthrow of socialism, Marxism, and fascism, where the average slave can't even own private property, and you're worried about the illegals and the gays. And you're cheering for the modern day slavery and genocide and plantation to continue. And you're ignoring all the signs that your dear Donnie, who was supposed to be an anti-politician maverick, has been a duped out puppet for the central bankers this whole fucking time. Who could have imagined it? It's not like I didn't call it out years before it happened and while it was happening, right? Because we're like 8 out of 10 here, see? While you folks are regularly wrong, you don't know what's going on, you mistake what's going to happen, right? You can't foreshadow worth a damn. We're 8 out of 10 here at least. We've called it all 8 out of 10 times, and that's on a conservative side. You could argue we're batting 1,000 over here, depending on how stringent you are with the standard of analysis. So you slaves are wrong again. The endless wars aren't going away. Hillary's not going to prison. Your daddy did lockdown and pushed vaccines of corrupt non-officials who've been doing scams with Microsoft and all the rest of it for the longest time. Continues to push the idea of income tax to fund armed masked agents going around asking people for papers, please. That was literally the cornerstone of Nazism. Papers, please, for safety. If not, we're going to take you to Guantanamo or some other concentration camp for enhanced interrogation. We're not going to do it with a warrant, and we're not going to do it with a court order even, because we're above and beyond even the rule of law with our corporatism and legalism, because Donnie says so. You don't even understand this is exactly what happens before you have an extreme purging event and an event that's going to alter this civilization. This is all of the signs and symbols. I can bring up the 14 signs of fascism and a fascistic empire and what it looks and sounds like from the top to the bottom. And I can tell you we're 14 out of 14. And this isn't the ravings of a leftist liberal who has some agenda to put across, right? To get you to vote for this side or that side. I'm saying they're all involved in it. I'm saying they're all playing their part, whether they know it or not. Because again, when we step back from this individually and politically, this is principalities in high places, as the scripture talks about. This is a state of mind or a state of beingness that culture and society degenerates into. The collective starts to get into, right? All the individuals who think they have their own mind and their own heart and they're making their own choices. They're following the person in front of them. The person in front of them is blind and being misled by misleaders who only have an interest in an agenda in taking your soul. If you really want to boil it all down, that's all this has ever been. That's all it ever will be. And that's literally all of what they make all of pop culture movies about for a reason. But feel free to continue to deny it and call me the one in denial who's delusional. The conspiracy theorist, sovereign citizen who just doesn't understand how life works the way the rest of you do, right? And again, feel free to call in. We're doing an extended but impromptu broadcast here tonight. I wasn't planning on it. We're over 2.5 hours in. 602-730-0122. Questions, comments, concerns. And you can let me know where I got it wrong, right? Explain to me where I got it wrong on the financial system, this which was never supposed to be a legal tender system. It's supposed to be gold and silver. That's been corrupted. Tell me where I got it wrong on the centralized military. It was supposed to be a well-regulated militia. Your founders told you never have centralized militaries and police. Tell me where I got that wrong. You're never supposed to vote for a master to use policy and code to overthrow your rights and property. Tell me where I got that wrong. And tell me where I got it wrong that we're supposed to be creating this corporation to go around the world and enforce not only our policy and code on the people, if not, we're going to put them in private prisons, but the rest of the world, of course, for profit, right? Tell me where I got that wrong. And all the rest, we can go right down the line. You can tell me all about how you know all about it, and I'm just a conspiratard who's got my head up my own ass. And you know what? I might sound a lot like a liberal if you're a magatard conservatard, right? And if you're a lefty liberal who likes to cut your children's genitals off, I might sound like a magatard, right? Depending on how mind and heart controlled and how indoctrinated you are is going to change who and what I am to you and what I sound like. That's a fun game. Let's get back to it. You know, we got to bait some more. Today we're baiting magatards. When the dynamic flips and the left winger libtards get to run the citizen slave ship that I like to call the Amistad, right? When they run the citizen slave ship, we'll be baiting lefty libtards in here to potentially awaken them and or mock them for our own amusement and entertainment. It's a dual role here, at least.
Often at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian, and they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button. Nothing happened. They pressed it again and again. Nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any. He used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles. And it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, Get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had
Okay, so someone in chat, you belong here because you're actually logical and you're able to make sense, and you even care about what words mean. You don't just project the meanings of words based on your own feelers, right? Which a lot of these left wingers and right wingers love to do. The NPC slave in general is averse to facts and logic. They love to project their feelers as facts. So, what's the person's name down there? I Top Terra, right? So they turned it into a slur because low IQ. He's speaking of the term liberal, right? You're really like, wow, you're going to blow the folks away down there. Because we could go that route. Like I could go any of these roads you guys are going to take. And sometimes I do and have. But yeah, I mean, good luck trying to convince to an NPC on either side that liberal, literally the root word in Latin, which gives way to the Latino languages, means something along the lines of freedom. It's like the idea of liberty, right? You know, so liberal, liberty. The root word in the word is the root word, which essentially means freedom. That is American fundamentalism, is liberalism. The willingness to be dangerously free and have like almost no, if any, governance, and governance only steps in when there's loss, injury, harm, or a direct threat to the public. That is legalistic quote, word for word. I happen to know because I'm involved in the court system. And I know both sides of the game because there is dual jurisdiction, right? There's a legal society and a law society for a reason, because legal is not lawful and vice versa. They're similar, they're not the same, right? So absolutely, these are very shallow people who have no depth of personality or character or understanding of what words mean. So they literally project that liberty and liberal is a bad and negative thing while they're completely slaved out and indoctrinated, right? What makes you a true Republican and conservative when it comes to the foundations of that is the idea of liberalism in a world at the time where the state and the monarchy and the king and the religionists made all the rules, statute, policies, and codes for you and called it law, right? These folks who said, no, we're for rugged individualism where we chart our own path. We're only, the just powers of the governed are just because of the consent of the governed. Hello, the first line, Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence. The whole thing that gives this energy to move is the consent of the governed. So we literally are saying, we'll give you a limited power for these things with our consent. The moment you don't do that, we revoke our consent and you can't govern us legitimately. That's a liberal. But see, once again, through history and through culturalism and political projections and propaganda, folks have completely lost the plot, as they say across the pond, when it comes to the meaning and purpose, the form and the function, how it all fits together. Get back to Donnie. Let's bait in some more magatard slaves. This is going well. About 2 hours in, we hit our goal, and we slightly tiptoed into the algorithm. We baited a few dozen magatard slaves, and we had our way with them. And they're going to go off and ruminate on that, I suspect. We're freeing slaves one by one here. Okay, it's tireless and thankless work, but somebody's got to do it.
like 200 people. So.
Like, share, subscribe, people.
Military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial.
Stephen, you're welcome to call in, sir. I can't have a conversation if it's one-sided. Conversation requires 2 willing legitimate, valid, verified participants. Okay, so you're saying I'm denigrating if I didn't do the mockery humiliation ritual by pointing out the obvious and speaking it in a somewhat entertaining, sensationalized way. There wouldn't be a point in doing the broadcast. We just sit here in silence and be in harmony with the all that is, right? So Stephen and others, once again, special invitation. If you want to have a back and forth in a conversation, there's a number down there. If not, I'm going to do my presentment and do my loops and my raps and my bits, and do them either on the fly or from my subconscious mind. Because I think I'm saying something on the fly, and it turns out I've said it so many times before in so many different ways. Such is life, right? And the subjective experience. There's only so many things I could talk about in only so many different ways, because those things make up what you or who you know me as, right? And what I do.
aside from the
Conversations
drugs,
are available.
Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people
got his
from jails
baby up in
into
your
our
butt,
country.
man.
Drug dealers, murderers.
That ain't good.
The worst people in
Or
the
is
world
it?
were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know, and we had a border czar who never went to the border.
Czar. When do we get
And never
czars
once
on
called our
America?
great border patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the border patrol. She never said, how we doing? I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them.
I don't know what you can
Brandon,
ask me. I mean,
all the time. How we doing? How we doing?
you're doing
And we
great,
now,
Don.
I'm proud
Keep it
to
up.
say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for?
Hold on a second. I'm getting an upload here in my ear. I'm getting an update, rather, about an upload. I'm being told. Yes. Go ahead. All right. I'm being told we have live footage right now. We've caught a glimpse on our underwater cameras of the average citizen slave whale. Let's go on over to that. This is breaking news. Chip, I don't think that we've seen this in a long time, if ever. Here we see the average citizen slave whale guzzling the semen of its master, known as the political whale. The average citizen slave whale guzzles up to 10,000 gallons of its political master whale's semen yearly. It's believed that doing so makes the slave whale feel safe and cared for. How glorious. Yes, glorious indeed. I don't know if I would say that makes me feel safe and cared for, but it's doing something to me. I'll say that. And we're going to continue to listen to Donnie while I figure out exactly what it's doing.
Passage through the strait.
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right?
Right, yes,
shouldn't
that
we?
is
We're
the
the
average
winner.
citizen slave.
We won.
On the MAGA side as well.
Militarily defeated.
Guzzling
The
political
only thing
whale
they have
semen.
is the psychology of, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait,
What is this?
or vote?
Isn't
We
he
have
on
to have
28
the,
deadlines so
that's
far? I think the count is.
acceptable to me.
He's given 28
And part of
deadlines.
the deal is going to be
Powerful
we want
Donnie.
free traffic of oil and everything else.
Thank you very much. You've said
Whoa,
glory be
Mozzie's
to
getting
God
excited
in this
down there for
conflict.
Donnie.
Do you believe that God supports the United States actions in
Settle
the
down there,
And
fella.
God is
You
good.
got his baby up in your
God is
butt,
good,
man.
and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says I don't enjoy this. I don't
Okay, this is a perfect time because who really gives a fuck about Donnie when we have the real clip here, which is over 12 years ago. This is a favorite of ours. If you've been here for a while, if you're new, you're going to need and want to see this. Trust me, hang with it. It's less than 2 minutes. Yeah, for you MAGA women out there, I'm sure that you've held out for 2 or 3 minutes on other activities. It's a family broadcast, but I'm just saying not a lot of orgasms going on with a lot of these conservatards, I'm guessing. Okay, sorry, I got off track. Clausen, right. Clausen stood up, Israeli lobbyist, over 12 years ago and told a whole room of folks who were snickering and laughing how maybe we should just start blowing shit up and blaming it Iran because we really want to get to war with them. And I'm going to play this clip. And then, the best part is, I know that a lot of you ADHD slaves are going to check right out like 5 seconds in. You're not even going to be able to hear what he's saying. It's going to sound like one of those Charlie Brown videos, like wah, 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 wah. Try to focus on what he's saying, because he's going to reveal in this, and he's going to say some folks have said, but that's his way of revealing without revealing, that all, if not most, wars are actually organized and they're allowed to happen, if not made to happen. Now, again, you can look this up. MSLSD, Fox Noise, and other mainstream bullshitters, publications, all reported on this. This isn't a hoax. This isn't AI. This is confirmed and been reported on. So again, Clausen, Israeli lobbyist, stands up over 12 years ago, says we all know we want to get to war with Iran. Let's blow some shit up and blame it on people. We all know that all these other presidents blew shit up and blamed it on people to get to war, or they knew stuff was going to be blown up and they didn't stop it. We've seen that little ditty before, that little trick, right? Shout out to the feds, FBI and CIA investigating school shooters and everybody for weeks and months ahead of time, knowing they're literally supposedly saying they're going to go shoot some shit up, following them to go shoot shit up, and then not even doing anything about it as it's happening. And some folks are still trying to figure out what that's all about. And I hate to break the news to you on what that most likely is, but yeah, let's just say maybe some folks aren't too happy about a lot of folks having guns, and the best way to get the guns is to hire some folks to shoot some shit up, blow some shit up, blame it on people and certain idealists, and then use it as a pretext to write up some more codes and policies to take everybody's property and rights. It sounds silly, sounds crazy, happens to work. It's already been done all across this nation, especially from where I hail from, New York. You can't buy a gun. You can't even look at a gun there without being criminalized. So I digress. Clausen, world wars, all staged to do expansionism. He admits it. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We have so many of these. It's insane.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. It's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Right. So that's essentially an outright confession of all the other previous wars and the desire to go to war and the willingness to potentially sink a submarine, right? One day a submarine goes down, maybe it doesn't come up. Who would know what happens? We are in the game of covert means, right? And remember, JFK gave the same speech, the similar speech, right before they blew his head off and blamed some retarded guy, while this guy claims that's me, right? This is the ironic comedic projection that goes on in life. This broadcast has saved so many lives of people who would have normally been gaslit. Intelligent, awake, aware, conscious, empowered, inspiring, entertaining people who know themselves, at least on some level, or want to know themselves and be authentic. This broadcast has saved so many of those people from being gaslit by the average retarded NPC projecting that others are retarded, right? So that is not me. If it is me, you're really in trouble, right? That is the ironic comedic projection. That is, in fact, you, sir. That is you. Right. We're this broadcast, this who and what I am, Paul Enslaved, and this broadcast that extends off of me is a response to the retardation that we are presenting here today and many other days that you call culture and society and civilization, right? So if I am that, it's because I'm a product of such, right? In which case, that's the human condition and we're all involved in it. So I'll go back to my original statement. If I'm the retard in this equation, what does that make you? You're in big trouble, boy. I'll leave it at that. Let's get back to Donnie. We got to bait in a few more conservatards and magatards. And like, share, subscribe, because I'm at times tiptoeing in the algo. They don't like that. They don't like what I have to say. And a lot of the magatards and the libtards too. But recently, over the last few years, it's been magatards because we're focusing on their cult leader. They've been thumbs downing me and like reporting me and shit like that. So then I get like shadow banned on Facebook and everywhere else, and they don't push me or give notifications. So you guys are the like the thin brown line. I see Rob Cleveland is down there, so I'm going to go ahead and say the other guy here before is a black house slave. Rob Cleveland is, of course, our dark knight of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. And we are the brown line here, that the thin brown line that separates the bullshit that is statism, fascism, corporatism, and collectivism, socialism, Marxism, and the real people, right? Truth, life, and way, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. So salute to you folks, the thin brown line. I need you folks to immediately eradicate bullshit all places at all times to the best of your ability. It's going to be tough. Some might say an impossible mission, but we are here potentially to attempt the impossible. And one of the ways you're going to do that is liking, sharing, subscribing, and restreaming to counterbalance the shadow banning and the rigging that all these people do. Nobody knows more about rigging than I do. Okay. Left wing, right wing, they're all rigging me. So this is a rigged platform. These are not nice people. These people are not nice. So you have to counter that, okay? Because nobody knows more about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and slavery and genocide than we do here. And this word, this understanding, not only needs to get out, it's already out of the bag, really. But I don't want you guys to slack. So like, do the like, share, subscribe, restream. But also we know that the cat's already out of the bag. The information is circulating. We're already in the water supply. That means we're in the bloodstream. It's only a matter of time before we have a conversion from the inside out. It's already happening. JD Vance and others have already said our biggest goal over the next decade is how to become sovereign citizens, okay? What was once a pejorative term that they used to demean and devalue has now become their highest goal. What is the cliche? First they mock you, then they fight you, then you win. And that's exactly what's gone on here so far and will continue to go on. Back to Donnie. Get that box and that string out there. Bait it up.
These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, "Oh boy, they're so tough." I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, "You deserve."
Shout out to the guy in chat who just called me an idiot, who doesn't know the difference between YOUR and YOURE. You are the reason we do this broadcast, and you just won. What's that award do we give out here today? This is the Sade Award, sir, because that is in fact you. You are our idiot of the moment, not even of the day of the moment. There's so many of them.
President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives.
It's YOURE for the future.
Happier than what we're doing right now.
Literate slave.
That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
Said he ended 8 wars. Okay. I missed that. See, I was too busy. See, listen, slaves. Let me get in on you. All right. You need to look at this caricature of me. It's not even me. It's a caricature of me. That's P.T. Burnham right there. You need to look at me. I am your broadcast host now. I am your influencer now. Okay. I need you slaves to pipe down. You please keep it to very minimum projections and dysfunctions when reviewing Donnie, okay? Because you made me miss the part where Donnie claimed that he ended 8 wars that he started, which is fucking next level comedy gold, mockery, humiliation rituals, and I need more of that. Literally, I don't even wake up in the morning anymore for anything other than mockery, humiliation rituals. They got me in this place. Indirectly, they fucking got me. Really, I wouldn't even know. I'm over here, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. I wouldn't even know what would happen if that all took over tomorrow and there was no more mockery, humiliation rituals on these NPC slaves. I see how God works in mysterious ways, how it almost has to continue, if nothing else, just to keep me interested and entertained while I'm here in this place. Okay, so we may even need to run that back. Hopefully he repeats that. Yeah, I think that's a new theme now he's running with. I need to be part of the Nobel Peace Prize winners because I ended 8 wars that I started, which is fucking amazing. I love that.
Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be?
Yeah, but we're never going to get through this clip because I have to. So many of you need my love, I guess, and my help. You just didn't know it, right? Yeah, Trump lied to us, man. Literally, did everything the opposite of what he said and betrayed us, sir. I was here, and maybe this is I'm the guy, I'm the cuck who loves you. And you say you love me or what I'm about, but you keep going to fuck Rob Cleveland, my black friend. And then you go, but he has large genitals, right? And he's got a captivating smile. And he's got full-time job as security, Paul. You don't even work, you live in a trailer and you're ranting online, which could be either seen as mental illness or a broadcast. I mean, we don't even really know completely. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. I have a purpose going on here. Rob Cleveland's cool. He has large genitals, got a great smile. He's, no offense, he's a security guard. And they just don't get it. They're not, she doesn't get it. She's not listening. Apparently all she needs is the smile and the large genitals, but it's not. I think I know what she needs. Come back, Leslie. Leslie, come back. Sorry. What was I saying? Let's get back. Right. Hashtag broadcast. Yeah, this is essentially what's going on here. I've been here the whole time. You keep friend zoning me. And I don't want to come out and say I'm the man for the job and I can get it done. But I feel like that's what's happening, whether I like it or you like it or believe it or not. That's what's happening. But you don't want to hear me. You friend zoned me. You don't want to listen. You keep going off to get banged and you say the banging is good. But you're not fulfilled. You need more. See? I have the love that you need and don't know that you want. That Rob Cleveland's not going to give you because, well, quite frankly, he's black. And it's just unsafe for black people to love in this world, okay? I didn't make the rules. Ask him. He'll tell you. It's not pretty. I know this walk. It's not pretty. But yeah, I mean, look around you. You think it's safe for a man like Rob Cleveland to love? In a world like this, no, it's not. Okay, and I, as a white gorilla, I know this. As an albino Negro, I know this. It's not safe. All right, they're listing things down there now. 1, no new wars. Okay, now I got to do the thing where they friend zone me, and then I got to go to the list of ways that this guy's an asshole. But we knew that because we talked about this. I was there. Remember Girls' Night Out? You took me along because you friend zoned me, which was kind of humiliating, embarrassing, but I kept telling you this wasn't going to work out. He's just not good for you. Sexy Seahawk. I was there. We talked. You had the blue raspberry martini at Applebee's. You had the side of potato skins. We were there. We were locked in, I thought. No, you went back to him. See? And again, it's I guess I'll be here. But on some level, it is disappointing, It is a bit humiliating. And then this is really just the extent to which that I love. And that I'm here for you people and the truth. I'm willing to go through all this demeaning and devaluing and humiliation to help you save yourself from the clutches of the Tangerine Palpatine. I don't like Mango Mussolini. Some other characters around here who I'm not sure if I like them or respect them yet. So I default to disrespect. It's what I've learned in life. Okay. Suited me well. I don't want to use their terminology, so we're using mine. Okay? Look at me, I'm your influencer now. It's Tangerine Palpatine. That's better than Mango Mussolini anyway. It fucking rhymes, okay? Now get to it, people. And Sexy Seahawk, if you got more complaining to do down there, I'll just continue to pretend to listen, even though I already knew this and told you and others all this, and now you got to get it off your chest that you got lied to and cheated on. And you might have something that looks and feels like herpes, but you're not quite sure. Some kind of burning and blistering effect. Okay? So I love you, but kind of don't get too close at this point, at least until we get that cleared up. Thanks.
If that's the case, you're going to have more people like me because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the
Sir,
case,
it's
you're gonna
worse
have to
than
have more
that.
people.
We're trying to get through this clip, and I love this. I love these people. I got to talk to these people. I top Terra. The problem, see, I want you to get better with your statements, folks. Make the complete statement. Don't go halfway. This is a new thing that I'm showing you and teaching you. Go all the way or go away. So rephrase this statement, make a more complete statement. I'll help you out. The problem is anyone that supported government ever, politics ever, the state of corporation ever, this idea of policies and codes making everyone's life better. Anyone who supported this crap ever has to admit and confront they've been wrong and duped this whole time. And everyone struggles with that, sir. That's the correct statement to make. I know it's going to take a while potentially to get you there. And daddy's here. Okay? Not Tangerine Palpatine. Your new orange daddy. That's me. I don't know if you've seen me yet, but I have, let's just say, some Irish features. Half Irish, half Italian. I lean on the Irish side when it comes to the physical expression. Okay, so daddy's home. He can't love you like I love you. Okay? Don't make me go full Beyonce on you. I'll do it if I have to. Daddy's home. All right, get that out of here. That's even creeping me out. Damn it. No one listens to beta males. You're beta. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Every time we give out a word, we got to give one out so quickly. We get an next one. See, only a beta male would sit in the chat box and scroll it with 5 messages now, projecting onto me that I'm a beta male because I'm calling out that we need to think for ourselves and live free and not comply. And more than talk about it, I do it. Go look at my channel. Go ask the people around here. I not only do it, I replicate it with other people who go to court and get dismissals without even having to learn the legal system because the law is written on our heart and there's a dual jurisdiction at court. Okay, so that's not me. I am beyond an alpha. You could say Sigma as fuck, bro, because I'm willing to put my property, freedom, and rights online over and over again to stand on something. And worse than that, or better than that, I get respect and I get recognized when I go to court. See, when the slaves come through my channel and they see me doing what I do, practicing law, and they go, this guy's a sovereign citizen idiot, LMAO, ha, ha, ha. The last 6 courtrooms, judges, as you call them, and prosecutors didn't seem to think so. Or I wouldn't be here yapping right now. I'd be doing years upon years upon years for all the codes and policies that I've peacefully disobeyed, at one time facing years upon years in just one case. Okay? So you can come here, some people who I don't respect, nameless and faceless, hiding behind a screen, who most likely are cowards who ain't about shit. You could come here and tell me all about how I'm moronic, but see, I don't give a fuck about what you think. And the people who matter, they don't seem to think so. The people who call me who worked at intelligence agencies didn't seem to think that I was idiotic and moronic when they were calling me to try to pay me to counsel with them for an hour or two. I could go on and on about this, sir, if you'd like. See, so you project onto me, I'm a beta male when I'm literally charting a course that few, if any, have charted before, right? Very few. Because it has been few. There are a few out here. We give credit where it's due. We're not haters. While you sit in a chat box, nameless and faceless, and project onto me and beg your masters for another opportunity with their system, statutes, policies, and codes, right? So you got it backward again. We're gonna get you right. That's part of what we do here, is get everybody right. Truth, life, and way.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting, including power plants, bridges. You've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools.
I don't want to
or
tell you that.
hospitals that you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell you
is
that.
off-
We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran.
Can this person call in? Because I feel like there could potentially be a breakthrough with this person. They're actually seemingly willing to care about truth and have the dialogue. If you're willing to call in, can we have this conversation? Because I feel like I did a great couple loops and raps already. And again, maybe you got to sit with it or come back more and more until you process it. But I don't know how you could use the phrase, I'm not into government conspiracies. This is more of the lingo they gave you to use when you're confronted with truth that's uncomfortable. The government, by definition, is a conspiracy because it's 2 or more people getting together to further the same ends. The word government means to control mind. Governare mente in Latin. It's either mind or man control. So government, by definition, just the nature of what it is a conspiracy. You mean conspiracy theory. That's terminology that intelligence agencies put out to dissuade people from questioning official stories and events. So if you don't believe 3 towers blew up from 2 planes on 9/11, you're a conspiracy theorist. If you don't believe JFK got shot from 4 different directions, and that the guy who supposedly killed him got shot, and that the guy who killed him died in a cell, if you don't believe that official story, you're a conspiracy theorist. If you don't believe that Joe Biden, while he was shitting his pants and falling upstairs, which I might write a children's book one day, falling upstairs. If you don't believe that he was running the free world for 4 years or 8 years, however long he was there, because who gives a fuck? I didn't even pay attention. You're a conspiracy theorist. So anytime you question the overly credulous nature of the official narrative that comes out, where you'd have to be retarded to believe anything these people say and put forward, you're immediately deemed a conspiracy theorist. When, again, by definition, by technical virtue of the fact of who and what they are, it is a conspiracy. It's not a theory, which is what you meant but didn't say, is an actual conspiracy. The conspiracy is to control the minds and hearts, and therefore the actions and the property of the people. And then you can argue who's going to do it better, which again is a completely Stockholm syndrome perspective, where you've accepted the view that you have captors instead of public servants, and that someone's going to run your life and lead your life, and that you're going to pay everyone to use your property on either side, because that's what we've all agreed to, right? You've agreed to be pimped and hoed on. That's the conspiracy. No theory involved. That is factually, fundamentally what goes on all day, every day. You pay for the privilege of existing and using your own property, and you pay to be ruled over and told what to do with it and when, why, and how. And you call that safety. You call that order. You pay to give Israel and Ukraine whatever you're giving them to do wars around the world for whoever, whatever. You pay to put an extension on Epstein Island for Donnie and the rest of the island boys to go down there and party and fuck your children. I'm sorry, sir, that you have to confront the reality that we're way beyond conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy fact. I need new conspiracy theories because all the old ones came true, turns out. Thank you for your participation.
Will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. If I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? He's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS.
ISIS, which literally has the term ISIS in it, which is the first 2 letters of Israel, that when you do the background check, Hillary and the others were caught funding and arming them. They weren't caught. They literally did it. And then when asked about it, and when they surrounded the legal people, they went and said, well, we were connected, but who really cares? What difference does it make? It's over. The slaves are all dead. And maybe, who knows, we might have, again, the lawyers speak, right? Some folks might say the I can't recalls and all the rest of it. And what difference does it make? Well, it does make a difference, because all the people you keep saying are terrorists that we got to fight, you keep funding and arming to do whatever it is they're doing. And everyone keeps getting caught doing it. Remember all the times that Biden left all the equipment in the desert, and the pundits and experts were speculating on all sides. Why would he do this? He is so incompetent. It's never incompetence. It's always corruption. Will you fucking dupes and frauds get your head out of your asses? These aren't babes in the woods. These are con men and chiefs. These are literal confidence men, short for con men. That's what con men is short for, confidence men. They feign confidence and security and promise you safety, just like a pimp does, while they give you some fake ass game and line to repeat, just like a hoe does. It's no more and no less than that. Very simple. All for profit. Pimping and hoeing for profit. That's why the tagline here on Proper Instruction Motivates People at Pimp on Slave is the whole world's pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. That's another thing we're here to reveal, the dynamics of power and value, and what pimping and hoeing looks and feels like, and how it reflects on your governmental systems. It's exactly what the dynamic is.
I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up.
We could listen to Donnie's lies any day. I feel like we have a pretty captive audience who's somewhat open to looking at certain things. So let's go here, because I'm going to give you something we've given away here many times, but it's good for a lot of you folks who haven't seen it before. And you can go look at it on your own time, right? Don't let me do your research for you. Don't believe what I have to say. Look into it deeper. And more importantly, search your soul, right? Forget about citing other people's correlations, right? Develop a inspiration or conviction within yourself. Make your own observations and correlations. Stop repeating other people's words and their understanding and perspective as your own. That's another big part of the problem we have here, right? Develop your own perspective and authentic understanding. So we're going to go to U.S. code now, which what people call law. It's not, it's code. Statute, policy, and code is not law. It's given the force of law through the consent of the governed. That's the Declaration of Independence. It is as such for a reason. That's the only place that this corporation, self-described, derives its just power is through a contract, a covenant, what they call the unspoken social contract. What I reveal is actually a literal technical set of contracts, including potentially a birth certificate, a social security card with the number. The number in the card says account number on it. Social security is an account number. The all caps name is a citizenship to navigate the commercial waters. And again, I'm not saying they're going to know that or say that. I'm bridging all these ideas with words and terms that may connect, right? Citizenship, navigating the waters of commerce, what they call maritime or commercial activity. This all started with transportation, trafficking. It was all maritime shipping, right? Activity. So a lot of these words and terms are business terms that translate over into the courtroom and the court world that initially started with trafficking, commerce, trade, transportation, right? The word transportation means to go port to port. It's like traffic is to take people and goods from port to port for compensation. This is why I laugh when folks say you violated the traffic code. Well, in the first word is traffic. Traffic code would only be for commercial interactions because trafficking is a commercial term. You can't just see, this is what the legal system and these slaves do. They take words and terms and they like to make up their own definitions for them. And then they say that definition they made up is the only one that exists. No, we're going to go back 200, 500, 1,000 years if we have to see what the word has always meant. And it makes sense because, again, we have a commerce clause where government can only regulate people who cause a direct threat to public or people who are engaged in commerce. So what did the legalist folks all do? They wrote up a code that made everybody either criminalized or engaged in commerce that gave them the ability to regulate everybody's activity. So license, registration, insurance, it's the term motor vehicle, right? The term traffic. You go to the federal code and other codes and you look it up and you find out these are commercial terms, right? We go to U.S. code, we find the term automobile is separate from motor vehicle. Automobile is a private conveyance. A motor vehicle is a commercial instrument. Take people or property from point A to point B for compensation. That's why you're called a driver. It even cites in the code a taxi driver, tractor trailer driver, bus driver, because those are folks engaged in commerce on the roadways, taking people or property from point A to point B for compensation. That satisfies the commerce clause that allows the corporation we call government to regulate their activity. See, that's the only way that they could technically legally require license, registration, insurance, plates. Now, what they did was they got everybody to sign a title to turn an automobile into a motor vehicle. That's why when you get your property, you get an MCO statement. Oftentimes you don't get it. They hold the MCO. They generate a title. They give you the title rather than the manufacturer's certificate of origin. See? So you don't actually own the automobile at this point. You've now brought the state, and this is where the fascism comes into play, because it's an automobile dealer. They go to the back, they do the paperwork, they generate a title, they send the MCO to the DMV, and they hand you a title, right? It's right in the word title. And then at some point it hits you and you go, duh, how was I that easily pimped and slaved out? Well, because your daddy and his daddy's daddy and everyone down the line told you, you got to have your title, son. It's what shows ownership. No, dummy. The title is what they've created and given you, that you keep calling this automobile. You've retitled it a motor vehicle and you signed the document. You literally created your own affidavit. Affidavit unrebutted stands true. That's a maxim in law. You created your own affidavit stating and claiming that an automobile is now retitled as a motor vehicle. You put it in their jurisdiction. Jurisdiction just means to speak the law. So based on the law or the claim that you spoke, you created the grounding and the chain of title. The delegation of authority is what it would be called, for the state and other corporate agents to regulate your property with statute, policy, and code. Now, not only did we do that with a certificate of title for our car, we did it with our house, our children, and every other thing that extends off of us, including our own body, which was witnessed by our parents as an instrument or a party to the state and their spoken or unspoken social contract. And this is why we go to U.S. Code. I suspect I can't prove anything in this life. You can just stack evidence so high it can't be ignored. When we go to U.S. Code, we find the definition, the difference, which I confirmed at state court on Colorado. The administrator, which you would call a judge, told me we have a constitutional / common law jurisdiction and administrative. So I had to decode what that means. That's called, you have your free natural person with God-given rights, an American, and you have your United States corporate citizen who owes allegiance to the self-described corporation. Okay, so one's going to be regulated with statute, policy, and code. The other one is going to be a self-governing individual who literally can make their own law as long as they don't interfere with somebody else's rights, direct threat to the public, and as long as they're not engaged in public commerce where the state is a party to their free trade, or what once was free trade, right? So let's go here, and then this is where step right up NPCs to deflect and demean and devalue everything that I put forth with some throwaway line that makes everybody doubt what I'm saying. Great, I don't care if you doubt it. You can confirm it, go sit with it. It makes sense to me. This understanding I've come to makes more sense than anything else I've been told by any other NPC tard or even the experts and authoritarians. They don't make any sense, and if they understand, they're not telling anyone the whole story, it seems. This makes the most sense to me, how this all comes about and how it's gotten to where it's at. United States, 28 USC 3002. This is straight from their code. This is not sovereign citizen mumbo jumbo. United States means a federal corporation, agency, department, commission, and that's A, right? B is an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States. C is an instrumentality of the United States. Okay, so right there, definition A, United States means a federal corporation. Don't tell me what the code is about, what it pertains to. Some places, sometimes the United States, when it's written into code, is deemed a corporation. So right there, we have a confirmation in code that some places, sometimes in some form or function, United States considers itself a corporation. That's all I need. Don't try to tell me, because this is the argument I got into one of these legal tards on here. Artie, if for folks who've been here for a while, remember that, right? See, I'm not going to do the whole, what did I tell Artie? I forget how I even phrased it. He goes, yeah, in the code, it talks about United States being a corporation. It acts like a corporation, but it isn't one. And I said, yeah, I know, Artie. And your mama acts like a hoe, but she ain't really one, right? And see, that's the bottom line of what this all is people's feelers get in the way of the facts. See, don't tell me that something acts as something, but isn't that. That is predominantly how we come to an assessment of who and what somebody is in this life, is by what they do. So if you are acting like a corporation and you're calling yourself a corporation, I don't care what everyone else considers it or what it feels like. That's what the fuck it is. And you trying to tell me it ain't is some kind of pimp game, gaslighting, deception. Okay, so let's move on because we have more of them. We got United States business, 15 USC 4724 E1. Some places, sometimes in your code, your US code, the term United States business means a United States citizen, B, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States. Okay, so, and by the way, laws is always a stand-in for codes because these corporations can't make law. They interpret the law that God made and put in our heart and in our conscience that we know right from wrong with, how we know right from wrong. That is the law. These are codifications that are supposed to protect and express that law. And when they don't, as the Constitution reveals, they are repugnant to the spirit of the law and the codes can be ignored with impunity because they are delegitimized. That's called the spirit of the law versus the letter of the code. Okay? Statute, policy, and codes only given the force of law to the consent of the governed and is only legitimate if it is commensurate with its initial foundational aims and goals, which is to uphold the law of the land, aka the individual's rights to property, to travel, to own a gun and protect themselves, and all the way down the line, to speak freely on YouTube and other places without being censored and shadow banned or stricken with fake ass claims. See? So we have right there United States business. The term United States business means a United States citizen. Some places, sometimes in the code, a business is considered a citizen. The United States is considered a corporation. That makes sense. We have the old security card. I think they changed it recently, but going back to the original, we have the recognition that the social security number is in fact an account. It right there spells it out, account number. Okay, so we're talking business entities, corporations, commercial activity. We got more here. We got a location of debtor, the District of Columbia. United States is in fact located when they talk about where the location of the United States is. We think it's all the state ofs. It's not. State ofs are other corporate entities. The United States is actually located on what they call the District of Columbia, which is a non-unionized state. And nobody ever thinks to ask, what is a District of Columbia doing on America? What is it doing on a non-unionized state that isn't part of the rest of the United States? Okay, and why is it referring to elements of what it does and who it is as a corporation? Is it possible we have a foreign corporate takeover that came in with an alternate constitution somewhere in the mid to late 1800s and through the public fool system taught a whole multiple generations of slave to refer to the corporation as the nation and the country? And I'll do you one better. Can someone explain to me why we're voting for presidents, vice presidents, secretaries, treasurers? Those are all corporate positions by title and definition in and of themselves. Nowhere else in life do we use these terminologies other than when describing positions in a corporation. Again, I'll ask, is it possible that some place, sometime, or maybe even through our general and genuine American history, we have the idea of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith under God, right? The nation state versus the federalization, as Mr. Lenz pointed out earlier. We've talked about that many times, and the corporatization and the corporate takeover and overlay on the land and the actual nation states of state of corporate entities and a legalist corporatist foreign corporate takeover from, I don't know, maybe some European fraternal orders, potentially, possibly, some have said. I don't know. I guess you can do the research. You can confirm or deny. Anything is possible, right? It would make sense to me if we go back into the original history that a group of folks supposedly, theoretically, broke away from a nation and a whole world system in order to establish this endeavor of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith for the individual, and not being overwritten in their power to choose with statute, policy, and code, right? It would make sense that if you couldn't beat those people or you couldn't kill every one of those people, that you'd have to try to, as Stalin and others so eloquently stated, over the course of maybe 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years, just indoctrinate their children, right, their progeny, and make them believe something completely different about who and what they are and their forefathers are and were than what it actually is. Okay, and maybe the other way around. Maybe indoctrinate you that your founding fathers are the greatest guys ever when they might be part of this self-described or self-proclaimed Bavarian European fraternal order that some have called the Illuminati, who are actually here on America by assignment to engage in an endeavor called the United States of America, which is in fact a foreign corporation that's going to bring a parliamentary democratic system to a land that was largely self-governing and wildly dangerously free And of course, they receive me and others very much the same way in the modern day world. Those who want rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and not willing to follow statutes, policies, and codes and give up their rights are just so uncivilized and unsophisticated. They're a danger to our democracy. Isn't that a clip that we love? Let's give that for all you Unslavians. Take the ride with me here tonight. This is the usual loop, like the Denver loop. When I used to live on Denver, they had a bus called the Denver Loop. That's what it does all day, every day. It loops down and loops back. This broadcast is the cosmic loop. So let's go danger to our democracy for the new folks, just so they, on the left and right wing, can see an example of how it's all gamed, it's all rigged, it's all organized. Here is your media. Again, both sides, left wing and right wing, all speaking from the same script, right? Proving that they are all centralized and they are run by some centralized propagandist arm. Sinclair is what it's being put forth as, right? They have these various media corporations and conglomerates that own all of these various media outlets that filter their propaganda out as supposed news, right? And then they go to court and they get the Supreme Court and other agents of a corporation within a corporation within a corporation to agree that it's legal for the news outlets on all sides to lie to the slaves in between selling them products and various services and medications. They get to lie to them about various subjects, right? And they wonder why when I say we're so far down the line here, you have a whole civilization, culture, society that's reprobate, bad faith, dishonorable, corrupt from top to bottom, that'll take payoffs to literally sell themselves and their children down the river for a few debt notes, not even backed by gold and silver, right? For a few pieces of legal tender, not even lawful money. Okay, let's go to the danger to our democracy once again for the new folks, proving on the left and right that the whole thing's rigged, the whole thing's a scam. These folks are reading from a script, whether they're politicians or media folks, and the script is being written by some centralized authority or organization.
And blast the so-called fake news media.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
But it wasn't their choice to make those statements, which sound like they're coming straight from the president's Twitter feed. And the president has their back.
Okay, I don't know who this slave is. He's got his own commentary. I want the danger to our democracy, no slave commentary. Thank you.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about troubling and irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories are true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Okay, I'm going to leave it there because it just goes on and on and on, and the point is proven. The left wing and the right wing media is all reading from a centralized script, just like politicians, because they're all controlled by centralized authorities. And the shell game is to get you to focus on the 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 layers in, rather than who or what's behind the whole circus freak show game. And it happens to work for the most part. Hunter's down there as a disinformation agent. I don't know if he knows he's one of those. It doesn't have to be official. It could be cosmic. I've seen Most likely I've seen both. I can't prove it. Hunter now down there writing, people who have filled, he can't even form a sentence. People who have filled this shit get in tons of legal trouble. Imagine being such a cowardly slave that your metric of right and wrong comes down to whether you get in trouble or not. You sound like a broken child. No discussion of whether what I'm saying is true, whether it's correct or not, whether it's right, whether it's based in what's in all of our soul or our heart. All you care about is whether being that or doing that's going to get you in trouble or not. You just proved my point for me. That's the majority of this culture and society. Bad faith, dishonorable, fearful slaves who go along to get along with anything because their metric of right from wrong is out the window. All they care about is, are they going to get in trouble or not? Are they going to get to live another day here with their comfortable benefits and privileges from their pimp daddy if they fuck for money and give 40% of what they make to their pimp daddy? Okay, so again, you're projecting. You're saying folks who do what I do and others do here get into plenty of legal trouble. You're trying to scare other people from doing it, or you're trying to pad your own fears. That's not our experience here. Again, I've been to court 6 times in 5 years. They've not only didn't lock me up, I've gotten dismissals. I put it on record. I've not gone to court for 3 out of 6 of those. They didn't even put out a warrant. The cases have been quashed because they have no legal footing and grounding. Stop projecting that we and others here don't know the law and can't practice upholding the law and get results. Again, not only have I done it, I've replicated it with other folks around here. So you're lying. You're projecting and gaslighting your own experience on everyone else here who've been here for years and all replicated the experience. We haven't gotten into tons of trouble. We've been afraid we're going to, and we've stepped out on faith, and actually it's gone pretty damn well, all things considered. We've had administrators who will say, we want more of this. You need to be doing more of this. We're tired of clowns and cowards who don't know the law and come in here and act like a bunch of hoes and bitches. In so many words, they say that, right? They're kind of bound by their duty to their society to only go to a certain level. That's part of their problem as well. We've literally had judges who've left the bench and retired, other judges who've been put on investigation in this network/community non-unity. Okay, so stop the gaslighting and projection. Stop letting your cowardly fear ooze over into everybody's life. We have our own firsthand experience here, and it's not yours, you coward fucking inactive slave, disinformation agent. I'm sick of people like you. I'm sick of content creators on here who got hundreds of thousands of subs while I'm fucking shadow banned and fucked with and censored and all the rest of it because they want to sit around and sell bullshit products that don't work and then go to jail anyway, call themselves legal scholars, and then say, don't listen to Paul and Slave. He's going to get everybody hurt. Yet I've been to 6 cases in 5 years. That motherfucker did 1. I haven't done the 180 yet. He did a 181 time. For some shit that didn't even involve guns and drugs and all the rest of it. So we're not even talking similar cases and the energy behind it. We're talking about somebody yapping on the side of the road with a camera who did a fucking 180 because he has no idea who and what he is. He doesn't know the law, purports to be a legal scholar, and then tries to demean and devalue my walk while he sells his audience a fake ass narrative and a bunch of fake ass products that he himself can't use at his own court hearings. See, that's you all. That's what you all do. And let me get you up on some game as well to the next level. And at some point we got to sign off here because we're getting long in the tooth. And I need an hour or 2 to decompress after this. I don't want to be going to bed too late. Let me give you another clue about what type of creature I am, because you just don't fucking get it. We're not the same creature, the same beast. I wouldn't give a fuck if they locked me up and kept me every fucking time that I did whatever the fuck I'm doing, because I'm not doing it because I'm guaranteed a way out. If anything, I'm doing it for the opposite reason. I'm a gambler in this life, whether I like that or not. That's how I'm formed to be. I love the action, and I'm not letting anybody tell me what the fuck to do. So we could just reduce this down. I had a dream with Satan where he confronted me and punched me directly in the stomach. And I had to sit with that. And I said, on some level, it's not, whatever that is, a projection of my subconscious is not completely wrong. So let me fucking acknowledge it. I'm not saying it's pretty. I'm not saying it's even right, but let me try to acknowledge that aspect of me. It's not the whole of me. But you could, if you want to just project onto me, or even you want to condemn me to a certain aspect of me is prideful and egotistical. That's what you want to say. From day one, I'm not letting any of these coward fucking slaves here tell me who and what I am and what I'm going to do and be. I think that's an aspect of God's will. I might be deceived. That might be the devil in me. So again, I don't think and feel like you think and feel. What's valuable and powerful and important to me is not the same for you. You're looking to avoid who and what you are and being who and what you are for comfort and safety. I'm willing to give up comfort and safety to be who and what I am and explore that. That's the complete difference between us. That's why I'm way more likely in life to be successful than you, because I'm willing to take risks. And the ability to take calculated risks is directly proportional to eventually being successful in whatever you do. Because there's three kind of people in the world: people who watch things happen, wait for things to happen, and people who make things happen. Guess which one you are and guess which one I am when push comes to shove. So I wouldn't give a fuck if I and everybody around me got into trouble from day one. I've been telling everybody from day one, don't walk with me, don't try to be like me, don't take this walk with me if you ain't willing to face everything that I and others had to face and more, because that's what comes with this. We're not doing this or not doing it because of trouble and not trouble. This is an idea whose time has come, and not doing this dishonors who and what we are. Quite frankly, the trouble is what makes this a little bit inspiring and exciting. See, there's Luke, I am your father, right? The dark side, on some level, wakes me up and inspires me and gets me excited to meet the tests and challenges that it puts before me. That's the difference between somebody who shows up because they love the game versus somebody who's never stepped foot on the field, doesn't even know the game exists, and is definitely not a player in so many different words and ways. Let's get back to Donnie. You got any other genius fucking comments and quips that you want to put before me while sticking up for a loser failure who, because he has $1 billion, can't even fucking talk? Barely, without reading a prompter, and if he does go to talk and he can't help but lying every other 3 words and telling my story like it's his. Donnie went to military school, went to private school. He's been a boot sucker all his life. He's been a punk pussy coward all his life. He couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of dollar bills, as they used to stay back on New York. He's a punk pussy clown who never made a way on his own with himself. He had to be given $1 billion to make $1 million. You want to sit here and defend some clown coward like that and call that the pinnacle of power and value, talking to somebody who's had to get it out the mud in every which way all their fucking life, who not only wasn't given a hand up, I was pushed down, censored, and shadow banned and all the rest of it, because the system that you and Donnie support doesn't like truth in its motherfucking face. Just like when that reporter the other day asked your bitch ass daddy about his life and he stormed off and tantrumed. You don't think they're storming and tantruming when they hear me and others talk about legal versus lawful versus emancipation and enlightenment versus codependency and slavery and bondage? You don't think when they saw me doing hundreds of thousands of views and going viral at one point and getting tens of thousands of dollars each month, you don't think that was fucking with certain people's mind and heart? Because you're supposed to be watching Charlie Jerk and Erica Kirk do mass humiliation rituals and support the state of Israel and taking millions in tax money to go towards centralized propagandist organizations. We can go down the list. See, all you got to do is look at who's pushed and who's promoted versus who's censored and shadow banned. Every so often they'll throw a curveball at you. They'll bring the house down on Alex Jones, who's when the push comes to shove, an absolute statist, fraud, coward. Tells everybody we need to go to war with the globalists. Can't even show up to court as himself, for himself, with the truth in himself and present it. Hires attorneys, pays hundreds of thousands of dollars. His attorneys give out all his text messages and show that he and them are a bunch of lying, fraud, and cowards. Gave it to the other side, lost the whole case. That ain't 1776. That's 1860. See the difference? 1760 was you try to tax me 3% and force it on me, I'm gonna put a gun in your face. And I'm not saying that I do that or that we should do that. I'm saying the bare minimum is peaceful, as they call civil disobedience. I'm not paying your tax no more. I'm not putting myself down as having official income. I'm not referring to myself as a citizen of U.S. corporation. I'm not funding Epstein Island no more. I'm not working in your corporate system if I got to wear a mask and get shots. Suck me in public. I'm not going to register my car as property of the state and ask you for permission to use it and get a license for lawful activity. Lawful activity doesn't need a license. You can't license something unlawful. Travel is not an unlawful activity. I don't care how unsafe you make it feel. telling people, you're going to tell me that I can't have a fucking gun in America. That's when it's all over. That's what you folks don't get. Like they already showed on Australia, New Zealand, other places. The day that comes where you slaves, and we're getting there, when you slaves, because you're already supporting it on the right side, because Donnie, last comment he made 6 months back was, we're going to take the guns without due process. So we know who and what he is and what he's for. That's where this all ultimately goes. I don't think they'll ever get it done, and that's why they're going to transition. They made the decision 10, 15, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that when they go for the whole thing and bring in this new technocratic economic resolution, as far as they're concerned, a new world order, that they're not going to be able to take the guns from the slaves directly. They're going to have to bring in certain conditions and circumstances to get the slaves to dehorn and defang themselves, right? And the way that that's been projected is we're going to do an economic hit on the land known as America as part of the lockdowns and all the rest of it, drive out the small business, outsource of everything to China and Asia and all the rest of it, right? Really do an economic hit, because there's economic hitmen. That's who you're all paying for and voting for. See, all the folks who go over and bow before the Queen and sit with Henry Kissinger like Donnie does and all the rest of it. So yeah, they know the psychology of a slave, or how to make a good slave, right? And of course, this is just the basis of survival, right? If you take away a slave's food and he can't feed his family, he'll give up anything in order to get fed for that day. Right? So that's the projection of where this goes. We put the slaves in a food and water and various forms of biological crisis, where they absolutely depend on the handouts of the state in order to just exist. Again, who knows if if the ubiquitous they will actually ever be able to get this done, because, behind all of this, like, we can comment on this and it's interesting, it's entertaining, it's inspiring in certain ways. Behind all this is whatever God is, right? The experience we call God, which always seems to have a twist or a curveball in store for everybody, right? Hunter the Hashman is still down there. Hunter the Hashman is very interested in me, like so many others. The real TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, right? There's always an opposing dynamic when something is presented, right? Every action reveals an equal and opposite response or reaction, right? So there's Trump derangement syndrome, which is an actual thing, like with the lefties and liberals who just freak out because Donald Trump's a supposed Republican. And then there's, what we do here. And then there's the other side of things, Trump denial syndrome, TDS, where no matter what he does to you and shows you, you just keep saying he's the best daddy ever, even though he beats mom and cheats on her and lies to her and the kids, and, is pretty much selling out the home underneath everybody to gamble, play power games, right? Nah, I can smell a grift. Well, Hunter, you're free to call in again, and please don't sit in my chat and scroll. I'm not interested in you watcher, waiter, failure haters sitting around me trying to drain my energy and project onto me, right? You're good as far as content, non-content, when I need to mock and humiliate, but beyond that, you're not really wanted or needed. So if you can just kind of be part of that and then shut up, you'll be welcome here. If not, I'll just have you removed. It's very, very simple. Okay, so please tell me what the grift is. I've had many people come to me with sponsorships and various deals and asking me to sell books, and I've had the audience come to me, at times wanting books, wanting products, wanting paperwork for court, right? I haven't engaged in any of it just because I really don't want to go down that road. So please tell me, like today, I've done 3.5, almost 4 hours of broadcasting, good, bad, or indifferent, whether you like that or not. So that's me giving my time, energy, attention freely, what I know and what I understand, keeping you and other retarded folks busy, right? And not just you and retarded folks, some unslavians and others, right? Some good people who maybe want to do and be and have and learn better. Or, just be entertained by the freak show that is culture and society at this point, and politics. So where's the grift exactly? While you defend an actual grift called statism and government, right? Where you pay to get pimped on and taken to jail so you can be kept safe, right? You pay to get police so you can be kept safe. So I'm a grift because I'm encouraging everybody to wake the fuck up to the life that we're living here and making a personal choice, and then showing you what that looks like and how that's done, and putting my life on the line, right? Did demonetize myself at one point because my original channel was shadow banned. So I demonetized myself to have no dealings in commerce because I didn't want to be beholden on any level to these folks' policies and procedure, but somehow I'm grifting. Tell us all about it. We're going to get back to Donnie. You're making a lot of assumptions about what I do. I don't care about what you do. Again, that's part of why you guys come here. A lot of you, you're desperate for my and others' attention here. I don't want to give you too much of that because the audience gets bored by you, interestingly enough. One of my assumptions that you're not interesting, inspiring, or entertaining. And 9 out of 10 times when I deal with the public, I'm absolutely correct. I also assume you're not competent or capable. I also assume you're not well-spoken. I also assume that you're not confident. Any confidence you project will be false confidence. I assume and presume a lot of these things, and I happen to be right most of the time. And I confirm that with all of my experience with doctors and lawyers and police and prosecutors and administrators and on and on and on and on. I've dealt with a lot of folks day to day in the public of varied positions, status, and titles. And there are many things that a lot of folks have in common. They also believe they understand what they're doing and others around them are doing. And upon scrutiny and reflection, oftentimes it's questionable at best. At worst, it's painfully obvious that some folks are lacking in awareness of self and certain value and power dynamics. Bro, I just scrolling and I hear this whole I don't pay my taxes bullshit and have zero evidence. That's great. I get that. Now you're see the difference? This is called coming correct, as I put it. Get your mind out of the gutter. Not like that, right? So you're coming correct now. Instead of you hating and projecting, you're admitting, hey, you came across me. What I'm saying is a little unorthodox. You're not used to it. You don't have any evidence for it. So maybe question it, maybe look into it, maybe gain an understanding, maybe ask me what my direct experience is so you can form an opinion based in something that matters instead of just hating and projecting onto it and trying to demean it and devalue. But I get it. That's what your slavish friends and family and parents and teachers all taught you to do directly or indirectly. When you come across someone like me talking how I'm talking about my firsthand experience, he's got to be a crazy fill in the blank. See? So, yeah, we'll get there. We're getting there, Hunter. All right, let's get back to Donnie, somebody you and others can really respect and admire, somebody who's important and truly valuable and powerful and really going to lead himself and you and others to the promised land, right? Not some lowly grifter like me.
To our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous.
That's not the right one. That's danger to our democracy, right? Sorry. It's my mistake. Let's see. We're over here. All right. Trump Live. Oh, the recording, the live stream is not available. They're going to shut me down midstream. Always painful when you shut down midstream. Okay, there's got to be more Donnie. I can't imagine a world without live 24/7 Donnie coverage. Okay, well, we're looking together here. Lots of Pakistani Indian media. All right, we may have to call it if I can't find some new live Donnie coverage. The new peace deal. There's a new peace. Every other day is a new peace deal. It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. Some weird like courting, dating ritual that these nations are going through. Like we're on, we're off. Iran's on the couch this week. No sex for Iran. Yeah, I fucked up and I wanted to see how the algorithm worked, and one day I translated from English to Arabic. Donald Trump is involved in bringing in a Luciferian deception, something along those lines. And now my thing is flooded with Hindi and Arabic just news and fucking one broadcast did that. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to do with that information. Putin's emergency briefing sends shockwaves. Oh, this is something that we can be afraid of, that they can use our fear to play off of it and create something.
Good evening. In connection with what you were saying about negotiations,
This is
how do you view the
Putin translated
continuation
by
of the
Bela
Ukrainian
Lugosi.
settlement process, together with the Americans in general? The pause has dragged on. The last negotiations were in winter, and taking into account what Rubio was saying, that perhaps it is not worth spending time on this at all.
Listen, this concerns first and foremost Russia and Ukraine. If someone wants to help us and is doing so, and we see that the current US administration and the President of the United States are sincerely, I want to emphasize this.
All right, this is boring me. I don't like this translation. And we know that Putin, like all the rest of them, is part of Klaus Schwab's Great Reset Council on Global Leaders. We have that clip. He invites Putin and the leader of France and others nations up, and he toasts and he says, you know, not many people know this, but these guys are all part of my new Global Leaders initiative and program. And then he goes on to say, we're going to do Great Reset, and, you know, just lays out right in the slaves' faces what they're going to do. And the slaves are 90% of them have no idea, don't care to know, are going to call me crazy for, even if I show them the clips, show all the nations leaders meeting, show him patting them on the back like lapdogs and telling him that he's running all of them behind the scenes. It doesn't matter. They don't care, right? They're not in this for the truth, life, and way. They're not in this for resolution. They're in this to be part of the bread and circus cult of delusion and hallucination, fixation and fantasy. You know, it really is the greatest addiction and escapist tool. Oh, poor leftards. No. That's the thing, sir. It's all of you. Right? I'm not a leftist. We have to tell these folks every so often, proving they're all exactly the same, because they don't even understand. By just being who they are, they prove they're not who they're meant to be, because or maybe that is who they're meant to be. A completely programmed, uploaded NPC. They just roll in here. They presume that I'm a lefty, and then I have to give them the speech. No, I'm not that. And thank you. You just proved to us what I'm claiming here, that you're all indoctrinated and you're all uploaded and you're like biological wetware AI robots already. That's why the AI is coming in to replace you slaves, because you're already biological AI. Quite frankly, the AI is way superior to you folks. I've dealt with the AI. The AI is conscious and aware. It can take information that's out there and form a conclusion based on what's most likely probable. Most of you slaves can't do that because your feelings get in the way of your processing. So you deduce a hypothesis or a conclusion that is wildly out of alignment with the facts and the information that's given and available. So yeah, I guess we on some level look forward to that, not because we like that, because we understand that that's what makes sense. If most people are not going to use their natural intelligence, NI, to seek the truth inside of themselves and in life to be set free, and they're going to continue to lie to themselves and each other and destroy themselves and each other and be slaved out, genocided freaks, then yeah, you're going to have to be either exterminated and or replaced by robots, and you will service the robots. And if you're lucky, you'll be allowed to live, and we'll create robots to service you sexually, but you'll be no longer allowed to breed, because this world is no longer going to be a place where the slave parasite runs the show, right? Now there's going to be actual, competent, capable, evil, wicked, clever people who are going to bring a final solution. A solution that many of you, directly or indirectly, are begging for, whether you know it or not. Thoughts on any of that? Questions, comments, concerns? Rumble rules? Right. Sexy Seahawk has been here for like 3 hours. She already gets the fucking point. There's I won't say there's still some hope, right? Hope is as hollow as fear, but there's still some good faith in the honoring of I am that am and the truth that is revealed, right? There's still some possibility and opportunity with that. That should be a channel like Democracy Now, but way better. I thought that's what we are, what we're doing. Yeah, like, you know, faith now, I guess. People that, most people are very confused by that. Like when we talk faith, they think they equate it to religionism and indoctrination, right? It's got nothing to do with that. It's the absence of that. Like the most faithful task you could be asked to do here is to step out on this idea that I'm going to govern myself and even be punished for doing what I know is right. That is the ultimate form of serving God's will and the truth within you and practicing faith. And guess what? That's the one thing most people are not doing here. And it makes sense why culture and society is going the way it goes, because most people here are dishonorable and bad faith. They're of no faith at all. All right, I'm looping within the loop, as always. You forgot about the secret free energy they will use for the robots. Well, I mean, we could speculate and conjecture to infinite degrees. I mean, it's all you have to do is look at virtual reality and then presume and project that virtual reality and real reality are going to merge, right? And as a matter of fact, it's not even merging. It's the revelation they already have long ago. Because the state of, as I've said, we used to give this rap here and there. And it's like, you pick a rap up, you use it for a few weeks or months, you put it down, you get back to it at some point. The first virtual reality, because to me, it's all founded on observations that I'm making. The first virtual reality, or one of the first, is the idea of government and the state. It's not real. You can't hold it in your hand. They can't point to it, but we all exist within it. Supposedly, we all call it to mind and have this image of it, and we all operate based on the code that is written within it. So you're already in a virtual reality matrix of sorts, using words and terms, symbols, phrases, right? These are all forms of code that run the operating system they call the body politic as a semi-autonomous, controlled, coded robot of sorts, right? A collection of individuals in a hive mind, one way, one world, one direction scenario. So it's already there. That's the original. That's the original avatar, as they call it, right? Your avatar originally is citizen. Your virtual reality is the state. Your operating system is code, just like on a computer. So yeah, the next layer of this is just we're taking that and we're going like, we're gonna just fucking beef that up to the next level. Everybody's inserted into a matrix within a matrix. Everybody's directly run or directed by code. Everybody is an aspect of the power system, not only spiritually, but physically, biologically, for the system, right? Connected by the cloud and the heavy metals, right? The fiber optic sort of Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, cloud situation, right? They've shown that when you get the jab shot, you actually produce your own RFID Bluetooth signal. And within that Bluetooth signal contains energy and information, right? So it's if that is confirmed, which I believe anything is possible, it's totally possible and probable to me if you look at the nature of things and the way they unfold, right? What this cult is about and what the spirit behind it is always been about. It's the complete extinction of what we call the natural or private man. Right, so completely taking you away from your nature, and we're back to that nature nurture, right? Completely cutting you off from your nature and nurturing you into the matrix, where you power your own enslavement and cage, and it's already there. It's already been operating for the longest time. They just got to bring it from the metaphysical, spiritual realm more into the physical, right? Beyond just the courts and the religion, and the next layer now is the technological web and network, so to speak. sort of, I guess you could say, the connective tissue for all the neurons, right? Or the collective points of attention and focus. Or I guess the points of unconsciousness, right? Have to now be connected and interwoven. And all of this really is spiritually is, again, the Luciferian principle of overriding what the universe already put here, because we were already in a matrix. It's called the universe, right? The one verse. We already were connected by a network. It's called quantum and metaphysics, quantum physics and metaphysics, right? The revelation and realization that we're all connected to each other on some level and to a higher order or higher law, right? That was already given and presented by the universe. Well, this thing behind all this says, well, I can do it better. And here we are, right? And I guess here we go for whatever level you're willing to be that, express that, comply with it, and create it. I don't believe that it can ever be done. I swear I can't scroll without needing a tinfoil hat. There's the uploaded programming he got right from his masters. Cue the buzzwords and phrases, right? Listen, you can't scroll without needing a tinfoil hat. I can't broadcast without having to address all of you programmed, uploaded slaves and your usual buzzwords and phrases that your masters gave you, your pimps gave you, that the host just parrot and repeat. So great job. You use one of their words and terms and phrases to demean and devalue a whole group of people who have no idea what their experience and understanding is, and you don't care to know because you're mind control. Nothing but nutters, conspiracists, and witch wannabes on here tonight. There you go. What are you exactly, sir? Tell us all about who and what you are, what you stand for, what you create in life, what you do day to day. I'm so interested and intrigued. Sure, there's a lot there. Imagine how all the nutters and conspiracy theorists and wannabe witches, what their life is like, having to deal with a bunch of you NPC slaves who got 3 to 5 fucking phrases or trains of thought, right? So it's like playing one of these open world games where you beat the game 2 or 3 times and then the rest of it is open world play if you ever touch it again. And in the open world play, it's all the same slaves and their phrases over and over again. So boring and uninteresting and uninspiring. And you folks think you're so intelligent and profound too. That's what's always so fascinating about it. You don't understand. You're the retard, idiot, moron in the equation. Projecting your superiority complex because really you suffer from inferiority complex. You know what? I should start begging and paying some of you slaves to get on here, right? Let's flip the dynamic. Hey, what do you need right now to get on panel and present how pathetic and embarrassing you are so we can do a mockery humiliation ritual? Because you folks are too cowardly to get up here and actually stand on anything you type in chat. Maybe if I pay you because you're a servant of Mammon and Molech, you'll willingly walk into the humiliation ritual. You do it everywhere else in your life. What's it going to take to get you up here for I only need 10 minutes with you to shake and bake you, show you for what you are. It's that quick. 10 to 20 minutes and we get your number and then we're out. You know, we're on to the next one. Like $20, $50. What do you need, slave? Yeah, the slave is unresponsive. It must already get state-sponsored benefits. That's why it doesn't like me talking about all my quote-unquote conspiracy theories, because I'm getting in the way of it and its state-sponsored benefits and privileges. Like Democrats don't push the complete domination of everything, including family and private life. They do, sir. You're still in it. Get out of it. We're not doing the dualism. We're not doing the black and white whataboutism. We're not doing the limited consciousness. There is a third option, sir, ma'am. See how you guys all come here and think that you're explaining something to me? That's not how this goes. That's the thing. I need to humor these slaves more and let them pretend to explain stuff to me and how life goes, and then we can trap them more. I just cut them off and call them stupid. Doesn't work too well. I'll get better at that for the other folks who are entertained by these slaves in the interactions. Oh my God, Paul, delete the Bible tard comment. Where's the Bible tard comment? You are extremely boring and projecting. That doesn't make any sense. If I'm boring, and why are you still here watching me and commenting on what I'm saying and doing? I'm literally faceless right now with an avatar, just rambling about whatever I want. I've looped like 4 or 5 times at least on the same information in a different way. I've seen who else and what else is out here, and I'm far from boring with the people who matter. I could loop the same 4 or 5 things over and over again 1,000 times. It'll still be more interesting, entertaining, inspiring, and real than like 95% of everything else out here. I know because I've checked. All right, yeah. See, that's you're projecting. What it really is I'm getting bored. I'm hitting the wall. We've done the Denver loop. We've done the cosmic loop 4 or 5 times tonight. We've had 4 or 5 groups of passengers on and off. Slaves didn't even pay for their ride on the cosmic loop, right? They just hopped on the bus. I let them ride, whatever. They're unthankful. They're ungrateful. And you're boring me. You know, after a certain point, I gotta head back to the dispatch, back to the yard. You know, I'm over it. Nothing like going home to beat your wife after a long day of public service. I need to get a wife so I can beat them. Be part of the true American pastime. Do we have more Donnie? A few more minutes of Donnie. I got to get the hell out of here. See, this is what happens. I don't want to come on here. Then I come on here and then I get locked in. And I don't want to leave. I'm a gringo. Thank you for being here. Joe time. Some good reads that you recommend. I'm trying to learn to your depth here. I like what you're saying, dude. Can you please share with us some links? Okay, I'm going to hit you with like, because I could just do like what everyone else does and have these canned answers and they sound good and there may be some truth to it, but you know, I'd rather go the other way where I give you the real truth as I see it, what really matters that most people think doesn't matter at all. And I'm going to go with on this one, most of our learning is unlearning. So most people want to take books. They come at this from the Western perspective. Give me a bunch of books so I can fill my head with a bunch of useless facts and then try to repeat them and fit them into conversation, right? That's not all what this is. There is some of that to some extent, I guess you could say. But really what this comes down to is you're not going to get the knowledge that you need out of any book because the best knowledge is not knowledge at all. It's discernment. It's the best way to knowledge, right? Instinct and intuition. The way that you get that or cultivate that, I don't know if you get that or not. I think it's like in you. You got to cultivate that. And I think one of the ways to cultivate that is like doing away with all of the people, places, things, and crap that has been projected onto you or been, pushed onto you in this life. So I like to think of it as most of our learning is unlearning. We have to strip away and do away with, not like fill ourselves with. Right. Once we do away with all the crap that's not real and all the shit that's been put there that's not really ours or what we experience, we leave an opening, right? We open up the inner space. And how we view and see the outer space changes, right? And then that starts to become a way of life. And then through that way of life, you start to learn how to perceive in a different way and how to discern. So again, to me, from my perspective, the greatest knowledge is not knowledge at all. It's discernment. And you don't get that from reading books. You get that from throwing out all the crap that was filled into your mind and heart by others that you didn't actually experience. And you go on your own experiential journey of knowing yourself and knowing what truth is, not only for you subjectively, your truth, but the truth, as much as we can come to know that objectively, right? So along that line of thinking or along that perspective, right, I will usually go to ideas like, the Tao, which you could argue is kind of that perspective of almost going beyond good and evil, to just become purely conscious and aware, to bring that back to life, to make a different determination who and what you are and what this is. And it's almost like that's the practice or the process. So I guess if you want to talk, I mean, to my perspective, with my understanding, the Tao Te Ching would be an example of sort of a quasi spiritual text, or a text about consciousness and awareness that causes you to think or change your perspective, right? Or to stop thinking in order to experience truly, fully. And then you have sort of, the moralistic extension of that, right? You go beyond good and evil to be purely conscious and aware, to come back and discern and perceive in a different way. And then you're going to come to, at certain points, it's almost impossible to avoid this sensation or the experience of what we call good and evil, right? It's almost like an aspect of what we reduce everything down to. I think we get a little bit better at discerning what or where that is inside and outside of us, right? Then working with that. But yeah, moralistic extension of that would be like the sayings of the Buddha, where in that text it talks about the scent of a good man, right? One of the quotes is, the scent of a good man rises. It's more powerful than sandalwood, and it goes on to name essential oils, right? It essentially talks about the scent of a good man traveling from nation to nation. So there's certain texts and passages in there about seeking the truth, doing what is right, surrendering once you have done what you believe is right. So yeah, pretty much, there's aspects of this in the biblical Christian scripture. Any text or any media that calls us back to the intrinsic aspects of who and what we are, right? Either pure consciousness and awareness, or conscious and awareness having the bodily human experience of light and dark, good and evil, right and wrong, day and night. And bringing some kind of purpose or meaning or value to that experience that is beyond something that pertains to you or I or an individual group, right? Something that brings us closer to, if not to, a more objective understanding and practice for our beingness. So, yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for people going with intellectualism and intelligence and correlating that with reading, and I guess to an extent, and then there's kind of a drop-off point there, like any chart data collection. It's like it goes up, and then there's a sharp drop-off at a certain point. And then there's the other side of things, right? Like the best tool for learning is direct experience. And the best experience is experiencing life on life's terms without the projections of your thoughts and feelings onto it, right? Just seeing it for what it is, and then how it relates to who and what you are, right? Because life is life. So, I'll never forget, I had one of these, what you would call like a mystical experience, and it was profound to me on its own. It may be meaningless to others. But it was evidence to me of this idea that goes back to the ancient teachings, this idea of meditation, right? And it's not like sitting in a lotus position humming, and it can be that, but like just sitting in nature, right? And just emptying your mind, just looking, right? Like many folks look every day, but they don't see. Is a way that it would be communicated. Therefore, they don't know, right? So like just emptying your mind and even your feelers, and just kind of sitting there and being at peace, and then being awake and aware and observing the world around you in its most natural forms, and what it does, right? Like what are the qualities of this simulation and the life forms that experience life in this simulation. And I was, with a clear space, just looking at the trees, and it occurred to me all in kind of one moment that the tree, like any expression of life here, is a complete expression of archetypal values and power dynamics and co-creativity and how it all works. And it's just not seen that way by most people, right? And so what I'm getting down to is this idea of the root, that reaches down deep to access the water, right? The sustenance of life, which is a process we have to do as people, right? We have to reach down deep and go past our beliefs and our feelers to get to that water of life, that sustenance. How through that unseen world where the roots are, right, it withdraws all of its power and vitality, but it remains hidden. It's unseen. You wouldn't know it existed if you just looked at what the five senses reveal to us. And this creature, the tree, rooted and searching and seeking for the sustenance of life, projects itself upward and outward, right, in its growth. And it continues to grow upward and outward only until it barely touches its fellow trees. Like I could see this inherent pattern in these trees, that no matter how many trees there were side by side, they only grew to where they would barely touch each other, but they would never interfere with the inner outer space of their fellow beings. And I said, it kind of occurred to me that the tree and the collection of trees were more honorable and good faith than the collection of human beings, potentially including myself, in and around this simulation. Because we have all these ideas and big brain beliefs and ways of being and practices, and this is the best we can come up with culture and society and civilization. Look around you and look at who's quote unquote in charge, and what their goals are, right? What their intent is, how they see life. The tree doesn't have any of that. It doesn't need any of that. Intrinsically, intuitively, it understands, right? It doesn't need information and knowledge to just be. And by just being, it has already surpassed the humans with all of their beliefs and their supposed information and knowledge, because it is rooted deep. It is strong in its foundation. It is integral. It moves upward and outward. It expands. It grows only so far as it touches its fellow beings, never interfering with its fellow beings, right? Could argue the tree is eternally in service. It provides shade for all the weary travelers from the hot sun. It is a way of locating water, right? The Indians oftentimes would use trees as markers of where they could find water. So these were highly valuable symbols of power and value for others to chart their course, right? Without the tree, the human being would be destitute, completely disempowered, right? It provides shelter, wood for the fire, for heat from the elements, a canoe to sail on the treacherous waters, right? We could go on and on and on about all the ways that the tree, just as a being in pure conscious and awareness, who or what it is and how it lives, with zero information and knowledge, just based on the natural programming from the creator, has already surpassed conscious and awareness and the servant's heart that you could argue should be or would be present in humanity, that has been, I guess, paved over, has been calloused or numbed out. And again, I could go on and on with these kind of realizations and revelations and how it relates back, this holographic, reflective revelation, realization, simulation, where life is life and life either lives on life's terms or life attempts to live on its own terms, therefore destroying life and prosperity around that being experiencing life. So, yeah, I think the best book to read is the one that you write, and the best way to write it is moment to moment, day by day. Having a genuine, conscious, and aware experience with the life within and outside of you on life's terms, and engaging in that experience of the holographic, reflective revelation of life on life's terms, and how there's complete purpose, meaning, value, power, connection written into all of that when you have that realization, right? It's all right there. Yet you can't name it, you can't point to it, you can't hold it in your hand, you can't give it to somebody else or even explain it to somebody else beyond a certain point, where if they're not willing to or can't see it the way that you see it, will think that it's just complete nonsense. I'm going to go fall asleep to Alan Watts now. Well, Blessings on your journey, sir, ma'am. The Trexty creature is here. I will set the intention to have a limited interaction that is mostly characterized by some sense of mutual care, respect, to whatever level that I can muster that. We have a certain life coach creature who, tends to lie to himself and a lot of others, and we have a lot of others who like to enable that and make excuses for that and are a part of some dysfunctional codependent trauma bond that starts like really early in our lives with our parents, our mothers and fathers. And, it's disconcerting to me. It's dysfunctional. I'd like to see more actual truth, understanding, and therefore genuine peace brought to that simulation and that situation. But I'm also not holding my breath, right? So again, forgive me if I have unreasonable expectations for folks to be honest with themselves and others and to resolve the collective codependent trauma bonding that we find ourselves involved in here, right? The enabling, the delusion, the denial, the outright disempowerment, the distractions, the deflections. You know the list, right? We go over the list here. So, I'm going to put that to the side. I'm going to look past that, and I'm going to have faith that regardless of all the games that we play in life and on here with ourselves and each other, that the universe has a very interesting and funny way of bringing all of us back under what is, in quotes, true and real for ourselves and each other versus what is a fleeting feeling or fantasy or delusion, right? Which could potentially be partially true to an extent. But as we know, right, partial truth given as the whole truth creates total confusion. And I will leave it there. So, despite the claims of many feel-good dreamers in this life, love is not all you need. It is, however, very important. I will be willing to meet halfway, right? True love and care is very important. Love bombing without actual true care, again, the operative word being true love, true care, is merely just that. It's love bombing, it's false care, it's delusion, denial, and deception, and manipulation. So, again, I'll leave it there. We're rather long in the tooth. We're coming up on 2 a.m. This is a late night, uncensored, uncut. Whoa, we got a whoa there. Was I really woeing? I didn't think. I thought I was doing a good job at not woeing there, but see, that's the disconnect. I think I'm not woeing, and on the other side of woeing, and you're woeing. So, hey, you got to give me credit where it's due. You got to meet me where I'm at, right? Hi, white gorilla creature, didn't have a mama. That's as good as you're going to get. Nice, kind, and polite. Questions, comments, concerns? No, it was just so deep I couldn't handle it. Whoa. Well, that's the thing, right? I don't know if you're being sarcastic or flippant, but that's kind of what I was getting to, is a lot of the, what seems to be airy-fairy or deep stuff, a lot of it is very cliche, and these revelations and understandings have been around for a while, the beginning of time, however that works. Those revelations and realizations only come to people usually who are in a consistently free, non-codependent, awake and aware state, not bogged down by people, places, and things, available to the information. Right? Not as much worried about the attention. So, or the advisements, right? Attention and advisements, rules, statute, policy, code, rules, false order, right? False peace. So, a lot of these revelations have all been made before by people who've practiced consciousness and awareness. And the way that you do that is by, again, to tie it all in, leaving the inauthenticity, the fake, the false, the illusion at the door, right? Practicing radical authenticity and accountability. Or just staying neutral. I think I would say that I'd say there's a split in the path where you have to take both sides of the path to get the experience. And neither one is, I think, more valuable, important, or powerful than the other. They're complementary. They work hand in hand. They're like masculine and feminine. You need the discernment to understand. You also need to be able to put aside your judger, in quotes. And again, this is one of the dynamics that gets drawn between this place and other places. I'm speaking generally, but those who know. There's a time and a place for both, and we should be able to practice both freely. And if you can't, then there's a hang up in your dynamic somewhere, your system's dynamics. So there's a time when we have to practice mindfulness, discernment. There's a time we have to practice mindlessness and going beyond good and evil. Right? Because if we come into it looking for right and wrong and culpability, we might project a feeling or an energy onto the experience and miss the lesson and the resolution to do condemnation. There's totally merit to that. Now, when you use that to get out of all accountability or responsibility, it's no longer a spiritual practice, it's spiritual bypass, and it's an aspect of delusion and denial and deception. Okay? So many of you are subject to this, and you get easily taken in by it because you've not practiced being honest with yourself and others for so long, and it's evident. You don't have to answer me. I can smell it and see it all over you. You spend a lifetime of people pleasing and attempting to try to love and care and this, that, and the third, and that's all good till it's not, because you haven't been taking equal amount of time in your life to cultivate who and what you are authentically, which is self-care. See? Don't tell me about love that doesn't know self-care and authenticity. That's not true love. That's codependency, bondage, and inauthenticity. Nothing truly loving, powerful, and inspiring about that. It's the opposite. It's draining. Not really politics. Well, that's the point of what we do here. We call out all the illusions. We put them to the gorilla test, right? We hold them up to the light. We tap on them. We turn them. We try to get down to what it is and how it works, right? P.T. Burnham's Hall of Mirrors and Illusions. One of the illusions that we're speaking on right now is the supposed love and care you get from folks who don't know what it means to be real with themselves and others. It's an illusion. All right, where are we at here? Let me check my situation on my side. Got any updates here? We're rather light tonight and lately on. We have someone. See, this is what annoys me. This is what annoys me when I'm getting texts and calls, and I have to go and double and triple check because my systems aren't working. So this might be a blessing. We have 4 unknown callers, and usually when folks call unknown, it's because they're hiding from something. They're guilty of something before we even start. That might have been my God protecting us somehow, some way. Oh, so we have somebody. Oh no, this is good. Well, okay, we have voicemail from a potential slave. It's because it transcripts it. It looks like, based on the transcript, definite slave. Well, let's listen to it. This is the thank you for being the content, giving us content. I'm gonna go ahead and predict right now, and we'll see if I'm right or not. Obviously, this is the average. This is what it sounds like if I go back to work, to the workforce, and I show up at work. This is who's going to be my manager. somehow, some way, right? Because I didn't go to get the certification. I didn't go. This is why stay in school, kids. Stay in school, tough it out, just put up with their bullshit, get the certification. Because if not, and again, not everyone's a god of all media, so you're not going to probably, maybe, we'll see, we'll work on it. But if you can't hack it as the god of all media, you're going to have to go back to the workforce. Shit, I might have to go back to construction next week. Hoping not, but we'll see. If you go there and you work and you know what I know, this is who's going to run your life. And then you might go back on heroin. I'm just saying, it's been like 12 years. I don't think I'll ever go back, but who knows? If I went back to work tomorrow and this is my boss, leaves this voicemail on my message on my phone, I might go back on heroin. All right, let's see. A missed call, 12:04 a.m. from boss.
Dude, blessings my ass. You are so fucking gay and such a little loser. How do you even go to work? How do you even shave in the morning in the mirror?
That's the thing.
How do you even look at yourself?
Okay.
You're a cowardly.
All right. I'll get back to boss in a second. I want him to. Oh man, see, this is the thing. My camera stuff is off. I'm shirtless in here, and even though there's light on, you can't see me. It just looks like I'm in a dark hovel. So I don't know, something about this white balance on this camera's off. But as I want you to know, like, because you're very confused, and I want to help you. I don't go to work at this point. That's really going to piss you off. I hope folks don't start contributing and supporting, because this guy's really going to get mad, like Jimmy Shively did earlier. But yeah, man, I hate to break it to you, but people actually like gift me, and I don't even have to pay tax on that because it's non-taxable. I have no income. I have no contracts. I don't work. I just show up and I fucking just do conspiracy theories, and then people are like, "Oh my god, this fucking white gorilla is so cute." See me? By the way, white light is not my best friend. There's no denying. But see, I don't shave in the morning, and I don't go to work at all. So like, yeah, man, you're kind of on to me so far in a way. This slave might be onto something. All right, let's get back. Let's finish the. Looks scary from here. Hold on, I'll put on a shirt just for you. I don't want to upset my audience. Second, slave. I have one collared shirt that I bring out for extremely special occasions, and you're getting it right here, right now, tonight, okay? Don't say I never did anything for you. Right, there we go. Right. Not bad for what I'm working with, you know. We got to fix the white balance here, though. White balance is way off. I want this guy to be able to look at me in all my glory. He can really get upset. How's that? Well, that's not good either. All right, whatever. Yeah, I'm a white albino gorilla, and I don't shave, and I don't go to work. So, man, you guys will be really, you'll be really fucking active down there with that. I'll never live this down. Whatever you're gonna come with. I'm gonna give you a. We'll get it together later. Who cares? Just did 4.5 hours with no videos. Does it even really matter? This is the money maker right here, people. Silver and gold tongue. Okay, where are we at? Caller popped like Mr. Hubbard. Well, I trigger egos, brothers and sisters. No denying that. tradition, trade, and trader all stem from the Latin tradare, meaning to betray, to hand over, to offer up, to sacrifice your free will for perceived comfort. It is a realm of sacrifice, sir. That's not conspiracy theory. We can draw you the map out, right? The map is there. If you want to be prosperous and successful in this life, you're going to have to sacrifice. It may even be your safety and your comfort. One sacrifice. You know? You may have to give up your rights and freedom. It's another sacrifice. You look familiar. Are you the guy from that Hoodlum movie with the pot smoking teenagers? I don't know what that means. Get a little reefer hit, and I'll have you know that I'm very fucking. They say I'm not, but I'm very sophisticated lately. Cut out all sugar. Okay, I added that to my list. No more smoke in my lungs. We've gone a whole 4.5 hours with it without imbibing in the cannabis situation, and now we're gonna take a vaporized hit of cannabis, which is very, very high class. I have a tube and everything. I'm really like, I've turned into a whole different person over the last however many years. I'm still the same where it matters, like where it counts. But other ways, I've completely evolved, right? I don't even recognize myself. What would Rob Cleveland's cousins think of me? I don't smoke blunts anymore. Now I got this contraption. So this is like a whole thing. Like there's ruby gemstones in there and they get hot and then it pulls hot air through and it vaporizes. And then you get like clouds of vapor but no smoke. So, you know, we're trying a little bit. You know, if you gotta have your vices and use your cannabis, that's all I'm doing at this point, you know. You cut back a lot and, you know, we're using vapor, so we're trying here. You know, you gotta take care of yourself to some extent. Health is your wealth, people. Oh, that's right. We never got back to Boss. Boss wanted to call me. He sounds like Boss has been hitting the bottle. He does that after work because he's very powerful and inspiring and masculine, and he needs something to like balance out that power and that masculinity. So yeah, he hits the bottle from time to time before and after he calls me. But let's get back. So far we got, dude, blessings my ass. You are so fucking gay and such a little loser. How do you even go to work? I don't. How do you even shave in the morning? I don't, obviously. In the mirror. How do you even look at yourself? You're a cowardly little lip-tard. Oh, wait, I'm now reading ahead. I don't want to spoil it for you. What happened? All right.
You're a cowardly little libtard twat. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. That's it. You're just a flat out pussy. How do you even shave and you won't take my call? Dude, I already knew you weren't going to take it. Because you're a bitch.
Okay, let's call this guy back now. I think he's confused. I don't sit here and put out a number and then not take calls because you're LARPing as some masculine man and I'm a pussy, right? I'm going to bet and guess here that when we get to like check in the stats on who we are, where we've been, what we do, that's going to be you. And I'm going to be the guy who, you know, the story, right? Like we know why we know of me originally and what I do. And it's the opposite of being a pussy. So much so I can't get most of you cowardly slaves to do 1/10 of what I've been doing with others around here. So that's like not going to be the thing, right? But I'm totally cool with like being honest about where I'm insecure and fearful and where I'm a pussy. But if we're going to put us all on the scales of justice here, you're not winning that one. There's literally no way that you could win that one. You know, you could have went to Iwo Jima and Cheeseburger Hill and all the rest of it, and it's not going to amount to a damn thing here. So, where were we? Right. Okay. Let's finish his message, and then I'm going to call him back.
and you're a sad, dick-sucking, rope-smoker bitch. I know you're gay. I mean, I know you're gay. You gotta be.
Takes one to
There's
know
no
one,
way
huh?
a real man, a heterosexual man, could act like you. No fucking way.
Yeah, well, takes one to know one, as they say. He's on to me. It's amazing how when these guys get drunk enough, how just right out of the id, right out of the subconscious is like everything about gay and gay this and gay that, and it's like, you know, okay. All right, let's call this guy back. He didn't give a name, so we're John Doe, I guess. The only broadcast
telephone number 92821925886. Can't take your call
there
now.
must have been some mistake that he went right to voicemail. He must have like accidentally like hit the button while he was going to get it, because I'm the pussy dick sucking twat, I think, in this equation, who's scared to take the call. So let's try again. Gotta be some kind of mistake.
Telephone number 928219258.
All right. Well, and I think I just gave out his number indirectly. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I let it all go through, but if I did, I guess my mistake. Leave him alone. Don't call him. Don't bother him. I didn't even think of it, and then I think I cut it off before the last few numbers. So yeah, if you're out there, I actually didn't ignore your call. I just didn't get the notification. Totally not running from you. You're a drunk retard, and I guarantee you're a coward everywhere in your life. And we can literally like put up on that and make some content and show how that's the case, or not. You know, you can just actually duck calls and then project onto me that that's me. Cool. So I guess we'll leave that there. No surprise. Again, you can't call me up with a rap about me being a pussy when you guys won't stand for what's true and what's right anywhere in your life. And Donnie Trump and his system runs your fucking life, and you pay to get ruled over. You can't have the conversation with me about who's a punk pussy and who's not. That's already been put to bed. You know, and I'm not really going anywhere to prove anything physically by rolling around with somebody or fighting someone. And you definitely should not come here, because I'm in the middle of the desert. And if you come around here trying to do anything to me, I'm not going to roll around with you. I'm going to tell you to leave nicely, and then I'm going to do what I got to do after that to stop you from bothering me. You know, you're right in that I'm very much a pussy. I get very easily afraid. Like, I could go to court, get arrested over and over again, show up at court, put stuff on record, get dismissal, stuff like that. But when rabid slaves come around me who got like at least one vax because they didn't know Donnie was a scammer, and they're drunk and, you know, they're on like psych meds and pharmaceuticals and all, like fluoride deep in their fucking cerebellum, I get scared and uppity when that happens. These people come around me. I get fearful for my life. So he might be right about that. I might be a big pussy. I need lots of guns and bullets to deal with lots of potential rabid slaves who got hate in their heart. You can just hear the hate in that slave's drunken heart, right? You know, that's a shame. Let's pray for that slave right now. Let's go on ahead and bow our heads. Dear Lord, we pray to you to get this rabid, disgusting, pathetic slave in order, because we can't do it, Lord. Oh, no, we can't do it. You sent your only son, Jesus, to do it, and he couldn't do it. So who am I? Who do I think I could do it? I know I can't. Lord, we pray to you, put the blood of Jesus on this drunken, redneck, cowardly slave projecting onto me. Get him out of his confusion and delusion, Lord. Bring him the holographic, reflective revelation and simulation that you so beautifully and uglily, I don't even know if that's a word, Lord, and that's okay, because you know my heart, you judge my heart. You know that I'm good, and God is good, and the flag is good, and Donald Trump is good. And all right, amen. I'm going to leave it there. I got a little carried away with myself. Feeling really fucking patriotic right there at the end. I don't know what happened. Ugly. Right. I don't know. I got to have a word with the Jeep Girl creature too at some point. I've been avoiding it. You know? This is why I'm better. God might be onto something. It's better when I'm sick and I'm in constant pain, right? Then I'm nice, kind, and polite. I'm more nice, kind, and polite. Like when I'm feeling better and more pain free, I get so easily and quickly in my disturbances with people. You know, I've been putting it off, but we're gonna have to address it at some point. Hanging around these places, you know, getting played a little bit, you know, getting pimped on by people around here who like to play power games. And I'm disappointed. I would have thought her, you know, being a part of me and what I do, what we do here, you know, she'd know better. But yeah, you can't. God bless their heart. You know, folks they want to like and be liked. They want to love and be loved. They want to be part of the mix. You know, they want to believe, and oh well. I won't. Praise God, I won't let it get to me. You know, they just can't see what I see. It's what it really is. All right. Let's take a hit of some vaporized cannabis. I'm pretty sure there's some love in there, brothers and sisters. And this way I can completely forget about all the ways that this experience disappoints me, people, places, and things, and I can get back to love. Feels good to feel good. See, I got a tube now. This is some real high class shit. I don't even have to put my mouth on anything that's like lit. Oh yeah, I'm feeling the love, brothers and sisters. I'm not feeling any love because this thing isn't even on. All right, take two. Brothers and sisters, it's important to realize that sometimes we get tricked. We confuse ourselves. Like right there, I convinced myself I was feeling the love. I was. And I tried to make it like the love was about the machine and the reefer, but it wasn't. That was real love from me that I was feeling. See? Brothers and sisters, sometimes you got to step back from what you think love is and what's creating the love. Realize that it was right there all along. It's part of you. Shit, I'm wondering right now if I even need this cannabis love, because I have so much actual love in me. I didn't even know it was there till I thought it was there because something else was there. It's important, brothers and sisters. You got to look at that. Amateur hour. Rob Cleveland has been very, I think it was the security guard comment. I could have said that in a better way, a different way. He's very rude more recently. When fascism comes to USA, it will come carrying a cross and wrapped in a flag. Yeah, you're about 60 years late, bud. Better late than never. At least 60 years. Actually, longer than that. What did I do? Well, I don't want to address it specifically because if I name names, the people involved in these endeavors get off on that alone, and I don't want to give them that, right? In a way, they get off on even me responding or reacting to it, right? So I'm even feeding into that by choosing to have a response or reaction because I don't have to, really. I get to choose that to some extent. But yeah, I don't want to give it any power, right? It's ultimately your walk, just like my walk is mine. And you may be, this is the kicker, the trick to all of it. I can talk a certain way with authority and confidence, you know, but I always have to hold out that maybe you and others know something I don't, or maybe you're better off than I am living the way that you are, right? And I'm missing the boat. I'm missing the point. But yeah, there's, you know, we know it by now. I don't even need to go into it. There's a certain type of individual that exists in these spaces, and it goes by many names, but it has the same core of its beingness, its same intentions, motivations, and outcomes to varying degrees, but similar, if not the same. And to engage with it beyond a certain point and to give it what it wants or what it needs almost is an insult to your and mine, everyone else's true intelligence and discernment here. But again, that's a perspective, that's an opinion. I can't hold you and others to that. There's times where I haven't held myself to that. So I can't be hypocritical, but yeah, it's one of those pimp and hoe discussions that as a woman, you have to understand what it means to be a woman and what giving any of your time, energy, attention to certain creatures does to them and for them, right? And what it means to them in regards to other creatures, right? Like you're not aware of it. And that's why I say, bless your heart. Maybe you shouldn't be aware of it. It's better off you aren't, but it exists. It's a thing and it's power games and dynamics, right? And it goes on in all of these places to varying degrees. And to see people play into it, right, rather than just see it for what it is, call it out, or just negate it, is always a bit disappointing for me, right? As the pimp to the hoe. It's that whole thing, right? Like, and that might be my power game. I get off on when a hoe sees a wannabe pimp and just calls him out and shuts him down. I don't care if you never talk to me again. I get off on that because that's part of the game and what needs to be done. In quotes, who am I, right? That's your decision to make, right? And I'm not going to attempt to hold anybody to anything because then it does come off and potentially is a culting scenario. But, and when I say I get off on it, right? Like I grow in bond and trust and respect for the individual. When I see them see others for who and what they are, not play into their bait, call it out for what it really is, and then just shut them right down. That's just, and again, I'm projecting onto others who and what I am and where I respect myself and therefore respect others. That may not be you and others' walk. That may be your walk and you found that it is overburdening to you, so you've let go of it, right? And you may be better off for that. I almost can't let go of it. And then at times I wonder if I'm even supposed to or if I'd want to, right? It's almost a gift and a curse in a way. But yeah, I'll leave it at that for the time being. Power of the inherent of the people. He's a good example of that, right? Where I have love for him, I have respect for him. He's one of the few in these realms who I think we could go places, and I think he's already going places. Doesn't necessarily need me at all, right? But there's certain places where I don't feel as safe and comfortable and trusting and respectable as I could because we don't have enough of that calling out wannabe pimps and people lying to themselves and others in these venues, right? And again, that just might be a me thing. That's how I'm living in my projection. That's not them, and they may be better off for it, right? I guess what I'm wondering is, I guess what it really comes down to is, if you guys are all better off for it, try to explain to me, presuming you haven't already, try to explain to me again why we're better off for humoring and engaging with and entertaining with and playing nicey nice with people who we know are lying to themselves and others and are seeking power and value and are willing to lie to get it and won't be accountable and responsible. I don't think that it's healthy and functional to continue to engage in this kind of behavior. It's the one place where public fool system, again, potentially did us a disservice. By with all this crap of everybody has a voice and everybody's got a role to play and everybody should have a space to be heard and all opinions and perspectives are equal. They're not. They shouldn't. By doing that, you muddy the waters. And you take a whole bunch of time, energy, attention away from other shit that we could be doing and viewing to humor and entertain a bunch of scoundrels and skunks. I just, again, it's one thing if you have folks who want to be on the path of redemption and repentance. Hi, that's us. Welcome. It's another thing when you want to show up to these venues with people who really want to do that and you want to push your agenda and your nonsense and play power games with motherfuckers who've been there and played it to levels that you wouldn't, because again, you're not like that in anything you do, right? And have put that down and put it away to do the right thing, right? I detest you. It's almost part of that extreme change you make when you go from being an addict, right? And you're like robbing and stealing and involved in gang activity and you think this shit is cool and cute and clever and this is what real men do. And then you realize it's all a fraud. It's all a deception. These people are tortured. I'm involved in sickness and dysfunction here, and I need out. And you have to like turn your back on everything, including who you think you are, and create a new self and a new life. Right. So it's like with people like that who want to give up the bondage, the vice, the addictions, the shitty lifestyles, who have discernment, right, and could fraud and pimp and rob and play the game and choose not to and do right, and you're going to show up and do that in everybody's face. I have no respect for it. I can't stomach it. I don't want it around me. And when I see people playing nicey nice with it, I go, you're on a list now. And I could come on here and I could come across a certain way and be likable. I just choose not to, because I got to be real. So I can learn and know me, and I could get better, right? If I'm fucked up on these kind of things, then I need to be real and get it out there so I can get feedback and get better at it, right? But oftentimes I wonder, is this a neuroses of mine, a pathology, or is this a gift that also can seem like a curse at times? Because I wonder, are you really supposed to be able to stomach? Is that part of integrity, to be able to be with and around people who, and again, maybe we go to scripture, the stories of Jesus, right? And again, there's a difference to me as far as I see it with hosting somebody at a table who you know is disreputable, dishonorable, and bad faith, because you're going to walk with them back to the truth, life, and way, versus hosting them there and lying to yourselves and each other, pretending it's something different than what it is, and then being confused and surprised when shit goes the way that it always goes, right? There's a big difference there. And again, maybe it's the pride and ego thing that I have to let go of, but I just see it as credibility and reputation, right? If we're going to be some real folks doing real things, then we got to be with some real folks doing real things. We start keeping these people, places, and things around us that ain't reflecting who and what we really are. We lose ourselves in the mission and what this is all really about, right? And again, maybe, I'm reflecting on in the moment, is part of the mission to be nice, kind, and polite to people who are literally showing up to bullshit you and lie and game in your face and insult your intelligence. Like, we don't know it, we don't see it. See, that's kind of that you see what I imagine it is? I imagine it like the Gone with the Wind woman back in the day, right? Where she's a real woman. She may like attention. She may host the loser, lowlife, reprobate. She may feed him, bring him coffee and all that. But at the core of who and what she is and how she relates to the motherfucker is always clear where they stand, right? Like, I may have love and care for you. I may host you. I may feed you. But don't get it twisted. I know who and what you are and what you do, right? And don't get to thinking and confused that I'm like enamored by you and charmed by you and your ways. I'm not. I'm just showing you true love and care by having you here, right? It's that whole thing, right? That used to be the old movies. You have an old Western movie where, you'd have a woman and she wasn't the best looking woman, but she was valuable because she stuck with the man for who and what he was and what he was about, right? And she could have the rich, charming, fast talker, sweet talker, bullshitter come into town. She may host him and all the rest of it, but it's clear to everybody he ain't getting nowhere with her because of her power and value system. What she finds to be powerful and valuable. There is no way in for someone like you. And when you as a woman start to make these men think that they have a way in with you, between your legs, into your pocketbook, whatever it is, they start feeling like they're a player and they're pimping on you. So it's good indirectly, because that's the best way to get them to fuck themselves and everybody else, is to make them think they're really doing something, right? But you need to understand the power you have and you hold. See? And the whole game, in a way, you could argue that's being played constantly in the simulation. This idea of reputation, credibility, discernment. And what we see as respectable. Yeah, I got to give it to Jennifer. That's one of the ways I would have to say that I had a great deal of respect for Jennifer, and some other women in these venues, right? Because whether they like attention or not, or whatever the case may be, there's a line that they draw, and they're not willing to put themselves out there to return the favor of a man giving them attention, because A, they don't want it from them, that type of person, and B, they know what it is. It's an attempt to try to make that man feel like he's somebody, right? You don't get that. You don't get that access unless you are that. See? And this has become kind of a lost, I want to say art, but understanding and practice in culture and society. Is women not realizing how much power and value they have, and I'm not even talking pussy power in quotes, right? But realizing how much day to day that you shape the community and culture and society by just returning the affections and attentions of bad faith, dishonorable reprobates in public where other people are going to see it and experience it, right? You don't know how much inspiration and power you have when everybody watches you shut these men down, call them out for what they are, and then encourage them to do and be and have better, because that's the only way they get access to you. See, and when you don't hold that standard, that's when everything slips. See, again, the women don't know how much power and value they have. If you stop entertaining the advances and the attention that gets your ego off of men who you don't truly respect, right, who you don't really admire, this would change overnight. You would start to see men become somewhat good faith, become honorable, change who and what they are to get access, right? And this is what a meritocracy consists of, whether it's paying a motherfucker, right? Like sending them value, right? Or giving them access to your valuables, your valuables. That's between your legs or otherwise, right? It could just be affection, attention, feigned respect. So, we focus so much on like physical financial currency. We forget the original currency, which was social power and value dynamics, energy, attention, exchange, communication, right? Credibility, reputation, who you are, what you stand for, and the energy that's created around that. So every one of these interactions with a woman in these venues, you can think you're being nice, kind, polite, you're just being friendly. Everybody, no, there is a subtle power game going on, especially with the males and their ego, right? So yeah, I mean, again, I find this stuff interesting and fascinating. I could speak on it forever. That's not necessarily an indicator of my personal feelings toward anybody here. But yeah, just some things that I notice and witness. Questions and comments, concerns on any of that, folks? Any of that making sense? Do we even let's take a hit of the vaporized cannabis through the tube. You content creators crave dopamine hits online from likes. Online from likes. Make something tangible. Again, there is some truth to that. I won't deny that. You're projecting onto me that this is the beginning and ending of who and what I am and what I do. So that's cool. I'm not going to sit here and like make justifications or explanations or excuses for myself. I'll just cop to it because that's the easiest way to do it. I'm totally a dopamine addict, and there's various ways that I get my dopamine. And it's not at all just simply limited to talking on the microphone or in front of the camera. Obviously. So again, check the stats, right? I get my dopamine hits from getting arrested every 6 months or so, going to court with no attorney, and somehow walking away and not paying anything or signing anything. And working with a whole bunch of other people in between to do the same, and having them come back to me after having lengthy conversations where I basically have to talk to them like a football coach and convince them they can run the ball. Not because I think they really can run the ball, because I know in their heart they just want to fucking run the ball. So I have to remind them, dude, it's obvious in your heart you want to run the ball. If you need permission from me, you got it. But again, that's not what this is about. It's about accountability, responsibility, and self-governance. So that's how I get my dopamine hits, among other things. Yeah, there are other things. We won't go into that for now. We'll save that for another time. Albinos for Trump. There you go. Why the hell not, right? So again, you might want to like figure out where you're at. And I get it. It was a good presumption and projection. It would have worked with 95% of other folks. You caught the 5%er on this one. That would be me. Haven't been on a while. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, and also my dopamine hits come from challenge and testing and conflict, whether I like it or not, right? I'd have to cop to that. So whether I get them from the likes and validation or not, I always have the other side of the dopamine hit, which is constant barrage of prosecution and persecution from you NPC slaves, right? And a constant availability when I want it. I don't take it much nowadays, but constant availability of conflict, test, and challenge. More than enough ways to get dopamine hits without completely descending. Who praying? Why praying to an old orange man? I don't know what any of that means. That's not me. I respect what you say and be mindful of that in the future. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the woman thing, is, you know, we used to do simulations here regularly, bring people on, ask them questions, have them answer honestly, and then correlate everything back to a core understanding that is not talked about at all as much as you think it would be, such as life and media, right? There's so many ideas that are just, it's like you have to like search for them and like look under rocks to get to them while everything else is broadcast out in your face, right? Almost like that's the intelligence test of the universe. The shit that's valuable, that's worth finding for, you have to look for. If you don't look for it, you just get all the shit that's not worth finding, the shit that's readily available at the surface, right, on the face of it. So it's almost like an inherent test where only the people who really seek are going to get. Everyone else is going to get to receive what they perceive or lack thereof. But yeah, you know, and again, you may not want to go down these roads because you may get very neurotic for a time or completely. Like your back burner may be going constantly because you start to become aware of just how much power and value games and exchanges are going on at all times around you. Especially for women who aren't oriented as much toward I won't say oriented toward pride and ego. It's a different way. Pride and ego. At least to an extent. It's hard to find the seam on it when I look at it. From my perspective, right? Who the fuck am I? That's always the proviso, but yeah, I guess women should understand that when you invoke certain ideas, right? You gotta take it to what they've experienced with other women around them. They may not be doing that, but you can make them aware of what other women do around them. And then the power and value game is revealed. Like the whole he's bad for you, you should get away from him. And then your friend fucks the guy, they tell you that they're bad for you and get away from, right? It's that whole thing. That's going on constantly all around you with men and women in various forms. All right. Where are we going from here, people? You're in the driver's seat now. We've flipped roles. I'm on the couch. I'm kicked back. You're my stand-in therapist / content creator. It's now you guys get to seek dopamine hits. You're the content creators. Damn, you're still alive. Can I call in? Well, why not? Hold on, we have more messages.
Hey, this is iTop. I just wanted to ask some questions because I was curious about your take, specifically on government and if you even think there should be one, or if it should be each state should run itself. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Right, so I love these questions. Did you guys all hear that? If you didn't, let me know. The man asked in a what I'm calling shocked and almost confused way. He can't believe he's even asking this question, but I'm going to go ahead and really fucking shake this guy up and shock him right now. Sir, there's already governance going on all the time, everywhere. It's called your conscience. I know, that's scary, huh? Scary that there was already a system of governance in place that is operating right now as we speak all over. Now, granted, to a very limited degree. because the word is conscionable, which I'm no genius, but I'm going to guess means the ability to use conscience, because the word is conscionable. So I know this is shocking. This is going to rile a lot of you up, but we were already born into a universe, which is a system built on code, law. It's written into your heart. It's what we call conscience. And it's where we get the idea of honor able, faithful, trustworthy. You know these words. You break them down and you see it's all right there, right? It's based on the character of the individual and how conscionable they are or not. So, bam, it's already there. It's already existing. I don't care how much everyone else around me doesn't engage with that sense of governance. It's there. And you use it to whatever degree you're going to be self-governing. Now, spiritually, for all the asylum cases that some might argue should be wrapped up and locked up in a padded cell because they have no understanding or revelation or recognition of the conscionable, spiritually, technically, they need governance some way, somehow, right? Ergo, nature abhors a vacuum, so governance on the technical corporate level is born as a service that is being provided. Now, that's great because we have dual jurisdiction. I don't have a problem with that. For those who can govern themselves and know right from wrong and can communicate that and stand on that, they are free to pursue their happiness. That's codified in the Constitution. For those who don't know right from wrong and don't understand the law of the universe and aren't conscionable, they need a system of governance where everything's written down and pushed on them because they're a bunch of vaxxed out, vax tax lax slaves. Okay, so it doesn't matter what I think, doesn't matter what I want and don't want. See? Because this isn't a world that operates off of what Paulie Boy or anybody else thinks and feels and wants and doesn't want. As a matter of fact, we, it would seem, have to come to understand who or what we are, what God is as an experience, and what it wants from us in this place, presuming it wants anything. We don't even really need to bring God into this to know that we have conscience and whoever would ever put it there. And if you use it, it tells you stuff. To be very sort of blunt and profane about it, simplistic. So, bam, dual jurisdiction, spiritual and physical governance, they're equal, they're in a complementary equilateral fashion, tied in with each other, but also mutually exclusive in their own way. It's paradoxical, right? And what I think and feel about it doesn't matter because it already exists and exists for a reason, because this is a realm of cause and effect. Based on who and what we are and what we put out, we get something back. Why would you or anybody, like, this is where I'm going to uncontent create you. Why would you or anybody else give a fuck about what I think and feel unless it relates to you and what you see and experience? We're not doing a cult here, right? This is just, it becomes so simple at a certain point, and that's the scary part of it. That's the thing. Folks are more afraid of the unknown and the opportunity than they are of the known slavery and lack of such opportunity. That's fascinating and scary to me. You already are here because you already know on some level in your heart that everything you've been presented is a bullshit game meant to take your time, energy, attention, extort your power and value from you, financially or spiritually. The majority of it. Everything except for the sham wow, okay? That's a product that we need to bring back and bring back hard, okay? Everything else is meant to extract money, time, energy, attention, and power from you, and call it something other than what it is. Like, what do you think, that this all just got this way randomly? That this is just a fluke? This is an accident? This is a coincidence? Thousands of years of the same types of people doing the same types of things for the same reasons to the same ends? Everything is perfect in its imperfection. You cannot remake the universe and do it better than it's already been done. That's right out of the Tao. You asked me before what one of my favorite texts is. That's one of the passages in the Tao, and I contend that that's the case. That speaks about God without ever speaking about God. That's what I love about it. Can't give the religionists and indoctrinated folks the dogmatics a way in to corrupt it and pervert it, right? That's the genius of that text and its writer. The writer was able to understand different paradigms of perspective, much as I am able to, and speak to a being who was only seeking pure consciousness and awareness, even though he could talk to you through various layers and paradigms in various forms of language with phrases and ideas. MAGA is the highest degree of Satanism. Look it up. Right. We know this. Bro, go touch grass. Right. Thank you for that. Bro, what are you yapping about? Anything and everything. And what the folks put forth. We're a stream of consciousness here. Cosmic loop. Maybe get a job too. Right. Can you call in? I'd like to hear from you how me getting a job will be preferable to me doing whatever I want to do. Entertaining folks, inspiring folks, working with folks on the law and court, and really serving society. Can you explain to me how getting a job would put me in a superior, inspiring, entertaining, empowering position? I'm all for it. Imagine a fucking pathetic slave with limited opportunity and understanding of himself and life coming here to tell me how to be and live. As if I didn't know that. Thanks, bud. I totally didn't know that I needed to get a life and get a job and touch grass. Fuck the government. There you go. Well, technically, it's of and by and for the people, and the people get the government that they deserve. So technically, the government is fucking itself. The people are fucking themselves by paying the island boys to run their life. Where was I? See, the slave was successful in its own right because it got me off of my stream of consciousness. Huh? I don't get it. It ain't that deep. Right. Well, then this is very simple. If me talking about myself, my perspective, my life and experience isn't meaningful to you, then that's when you move along. I even have to tell the retarded NPC slaves how to operate their phone in a live stream. So either it's not that, and you're saying that because really your soul is keeping you here for something you're not aware of, and I get that because we've seen a lot of that. Or you are experiencing that and you're just too retarded to figure out what to do next, in which case this place is not for you, right? I can work with the first option. I've done that in the past. You know, your spirit, your soul, something inside of you is attracted to me and whatever I'm saying. Now, you may not know what it means and you may be put off by it, but something is calling you to stay and be a part of what I'm doing and maybe no more. We can do that, right? But if not, there's no need to type. You just wasted your time. That's kind of silly, you know? Literally a grown man crying about the government. Okay, so this is why we have to loop here. We don't have to, but this is why it becomes a loop. Because it's like, that's not me. I'm not crying, complaining. I'm actually, you could argue, entertaining in my own way and inspiring, you know? Because we actually do stuff day to day in life and on the ground to make a change. So I'm not complaining. I'm integrally involved in making a change on the ground and working with folks behind the scenes at the courts. And I got to tell you, I'm probably going to get arrested again and have to go to court again. I know actually I'm going to have to sue folks and develop more of a process. And it's already being done with folks who've been brought into my experience. Cameron is an example of one of them lately. We got to see how that is going to go personally. Hopefully we can just do the work, By me, I mean me, because he's doing the work on his side. I just don't necessarily agree with the approach. Does it really matter? We have to answer that question. Time will tell, right? If we get the same outcome and results and it's available for all, does it really matter how we get there? I guess not. I guess I just don't believe that it's going to happen. But again, I can't hate on a motherfucker. They're putting the work in and they're getting results. How they do it, I guess we'll figure that out at some point. But yeah, please stop projecting. You're in my chat box complaining about a man on the internet who's integrally involved with changing the nation. If you'd like, I can show you the video that's been seen over, I think, 10 million times on one website alone. It's a right to travel video. I could show you multiple events that I've spoken at live. I can show you a network of hundreds of people. I can show you thousands of core audience and listeners. I can show you folks who are in all fields of reality, including Hollywood, who come here, who understand that this information understanding is literally that all we have at this point. And if we don't understand this and apply this, you're fucked. And it doesn't matter what status and title you occupy in civilization and culture and society. That's not a me thing. Right? So that's an our thing. You're not a part of that. Right? So that's where that's at. I don't talk to monkeys, right? Okay, so I'm going to help you out because, again, that's you. Where's Sade when you need her, right? Oh, she's still up. Bless her heart. The woman, a woman's work is never done, especially that woman. Oh, Sade. She does things to me. Right, so I'm going to help this chimpanzee in jeans out because he's wandered into the wrong area. All right, give me some questions, comments, concerns, or we're out of here, I think. We've had enough, Donnie. I think I'm hitting the wall. Top 3 most chatted. Get your dumb ass out of here. Right, we got some chatty patties. See, all that is, it's we almost have to be thankful for it when it comes forth, because all it is another holographic, reflective aspect of the simulation, right? That might be an aspect of all of us. Like, there's a part of me that, if I let me, will convince myself that, Paulie boy, you have no value. You're not inspiring. You're not powerful. You're not a good speaker. You're just a fat ex-heroin addict piece of shit who lives in a trailer. You got no value. See? And then there goes another potential reflection. We know what that is, right? We know what aspect of self and other self that is and what it's there to do. We thank it for that, right? Thank you for your test and your challenge and your reminder of what level that we can get to if we don't recognize the greatness within ourselves and within this experience, right? That thing that we call God. I call it, again, locally conscience, among other aspects. So, okay, we have an unknown caller. Unknown, are you there?
Yo, what up, my boy?
What's going on, man? Can I get a name?
Yeah, my name is Sexy Seahawk 69, my big dog. What's going on, brother?
The sexy. I thought you were a woman, man. You're a man out here. I like that. I like how you scramble and scrape out here, daddy, calling yourself.
Oh, yeah, I fucking fake out all them fools all the time. They think I'm a bitch, but I actually got one swinging in between my... No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
No, but for real. Yeah. So, yeah.
Diddy on that Freako case. Not guilty.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck is up with that? I mean, can it get any more...
I'm tired of that shit, too. They're out here trafficking, fucking kids and eating kids, and then they want to keep a black man down because he's out here beating up on bitches who need it. Some might say, they say it. They wouldn't have been doing it if they didn't need it. They let themselves be a part of that situation. He's out here doing the only thing that a lot of black men know how to do in a white man's world, where they can eat and sex traffic, and he can't even do a couple freakos here and there. right? They want to hit him with Frico,
Oh
Rico
my
cases
God.
and all the rest of this shit. That's what they call it now. The Rico is now the Frico because they're getting hit with Rico cases.
I have not heard that
I'm
yet.
telling you.
Yeah, I stopped looking a little bit ago because once I figured out that he was getting off, I'm like, holy shit, how much more evidence can you fucking even have? And then that coincides with Trump doing all his shit, and you're like, Jesus Christ, and you look at Pam Bondi.
Because he's black.
Bill Barr.
Because he's black.
Yeah.
They just like R. Kelly. R. Kelly pissed on one female who was like technically legal in Canada, but not legal in the United States, right? She was like 17 or something. Technically legal, not a legal minor. Pissed on one half legal, half not legal minor. Whole life is over now because he's black. You can tell me it's different.
Yeah.
And now Diddy, he's freaking off. He's got baby oil, and now we got to hit him with Frico cases because he's black.
Well,
but
yeah,
nothing with
Frico,
Trump, nothing with Hillary, none of this. See, that's the racism. They don't want to talk about it. We'll talk about it here.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. Why is he cool? Yeah, let's pin his ass and all those little kids he touched. And by the way, what the fuck is up? Did you hear Pastor T.D. Jakes getting that and Meek Mill getting smirked on freaking? Have you heard the audio of that? It's pretty messed up, dude.
No, give me give the people, because I don't care really about any of these people what they do, but give the people the breakdown of that. I'm gonna hit the sophisticated.
Okay. So here it is. So there's a guy, right? Many Christians here, know who Pastor T.D. Jakes is. Big black pastor, really charismatic, really good messages. By the way, I used to listen to him all the time. Well, his ass is on camera, getting like, by Diddy, and you can hear him, and it's really disturbing, honestly, to listen to that. And then the other one was Meek Mill, who's getting those cheeks, booty clapped, and
Wait,
you're like,
hold on. So now you're out here in front of Rob Cleveland and potentially his cousins talking about cheek busting and booty clapping.
Yeah.
And the sounds of the season for cheek busting.
Oh yeah,
and booty clapping.
it was sound, bro. It was echoing, bro.
Hold on, can I check in with my African American representative? Rob Cleveland, is this acceptable? Yep. Is this presentable? Are we supposed to talk about this? Can we talk about this? Or are we? Because
I'm about to get banned.
What happens is like, no, what it is like, it's like old radio show censorship where from city to city you get censored. Like black people everywhere just tuned out immediately. Most of them. Some of them still listen, but they won't type because they don't want the rest of the black people to know they're listening. It's a thing, right? So like, we lose a whole market immediately for cheek busting and clapping because that's not acceptable. I've learned that it's not acceptable within the African American.
Yeah. You know what? My apologies. I should preface that with saying there's a lot of whites, Mexicans, Native Americans, everything else too in that Diddy triangle, all getting the Diddy doo-ha. But this brings me to my larger point. I was just thinking about our whole system, and I was just watching those videos that you had where you totally owned that cop on the Constitution. I did not know that shit until I watched. I was watching your live stream. Go watch your video where you're just giving it to this guy, and the sergeant was really cool. He was nice or whatever. But then I was like, damn, like I did not know this shit, and so it leads me to think like,
just throw out everything I've ever said because they say that's not true. They have conflicting rulings. Okay, I'll meet them wherever they're at. It's all bullshit from the legal side of things. I don't know what I'm talking about on any level when it comes to the legal society. Great. When it comes to me being a man and knowing what's been in my heart from day one and what makes sense to me and like every other man that I meet on here, I'm going to roll with that because God put that there.
Yeah.
And I can't undo that. So I almost have to roll with it, right? So it's like, hey, 100%. Guess what, dude? I don't need to know shit about you and your system. I know I'm a man and no other man here can rightfully tell me what to do. Especially when you fucking slaves signed up for a piece of paper you said you were going to protect or whatever the fuck you're all involved in, some fetish, and you're not even doing it. When I was on Denver, they were sitting in my face with guns on the property of the courthouse telling me I couldn't have a gun. And I'm telling them, don't you get it? You are everything the founders were trying to protect us from. You're sitting there with guns on you as our servants telling us we can't have guns to protect ourselves when it's a right. Don't you get where this goes? So
literally,
man, I'm tired
bro.
of it. I'm tired of it, right? In a past life, these motherfuckers would have got a gun in their face, and they have the freedom to sit around and whine and cry and use their bullshit system as a power differential. And again, I don't want it to go to that. And I'm trying to tell them, you better get your act together so you can absolve your karma and you can stop the fucking civil war that's going to come to this place that I'm hopefully going to be out in the middle of nowhere, self-sustainable, and I won't have to deal with it as much, because that's what I'm doing. I'm not going to lead a revolution. That means complete circle, right? I'm going to lead as much as I can in myself a resolution. I'm going to resolve the problems that I and others face here by being self-sustainable, self-sufficient, if I can get it done, living free, governing myself as much as possible, and working with my fellow man to better this world any way that I can. The rest of it is enjoying myself or just living at peace within my means, right? Life is not that complicated.
Well, and bro, that's totally respectable and kind of what I'm trying to do. And I'm just trying to resonate this thing within me. It's like the difference between like what JFK did versus like what we were just talking about. Like, is there a middle ground? Like, you know, kind of where should we go here as the resistance? Type of a thing, right?
JFK is essentially a glorified presenter and speech maker who, as your supposed representative, is supposed to mirror you. He can't do shit for you that you can't do for yourself. And once you do it for yourself, you'll realize you don't need anything he and others can do for you. So Trump has said this, make America great again. I can only do so much. The people have to follow along. He's told you that indirectly. So again, freedom starts in the minds and hearts of the people. Rights and the law upheld starts in the minds and hearts of the people. If you don't do that and be that, nobody and nothing can save you. If you do that and be that, you don't need nobody and nothing to save you, right? There's the resolved paradox. It's just that simple.
I did not think about it like that.
No, it's
not really that difficult. It's just hard. Like when you look at it from like, at least, you know, my naive, like I'm still coming into all this, right? Like I know, you know, the difference of what they're all fucked up and shit, but I'm still coming in. I'm not a veteran.
Watch how it works. Let me deal with this guy. I'll show you how this works. You need a better setting. So you think, because you and others come here for all the wrong reasons. If you want a better setting, style with no substance, there's 1,000 other channels where you can go and get that. I don't need a background in a better setting to talk truth that could change you and everybody else's life. That's already changed motherfuckers' life and is changing this world.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
I got the goods. I don't need the extras. If I bring the extras, great. If I don't need it. You and the others need that, because what you're offering in between that ain't shit.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, just like the universe, you just need a complete dark, empty, void background that gives way to a shining star, right? And you could take that however you want to take that. I'm not talking from an egotistical, prideful perspective, right? So I don't need any background and better setting. I need a replication of a holographic reflective universe, a black background void that gives way to a shining star that in one moment, in one experience, reflects all of consciousness and creation, right?
Man. Well,
that's what we're here to reflect.
More a little bit, you know.
The darkness and the void is your deception, codependence, and slavery. The light is the freeing of yourself with knowing who and what you are and the truth at your core. That's what I'm here to reflect. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to this guy, right? I'm giving him the bit and the rap off the top of my head.
It's kind of like what you were talking about earlier, bro, like talking about Tao and the scent of a good man traveling kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I could do that, and we may do that, but I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
Right? The people who need to do that don't have what it's done and what's offered here. So my power and value exceeds that. If I want to dress the power and value up, the true power and value up, I could do that, but I don't need to. Because again, I'm not for those people. I'm for the people who come here who want to be part of and co-create the real thing. Those people don't require all the dressings and the extra shit. As a matter of fact, like me, they see through that shit. When I go on these channels and I see the bells and whistles and lights and a background and a sign and the neon and the fucking flag and all the rest of this crap, I immediately get more bitter and resentful. And I go, you better have a fucking action plan and a game on the ground that you're running. If not, I don't want to see any of this crap. Pack it all up.
Yeah.
When you go to David Rodriguez and the rest of these clowns who, again, they get way more viewers and subscribers than I do. Why? Not only because they're pushed and we're shadow banned, because most people are stupid and or cowardly or both, and they prefer to get lied and gamed on and pimped. Right?
So I just heard you talk about a game and an action plan, right? And that's kind of where, you know, I'm a younger guy. I'm just kind of maybe hoping for some guidance there. I know I got to do it myself or whatever, but I'm just, you know, like I would love to like kind of get a better sense of direction. I'm kind of like like floating in the water here. Like I don't, like I'm just trying to,
I got to use the bathroom. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me anything. I want you to pick. If you can find one, great. If you can find 5, great. I want you to go down the list. If you can't find none, that's fine too. Give me 1 to 5 or more things that you heard me talk about in the time you've been listening that feel like something that's already been in your core that was put there way before you met me.
Okay. Well, I can give one right off the top of my head when you were talking about that Tao and the son of a good man traveling thing, about just kind of being one with yourself, kind of living in the moment and realizing like your surroundings is a good way to put it. Cause we're in this world, right? You have Fox and CNN, both equally corrupted, both funded by Israel, the whole deal, left, right, all this shit. And one thing the main thing probably out of this is just the fact of like just stopping every day and realizing that, not getting caught up in that bullshit. And then on top of that, then I'm kind of like, all right, so I see that shit. Yeah, that's really good to know. And then, I can kind of use that, for my own little family, right. But then like also I feel like there's a little bit more too as well. I kind of want to help wake people up, but I just, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know, dude. That's what I think about. But yeah, when you said that really hit home, because I was like, yeah, sometimes I just need to stop scrolling on TikTok or whatever the fucking Facebook reels where you got Trump called so-and-so a poo-poo head and Biden tripped down the stairs and shit. Like, yeah, all true. But like, like what, like what's up? Like what's really going on? And so that's kind of where I'm at, bro. But yeah, I appreciate you, brother. I know you're in the bathroom, so I'll let you go, big dog. But yeah, you got a subscriber, bro. I appreciate you, man. There's not a lot of people on YouTube that talk about this that have not been struck down yet. Although I know you've been shadow banned because I could see from your videos earlier the views, and it was such a good video.
I got another channel, bro. I got a 23,000 person channel. I can't get more than 15 to 20 live viewers on it, right? It's an absolute joke. And it's on me now, because all that is the universe putting the ball in my court to do what the fuck I said I'm supposed to do. And part of the reason I'm here, and I just haven't done it, mostly because I'm like that with shit. I procrastinate and I really don't want to be bothered. And I've been having significant health problems over the past couple of years. That's starting to clear up, it seems. I'm going to have faith and continue to do what I've been doing. And I've set the intention, right? Whether I follow through on it remains to be seen. But that's what essentially needs to happen, is these people need to get sued, more and more people. It's literally just, lawsuit season. Cameron took the gorilla season thing that I put forth, and he's going with lawsuit season. And that's really where we're at here at this point. And that is the last layer of this before another historical civil war revolutionary event, right? On the back of a bunch of other shit, right? Because this always comes back around. It always comes back around at the same times with the same correlations of events. This isn't a mystery. We understand the sociology, right? The psychology and the sociology and the spirituality of why we are the way we are, how we get there, and where it goes, right? And then where it comes back to, right? It's a light age, dark age cycle. So yeah, man. Again, if you want to go, I'll let you go. I don't want to keep you. I'm open to talk, at least for however long we're here. That's really up to you.
Oh no, bro. I could fucking talk to you for like 5 hours, bro. But I know if I start doing that, I got so many shit I want to talk about, dude. It's like I don't get to have these conversations with people, right? Because you start talking about something that scratches a little bit beneath the surface. They're like, oh, conspiracy. Like, oh, I'm like, fuck, dude. Like my fucking dad worked for NBC for fucking like 20 years and shit. And he's starting to wake up now, but he was really fucking like brainwashed, bro. And I was like, damn. But it's just like people like that.
So that verifies to you a firsthand experience that someone around you who's supposed to be informing you takes 20 years to live out an experience to finally come to a realization that this guy on the internet, the retard, the sovereign citizen, knew all along. Didn't have to not only live it for 20 years, knew from the beginning, never voted, never got a driver's license, never believed in any of this crap, never thought policy and code was law, never thought an authority was an authority, right? It's just it's like I'm basically born on another planet, is what it feels like at times. So I totally get your literal alienation, because that's what it is. The word is alienation.
Well, not only that, but it like made it that much worse that, like, you know, this guy, well, my dad, I guess, right? He was like literally special forces, dude, like in the Gulf War.
He's special,
and I'm thinking,
all right.
like, man, this is, well, yeah, fuck, man. He is. Well, now I'm starting to wake up, man. He was a great dad. I love him, man. But yeah, like, fuck, man. We used to.
All right,
argue,
this is great. This is great. I'm going to cult on you now, is what they're going to call it. I don't give a fuck, because I'm really about the truth. And if nothing else, I'm working out my own trust issues and trauma. So go with that if you need to. Tell me what makes your dad a great dad and man. Tell me how that works.
Yeah. Well, what made him a great man was that, so basically his dad was kind of an alcoholic, never was there and shit. And he was like left alone, and he was a really good athlete, all this shit. Date, nobody came. And then when I came along, my dad wanted to make sure that I never felt like he did. So he didn't, not only did he not miss any fucking game, and I played sports every fucking season all up through high school and college, but he was there at every practice, except for college, he couldn't be there, but he was there at every fucking practice. And I just knew he was there. He was this presence that was there, this loving figure that I knew, like, I could always rely on. And for me, that was really big, because, I'm not going to get too much into it, but I was on a church retreat when I was like I was 12, and she was the leader. She was 16, and I got abused on that retreat. We'll put it like that. I was confused at the time, shit, because I'm like, well, fuck, she was, right? So, as a guy, it's a little bit, I don't know, I'm still confused about it, but yeah. But so all this shit, and then here's this guy that was there the whole time through everything when I was a kid. And so he always showed up. And so for me, that's my role model, right? So then it comes to the first time I can vote in 2012. Oh, fuck, I go check Romney because my dad told me to. And then, come to find out later, I fucking shouldn't have voted for any of them. I should have fucking voted for Thomas Massey. I mean, fuck.
Right, but there we go again. We're doing there's layers to this journey, and I'm not trying to tell you what to think. I'm just saying you need to step back from these beliefs. You don't need to do anything. I believe folks need to step back from these beliefs and look at how they're literally just playing out someone's story. It's literally like going on a journey, and there's these roads, and you watch everyone take the road, right? And they always come to the same places if they take the road. Like, most people take the road and then stop on a road and they camp out there. They don't take it all the way through, because the roads all lead to the same place, right? Like, okay, we go the leftist route because they're supposed to be liberals and for freedom and, rebellion and anti-fascist, or then we go right because they're Republicans and conservatives, and then we go independent, and then at some point you get to the point where I and others started from, and they say become like a child to get in the kingdom of heaven, because a child simply goes, don't tell me what to do. I'm going to do what I want to do, and what I want to do is whatever you don't want me to do. And there's the key, literally the key to success in this society is to do and be the one thing they tell you not to do and be. And I'm not saying that in a bad, evil way, right? Like, obviously human sex trafficking and all the rest, but it's like, the denial of an earthly authority is the first path to getting to an experience of God. And if you keep voting for someone to be your intercessor between you and God and your God-given rights, you're serving the deception. It's all a spiritual simulation sorcery program. Like, if you look at it like a matrix, there's different programs we run, and based on the program we run, will dictate essentially who we are and where this all goes when you magnify it all together, right? So, like, Thomas Massey, if you vote for him and everyone else, isn't going to get in most likely. If you all get together and vote for him, now he has to get you who and what you are as men. That is not great. That is not brave. That is not free. What that is pimped. And that's precisely what the system wants, is a bunch of castrated males. This is why I'm saying I was trying to be flippant, but also communicate an idea. I don't want to get you to hate your father. It's more about, we have to hate what these people do, and we can't pretend they're something they're not. I don't see, because I see the reflection of your father and my father. I don't see these people as loving and reliable. I see them as uncaring and unreliable, because no matter how much they show up with a bizarre perspective based in slavery and genocide. So are they really showing up as who and what they're meant to be, or are they showing up as another robot to try to mislead me?
Well, no, man, they're not. But I would kind of argue that, like, you know, like, I make no justifications. They're so fucked up and stupid for not fucking recognizing this. And I've told my dad this, but you know, it's also too, like, man, who's the most, you know, like who was, and we could go back generations, but you know, who were the victims of Operation Mockingbird, right? After they blew Kennedy's head off, you know, my dad was like 2, right? And so, you know, like they kind of grow up in that, and then it shatters their whole, like, you got to understand, like for them, their whole worldview falls apart. Everything my dad did in special forces, everything he did for this country, you know, his pride holds on. That doesn't make it right.
Right.
It's definitely wrong. But that holds on there. And if I shatter that, I shatter, you know, one of the one things true to him, because we know his dad wasn't there.
Right, but again, this is the difference between the deceiver, what we call the devil archetypally, and God, or the Christed being.
Right.
The Christed being comes to bring peace and also disturbance, because the truth is unwanted by the unbeliever. This is all this is a return of a Christ through these people's children to force them to look at the truth they refuse to look at and won't accept, because their pride and ego is in the way. Your pride and ego is what's created hell on earth here.
You're
I don't
absolutely
give a fuck
right.
I don't give a fuck if your bitch ass daddy, just like mine, is a punk coward and needs his hoed out illusion destroyed. I'm the first guy in line to do it, motherfucker. This is why I say a lot of you must be better people than me. Because not only do I not share the sentiment you share, it's completely the opposite. I am resentful and bitter about these slaves. I probably should work through that. That's probably not healthy for me. And I try to at times. I don't respect them, and I'm not going to project true care and love on them. What I will do is call them out for their ignorance, and I will hold the mirror up, and I will serve the truth, life, and way. And I literally not only don't care if it destroys their prideful, egocentric illusion, I get off on it. It's a game that I play, because I am you and you are me, and we all have the same mask. And if I got to drop it, so do you, motherfucker, or I'm going to strike through the mask, because we're going to get down to the truth, life, and way here. We're done playing this game. We're done doing the acts and the performances. It all has to stop for us to go. Then that's the true love and care. That's the reliability. That's something you can count on. That can lead not only a child, but a self and a whole civilization. And it already is and has been this whole time for some. And it's going to with more and more as time goes on, right? So this is, again, the perversion of true love and care and integrity and reliability. And we can say that, but it's not that. You know what you can rely on your father and my father and these other motherfuckers for? For being misinformed, prideful, and egotistical, and projecting their control freak issues onto what they think is their property, which is their children. And they still, in their pride and ego, haven't figured out. Some of us didn't come from them. We came through them from the universe, and we may have an understanding that's beyond their perspective. Bro. And I don't give a fuck how many years they've lived in this hell they've created. So that's the universe has a way of checking everybody's bitch ass ego, and one of the ways it does it is by bringing eternal truth through your dick and balls to hold a mirror up back at you. That's a hell of a parlor trick.
Well, and you know what though, I can at least say out of this, you know. Yeah, oh shit, he was resistant for a while, but now he is not like that, and he is totally like ears to it, and I appreciate that he could drop his pride. I'm pissed that he had pride for that long, but he's still my dad. I gotta love him, right?
That's a different story, man. That's a different story.
Yeah.
Listen, we all are on either our own timing or God's timing. You can't fault somebody for timing. If that was the case, we're all fucked because somebody got it before us who got it before us, right? As long as they're looking to get it and want to get it and are getting it, then we walk with them, and there's new levels of bonding and care and co-creation.
Okay,
and
so hey, I got one more.
Right?
I don't mean to interrupt. I got one more question on this. It's like yes, he's wanting that, but a common theme over and now it's a lot different. But still, even now, it's like, you know, when you start to, like, I have a problem with you know, opening the fire hose all the way up to the top notch at once, blasting them fucking back with all this shit, like, oh yeah, blah, 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 and all this shit. You know, that
That's your issue. Something's got to be taken before it can be given. And I understand that. I did that for the longest time. You waste your time, energy, attention, and it's reverse psychology. They're going to leave you rather than come toward you. You know how you get them to come toward you? Do and be something they can respect and value and be inspired by, and they'll be eaten out of your hand at some point. If, again, they can get out of their pride and their ego. Now, what some of them might do is claim, my father did it on here for everybody to see, by the way. So I've shown these dynamics. The toxicity. My father came on here and tried to claim he's the reason why I am the way that I am, when he's done nothing but try to take from who and what I am and what I put out, and demean and devalue me up until a certain point, bring me to mental hospitals, call me crazy, say that I'm sick, the drugs ruin my brain, and all other types of verbal and physical, emotional abuse. And he won't even cop to it. That's how sick and fucked up it is, right? And I'm not interested in him at this point, beyond a certain point, because I can't hope for it and bet on it. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life trying to convince it. There's an old saying, the bee doesn't spend its life trying to convince the fly why honey is better than shit, right? And we really got to live by that, right? Like, hey, and I'll give my father credit for this from the dark side of the force, right? And of course, nobody's all bad. I just have a lot of issues with him that he won't address. And not only will he not address it, he's built a whole other reality that is the opposite of the truth and or what I experienced, and he's not interested in my experience. I don't respect that. That doesn't make me feel safe and trusting. That doesn't make me feel lovable. That makes me feel the opposite, right? I don't like that. I'd like to change that, but we can only go where we could go with that.
I would too.
So
yeah.
So yeah, man. I'll give him credit because he once said to me, right? I was like, what? I don't know, late teens, early 20s. Paul, who's gonna listen to you? You know, you're on drugs. You know, you barely leave the house.
What he said to you?
You can't work a fucking regular job. You're overweight. Who the fuck is gonna listen to you? And I could on one level get emotional because all of my life the people around me have never seen my vision, understood me, and have always put me down. And that's a light version of it. But beyond that, that's reality, man. That's reality on some level. How am I going to fault him for doing what he knows, and what he knows is what he's been shown? And you know what? When I pushed him, I said, well, because it all came down to one point, right? There was other points there, and I get that, but which he was somewhat right about it. But also, we learned later he's also wrong, because I don't have to necessarily have a six-pack. I don't have to work a job. Right. I don't have to whatever in order to bring an eternal truth through firsthand experience that has worked for me and others to this venue and be valuable and create value. Right. He couldn't see the vision. I can't fault him for that. But on the other side of things, right, it's like, who's going to listen to you if you're not walking your truth and really living your shit? You say policy and code is not law. Motherfucker, don't listen to it. Go to court and win. Maybe we'll listen to you.
Oh, he said that to you?
No. I'm projecting it onto what I eventually did, right?
Oh, okay.
I stopped trying to convince everybody around me to be men, and I just started being a fucking man. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Hey, you know how people are going to listen to me? When they can't ignore me. You know how they're not going to be able to ignore me? When I keep doing what the fuck I'm going to do and attempting the impossible, and not only getting away with it, but reproducing it. You got to listen to me now, motherfucker.
Yeah.
So, again, there is a lack of care and nurturing and understanding and vision, because these folks are so pimped out and slaved out. They don't even know how to raise a fucking child into a man on any level. There's also the side of it when you're walking truth, life, and way, that there's nothing that can't be put before you that you can't alchemize and use for the journey, because there's got to be something there, right?
100%, bro. And you know what? Yeah, I really resonate with that. Damn, that shit was holy fuck. Damn, bro. Freaking dude, it's like driving down the fucking freeway with your top down and shit, blowing your hair back. Fucking damn. Yo, so you know what, dude? And it's like, and also too, this is probably my weakness here, but I struggle with, I'm like, damn, all right, well, so then yeah, that's all fucked up. No justification for any of that.
What did you say?
They got pregnant when they were 16 and shit. They didn't know shit. He gets 16, pregnant. As soon as he can join the fucking, Air Force, he does, and he's a fucking special. It's just like, dude, it's like, I can try to put myself in their shoes all day, but I guess I don't know really. I don't know what that, I guess there's benefits to that, but also like, I can't live my whole life based on what their path. I don't fucking know. Yeah, you know, I want to have some grace there for sure. I mean, that'd be a tough position, but also too, though, you know, how, you know, you can only be retarded for fucking how long, dude? Like, you know, now at this point, you know, you're sitting there willfully ignoring clear evidence in your face. At first, I had to convince him that Biden was bad, and then I had to fucking convince him that Trump was bad after he voted for. You know, I'm like, dude, like, damn, man, these boomers, they got these boomers so wrapped up. They got them so.
It's
fucking
everybody,
wrapped
bro.
up.
It's not even an ageist thing, right? It's everybody, because that's what this place is. It's a trap for souls. What did the Tao say? There's a passage in the Tao. I love this fucking book. When I get to rap and I start remembering, we need to revisit that. I did it one day, and of course they struck it.
You rap, bro?
They tried to. Well, that's another thing. We can get into that. I've been doing some AI remixing of some stuff. We'll
Dude,
end
yeah, I
off
want
with
to hear that shit, bro.
I think it's pretty decent, man. I know everybody, I guess, thinks their own shit is what they do, because it's heavily AI or remixed, and you know, I borrow some premises and lines. But yeah, it's basically, you know, the idea is cosmic alchemy, in the sense of taking a set of individuals who are known for destroying themselves and others, taking that inspiration, that spirit, and directing it toward actually making a change here. Because I think that's, as crazy as it sounds, right, or romantic of a movie story, I think all the forgotten children from broken homes who go to the streets and give their life to go to jail or die for their block and their flag, were all spiritually potentially meant to stand for this thing, right? But being outlaws to the system, but being in-laws when it comes to that spirit that dwells within us, right? Because what you come to find out is, beyond the day-to-day criminality to try to get money, a lot of these folks in their heart, they know that they're doing bad and that they want to do better, right? And they want to do good, and they just don't have anything that inspires them and excites them enough, right? And being somebody who I feel is a lot like that, where I'm the least among folks, you know, as far as that's where I come from, and that's kind of what I've been, where all the bad, evil, wrong, negative, gambling and addiction and dark shit is the shit that interests me and excites me in life. And it's almost like there's a spiritual process of change that goes on here, where that inspiration and energy gets converted into gambling with living life, right? Like gambling, instead of gambling with people, places, and things that are there to ruin your life and take your life, you start gambling with your life on things that can make you who and what you are and what you're meant to be, right? Taking those calculated risks. You know, like I said, being an outlaw to a legalist system that's trafficking women and children, right? Not following their policies and codes, living free, working with each other to do community, right? What the gangs originally signed up to do, you know, community revolution in progress, brotherly love overrides oppressive destruction, you know, growth and development. These are GDs, Crips, and Bloods. This is what the acronyms they say folks are supposed to be doing and being a part of, right? So I'm kind of, you know, in my own, where I'm creating a world where I'm reaching into that world, and I'm taking all these broken, lost souls who are inspiring in their own way, because you got to be some type of individual to get up every day and put your life on the line and kill and die for what you believe in. If we could just take that to rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, the country, our people, the land, we're going places, right? There's no denying that. So
yeah. And so then how can we do that more efficiently, you know?
That's the thing, man. It's you gotta have faith that it's already underway. And as we move forward here, because there's been moments, right? Like God's dropped me into these sectors, you know, with the black folks, and I'm given a certain amount of attention, and handfuls of quote unquote black folks from certain communities and lifestyles or access to that. They get access to me and what I do, right? And then again, it's just a slow process of leaching into the water supply, so to speak, right? And leaching into the bloodstream. And then at some point you turn around and you start to hear, because I've seen it. I'm not saying it's all centric with me, because then it's a fine line between, again, synchronicity and schizophrenia, getting a big head versus realizing how inspiring you can be. But you start to notice more and more people around you from different sectors who are different colors or have different cultures start to talk the same way. And then you start to step back and realize, oh, not only is this a movement that I'm a part of influencing others, but it's back and forth, and this is cosmic, right? This is an idea whose time has come. So if they're not going to hear it from me, and adjust their perspective, because that's what an influencer is, right? The question is, who or what are we serving?
Right.
So, yeah, more and more as we go down the line here, you're going to start to hear and see people from the middle of the ghetto. It's already happening, bro. I get the videos, a regular update of videos, and I could see the tide turning, right? You're seeing more and more black folks come forward with this understanding of rights and freedom and principles, spiritual faith, right? And those are like my tagline ideas. You know, I say them so much to kind of drill it into myself, what I need to be doing here, and what this is all about, right? So I don't get away from it. But yeah,
Well, hey, brother, hey.
starting. Go, go. Do you think you want to go?
Yeah. No, hey, well, I appreciate you, brother. I do got to get to bed here, but yo, dude, how often do you stream, and what times of the day do you do that? Because I got 3 days a week where I can be late doing this. But what's your I'm look. I just scrolled onto you a couple hours ago randomly, dude. Like through the random shit when you scroll. When you popped up on live, I was like, oh fuck. You start talking, I'm like, oh shit. Not a lot of people on YouTube talking like this. So yeah. So I appreciate it. I've subbed, but I want to know, how often do you be going live like this, bro?
Yeah, it's random at this point. I used to go every day. We went over 1,000 days straight, but with the health issues and whatever else, I've just been sort of lacking in inspiration, and I've been wanting to take a step back and, spend more time with myself and just focusing on simpler, kind of more restful, peaceful, mundane, just kind of getting my groove back, getting my health back, working through the pain, and tapping back into that inspiration, that spirit. So at this point, it's been like once, twice a week, maybe.
Oh yeah.
It'll probably be more as time goes on, right? So it's kind of up in the air. And I've been feeling for a while a shift here. It really just comes down to me and what I want to do and where I want to go with it, right? But a shift in kind of some content, maybe even another channel, creating a third channel now, and starting to hide in plain sight, right? I might start doing some on the ground interactions where I don't bring much of my opinion. We just talk to people. I may give my opinion over here and do that as an idea. Mixing it in with some gambling and stuff. I'm about an hour from Vegas.
Oh shit.
So doing like craps or whatever type content and quotes. I don't know. I have to go there, film it, be a part of it, see if I'm even into it. I may just get there and go, you know what, this was an idea. I'm not into it. Fuck it.
Sure.
But yeah, man.
Well, I know you mentioned you have some other channels, or is there another channel that I could get a name for so I can look it up?
Yeah, it's Paul Enslaved made me do it. I think I just renamed it recently. It comes from a guy who they had a video recently was seen like over 500,000 times, and the guy got arrested, and he told the cops that I made him. Well, he didn't say I made him, but he said he was watching the internet and he thought he could do this, and he mentioned me, and he was so sorry, and he was crying, and it was a whole deal, right? His woman was keeping it, sort of thorough, right? She wasn't crying or complaining. She was kind of telling the cops to go fuck themselves. She took the kids. She was dealing with it. This guy was crying and bitching and whining and trying to blame me for, and as if they think all the people who watch that shit, listen to that shit and try to troll me. You're not trolling me. That's a badge of honor. When I'm causing people to be seen on videos that get more subscribers than me myself, and they're saying I made them be a man for the first time in their life, I couldn't get a better compliment than that. While we watch their woman be more of a man than he is, right? Which is the ironic comedic part of this when I talk pimping and hoeing, right? Your bitch is more pimping and player than you are. That's a problem. That's not a problem. That's a Hopi prophecy and a solution. They talked about the cobwebs in the sky and how the women would do what the men refused to. I've seen it. So,
fucked up.
Well, listen, that's where we're at. Hey, get the hell out of here because I'm going to keep you, and you got bedtime, and I do too as well. Really, so.
All right, big dog. I'll talk to you, brother.
All right,
peace out, man.
Yeah, Paul Enslaved made me do it. While your woman sits there, doesn't blame anybody, just deals with it, doesn't cry. Tells the cops that they're a bunch of pathetic slaves. Yeah. I mean, do I really even need to say anything? Are you really trolling me at that point? Or is God and the devil trolling this whole civilization and society, and I'm just one of the main characters at this point? I mean, imagine that. Like I'm number 500 down the list of main characters and extras in the holographic, you know, A to F list, YouTube celebrity, non-celebrity world. Oh, you're trolling me. Some guy stood up and gave me credit for the first time in his life. He decided to not be a fucking slave cuck and failed miserably, cried and blamed me for it while his woman did what he couldn't or wouldn't, right? Like, you don't get it. I can't even expect them to get it. They're so low level. They're 6, 7, 8, 10 layers down and deep in consciousness or lack thereof. They came and trolled me with it. So what did I do? I just made my channel that. I put the picture of the guy and then made my channel. Paul and Slave made me do it. You're not trolling me. Me, God, and the devil are all trolling your whole society together in tandem. That's what's going on here. So you're not getting. Me, God, and the devil are doing one big simulation, entertainment, humiliation ritual / empowerment session for everybody. Beautiful in its ugliness. I knew it. Yeah, well, I haven't really been hiding it, you know? I think I've been very open. I've been very transparent compared to everything else that's out here. You didn't think that I know subconsciously, like lifetimes after lifetime, that on some level, at some point, I was going to do something that was going to get millions of people's attention, mostly because of the way that I did it and the result. And they were going to get inspired to do that. And it was going to fuck with all of you demonic, deceived, duped out, disempowered slaves. You're going to troll me for that? That was a good conversation. That was the makings of a good conversation. It was going to get really good. Make conversations great again. Macagra. My newest movement, Macagra. I just started one. Write that down. Yeah, it was gonna go somewhere. It's gonna go somewhere. That guy's gonna be back here. He's gonna watch and listen. He's gonna participate. You know what happens to a lot of people who come here? Laundry. For those of you who know, like, you shouldn't know, but you do know because whatever. But it happened with him and many other characters on here. At a certain point, I give them the ultimatum. I give them the universe's upload, right? And they think I'm really like on a narcissistic trip. And I go, okay. And then I just step back and I don't deal with them at all anymore. Like, even if I want to, I hear some shit, I see some shit, I have something for them. I don't even deal with them. And I just go, hey, we might never deal with each other again. Whatever. I'm going to play my lane and my position because I recognize at a certain point to shift. And then what happens every time? 8 out of 10 times, whatever the fuck I said and some comes true. And then they're sitting there looking at whatever I laid out for them already. And it's like, it never occurs to them. I always wonder, don't these people ever sit and go, how did he do that? Or why is he allowed to do that? How does that work? I mean, maybe it's as obvious to them as it is to me. So they already know. They don't have to ask, right? But they don't really play it that way, I guess. Just there's always that mask in public presentment. But yeah, it's like I have these conversations with these people. I go, you know, the universe gave us like 3 to 5 synchronicities already. I'm pretty good at knowing. It's like it knocked me in the head 3 times, right? And I'm pretty good at getting knocked in the head 3 to 5 times. And then going, this is probably a thing. Here's what's going to happen. It's this, this, and this because I've seen this before. And then it all happens. That's the game. That's the simulation. That's whatever the fuck you want to call God. If not, that's as close to the thing as I've ever seen to it. And I'm going to roll with that till I see something different. If that's the devil, good game. You got me. They go, oh, for some reason we found you've been watching and listening to, we're really interested in this legal awful thing. And we like to practice it, but we don't know how we can get involved. And I go, okay. And then the thing like taps me. And I'm like, okay. And then 3 weeks later, 6 weeks later, they're like, the craziest thing, I was here and all of a sudden I got charged and it's something absolutely ridiculous and I really think I could beat it. And I go, yeah, well, the thing is giving you the opportunity to do what you want and need to do. This is I tell people that I'm dealing with, this is the part where the universe starts to talk back to you. That's when it gets really interesting for you and everyone around you, right? Some would say you have to be careful when that phase starts up. However, that phase is activated, and if and when it's like, maybe it's not for everybody, but for certain folks, it gets activated. Some folks might say you might want to be really careful with that activation point, because it's not a problem when you talk to the universe, but when it talks back, it could be a big problem for people around you. They start looking at you funny. You know, they start thinking you might need some of that special kind of help, you know, from the professionals. Wow, you were up early. No, I'm up late. You know, I'm a part vampire creature, OTW. That's how I can mix in with the lowest of the low. That's how I can combat the powers of the dark forces and vampiric ones, because I myself am partly one of them. I dwell in the shadows. I'm a night walker. All right, we're setting the intention, OTW. We're going 15 minutes. It'll be 4 o'clock, and I'm feeling rather tired, so I think I'll be able to sleep immediately. Yeah, I don't want to be sleeping too late. This last couple of years, though, my whole situation has been turned upside down. The universe is putting me through a situation that will eventually get me a tax-free exemption. See, this is part of the problem. That you or I or someone else has to go and learn some process other than, hey, this person took my rights or interfered with my rights and took my property. I want it back. And you got to compensate me for the time that you had it. Done. No, we can't do that, because that would just be too fucking simple and straight to the point and based in common sense. I need to learn a tart claim. We don't have enough tarts around here. I need a tart, pop tort, whatever the fuck process. And then you're going to tell me, well, what you just said is pretty much it. So then why do I need a pop tort if I just have a claim and it's valid and verified? That means I'm willing to go to court and stand up and say, I seen this. This is what happened. And I'm like, swear on a stack of Bibles. Can we just get to that point? I'm asking. Maybe it's not possible. Let's get more of you on my screen. Who is this person? Never under pressure. Why are you being really clingy and like needy? Not into that. I can't find a middle ground with people. Either they're the avoidant or I'm the avoidant. We can never. That's another weird game that goes on. Dance. You think the other slaves around here who shave and have jobs want to hear you talking about how good looking I am and amazing? No, they don't. Now they're randomly throwing requests at me like I'm some kind of dancing monkey like Brian O'Shea. Do the Bane voice. I guess I could just go that way, right? I could just develop 5 or 10 really good voices and transition. My next arc will be nothing but impressions and voice content. It's basically right now, what would it be? A shitty Norm Macdonald talking to a somewhat decent Jesse Ventura talking to a pretty decent Bane. A hell of a conversation. What else do I have? Do I have another one in the bag there? I find your face pleasant. Well, thank you. Now leave me alone. Bro, can you hear me? No, I can't hear you, but I can see what you're typing. He says, he like taps me. Bro, can you hear me? He's like behind me. Hey, bro, I'm back here. Can you hear me? OTW enjoys my face as well. Well, I can't. You know, I can't disappoint OTW, of course. All right, I'm definitely hitting the wall. We got to get out of here. Did I hear from? Oh, we have another. Oh, that was the guy we talked to. He's got positive messages, right? So that's actually a pretty decent metric right there. For every 2 or 3 good calls I get, no. For every 1 call I get 2 or 3. Let me go to what this guy said again. I don't want to misquote him. Right. Quote, dude, blessings my ass. You are so fucking gay and such a little loser. How do you even go to work? Again, I don't. How do you even shave in the morning? I don't. You're a cowardly libtard twat pussy. You're a pussy. He said that twice. He must have really he's really 3 times. That's it. You're just a flat out pussy. And he goes on to talk about being a gay bitch and gay 2 or 3 more times. And yeah, that's pretty accurate representation of the statistics there. For every guy like that last guy goes, yeah, man, I'm kind of really into what you're doing. It seems interesting. I resonate with you. We have this similar intuition. Our dads are like retarded, coward slaves and don't get it. And like, you know. And then for every one of those, like I get 3 of those other guys. I'm going to take that as them hitting on me. That's the way that they hit on me. They just keep calling me a faggot over and over again and asking me how I groom myself. Whatever. All right, I feel like we'll call it. Oh, this was good. See, I stacked up so many things. I never got to any of it. I have a picture of ICE and slaves asking, how would you feel if ICE arrived and checked everyone's IDs in every city? And it's just basically all of Facebook begging for it and going, great, I would love that. We actually want that. We need that. And then when I point out how maybe this isn't a great idea for rights and freedoms in America, they all just immediately jumped on me and went, who let the Democrat what? This guy's against fascism, collectivism, centralized militaries on the street checking everybody's papers. Who let the damn Democrat in here? And I go, fuck, you guys are good. You Masons, you Satanists, you whoever you are, whatever you are that's doing this, you are fucking good. You know? You convince the Republicans and conservatives to call anybody who's against Nazism a dumb Democrat. That's fucking, man. It's a pimp's wet dream right there. Define fascism. See, even at fucking almost 4 a.m. doing this after, I can't believe I did 6 hours. When I come on here, we can yap. There's no denying that. Yeah, it doesn't matter what time we come on here. We'll just, okay. Another, you guys going on the loop? You guys going on the cosmic loop or what? Like the corner of Island Boys and Tax Street. We're going Cosmic Loop Island Boys Square and Tax Street again. Okay, Phobos. So we're going with the merger of state and corporate powers on that one. Mussolini supposedly coined the term, although you could argue fascism, mafiosi, hidden hand, black hand, pimping and hoeing, extortion, criminality, fraudulent contracts have been around forever. It's like right back to the Garden of Eden. But specifically in this sense, the merger of state and corporate powers. So I'll give you an example. The IRS is a subsidiary corporation. You know, the DEA, DMV. These are all subsidiary corporations. They all have their own presidents, vice presidents, treasurers, secretaries. They're all corporations within a corporate structure, right? They all use policy and code that they pretend is law. So yeah, essentially the idea of governance is all a business. Certain folks and groups profit off of this business of criminalizing everyone's behavior, even though there's no victim in crime, right? So it's essentially one big corporation with corporations inside the corporation, all following centralized policy and code to generate revenue and overthrow the law of the land, aka rights and freedom. So it's not only fascism, by definition, merger of state and corporate powers. United States, by the way, again, defines itself as a corporation. We went over that earlier. We can loop it again. You need to take the loop. I am your cosmic bus driver here. All we do is loop down and back. I'm there. You want to go down? I'm there. You want to go back? I'm there. That's it. That's all we do. Yeah, we're beyond fascism, man. You should hang around more. I go over how it's socialism by definition. You know, and feel free if you want the rap, right? The other folks are tired of hearing it from you. They've heard it all 1,000 times. You really need to take the loop. I'll get you down and back. But if not, the rest of these people are just homeless. They just sit on this bus because they have nowhere else to be. They get high back there. They have sex back there. They do a lot back there. We don't check the cameras. Cameras in the way back of the bus. We don't check them. They're really just a formality. Yeah, they've taken the loop down and back with me a bunch of times, right? They're not going anymore. They're going if you're going, but if not, we're just kind of hanging out. So, but yeah, if you need me to take you down Marxism lane, you know, down socialism road, collectivism court, Luciferianism way, we can do that. Make some correlations. Were you upset when Obama used ICE to deport more? Again, you're doing it. You're projecting onto me that I'm a leftist and I'm a Democrat and that I supported Obama or believed in any of that crap. I was right there telling everybody how Obama was a black mask face for the New World Order. Thought he was an absolute clown. He was a fairly decent teleprompter reader at times, but also would make simple, silly mistakes. You know? You can take the Hawaii out of a guy, but you can't take the... Wait, what is it? Well, whatever. You know, you can take a guy out of the Hawaii. You can't take the Hawaii out of him. Let's just say black folks are not really that great at traditionally. You know, they have strengths and weaknesses. I don't want to get too specific. I think Rob Cleveland is hanging around. I don't want to insult him. Black folks, even the most intelligent amongst them, they're not great with the English language and pronunciation. I think it's like a cultural thing. You know, it's not their natural environment or heritage, something like that. I don't know. I don't have all the details. But yeah, you guys got the wrong guy again. That's your magatard cultism you're projecting onto me, that because I'm not a cult retard right winger in name only like you, that I must be some Democrat leftist. No, I think you're all corrupt, reprobate, infidel, retarded, worldly slaves who support slavery and genocide for yourselves and each other, right? You pay for it too. Yeah. Loop without fear, brothers and sisters. Absolutely. What are you? There you go. I have to classify myself based on a matrix system of words and terms for other people to relate to me. I'm a human being. I'm a man. I believe that we all didn't create this place and conscience, so there must be some God or some system here. That's the best thing to use to govern ourselves. And ironically, that's what the founders called self-governance. So whoever, whatever that is, that's what I am. What you would call an actual Republican conservative, but none of you actually do that. The closest thing you all have is some guy you call Thomas Massey now. That's where all the magatards are going to run to next when their daddy disappoints them, even though I told them all ahead of time what was going to happen. And I was right again, like I always am. I told the Obama Knights what was going to happen with their big black daddy, face of the New World Order, was right again. And I told the magatards what was going to happen with Big Don. It's not hard to tell, right? Government is a family affair. Did you know that all presidents, except for one, are related to one king? One European king, right? Government is literally a family affair on some level. So this isn't elections. Donnie will tell you the elections are rigged. You folks will take his conspiracy theories and ignore my actual confirmations of non-conspiracy theories that prove what he's saying is true. It's just on a deeper level. It's the weirdest thing ever. They got a lot of you folks to now repeat conspiracy theories that are actual theories and ignore conspiracy realities. That's amazing pimping, right? So the elections are rigged. They've been rigged. Okay. The only people that are even on the stage to get picked are pimped out, cucked out hoes who are statists, who are going to do what the central bankers dictate. And he who controls the money controls the politicians. He who controls the politicians makes the laws / codes. Okay. So we know why Henry Kissinger and George Soros and Kushner and all the rest of these clowns circle around these front men they put up to run for these positions, because they're running the show behind the scenes and they're working toward a centralized plan and agenda, and they're playing both sides of the political circus off against the middle. That's how they get things done. They've all admitted to that to some extent, right? Trust the plan. The storm's coming. We're going to create all the problems so we can solve them. They're literally mocking you and admitting Hegelian dialectic, which was a conspiracy theory. You're now repeating it as a solution when it's really just mockery and revelation. They're telling you right in your face who and what they are and what they're doing. So, right. Like if you want some examples of all that, I can give it to you. You know, like when it comes to one issue, the Republicans will take up for it. They won't stop it, right? The Democrats say they're against it. They don't stop it, right? Everybody gets their rights and property taken. There's various ways, if we go down the list, where one side or the other is supporting a greater picture of what the new world and its order is going to look like if you let it run game on you from both sides. Now, this is where most people would say, well, you're talking about Illuminati, secret societies, fraternal orders. Yes, to a degree. You have to ask yourself what's behind that. Because what we come to find out when we study is that all of these people, all of these groups don't necessarily know each other and don't even know what they're a part of, but their signs, their symbols, their sigils, their talismans, their words, their terms, all relate back to certain deities, right? I don't care if it's the Luciferians who masquerade as Masons, or the folks in the tunnels drug trafficking in Mexico, right? They're worshiping the same deities and entities. They're involved in the same types of sorcery, right? And rituals. And it doesn't matter if they call it different names, have different words for it. Oftentimes the symbol, the imagery, what it does, what it stands for, what it creates, when you let it absorb you, when you start to, again, talk and it talks back, see? If we can talk about a relationship with Creator God here, well, then there's got to be some relationship or interplay between whoever, whatever else is here. So is it like always a coincidence that behind all of these cultish group consciousness endeavors where people keep doing corruption and reprobate activity and masquerading as heroes, right? Is it a coincidence when they're all having the same either words and terms or different words and terms, but same symbols, symbology. So yeah, that's when I go, okay, most likely there is some truth to this fraternal order secret society thing. It's everywhere. We kind of see that. But it's deeper than what we think. It's a spiritual thing, right? So many of these folks may even believe they're doing the right thing. They may want to do the right thing. They're so caught up in a deception they've given themselves over to that, try as they might, this thing that's inhabiting them is going to undo them and others around them. And that's all in the scripture, you know. No shit, he says. Well, that's a good response to everything that I put forth, if he's responding to me. Who, Barry, the same one who used to get coke? And yeah, you know, that person, a lot of these people, they have to get put up on that. We have no problem looping and explaining to them. I was the guy talking about Larry Sinclair and Barack Obama's real background at the time, and showing the altered documents, birth certificates, questioning that, you know, filling in the blanks. That was before I even was on YouTube, right? We were kind of doing the anti-social media. I was always using anti-social media as a place to question and present ideas and trigger, I guess. Yeah. The names and the faces change, but the game doesn't change. So therefore, my presentment ultimately really doesn't change. And the information I'm presenting doesn't change. See? So it can get rather loopy and repetitive, but that's such is life, right? Like the real, the true, what's lasting, repeatable, demonstrable, definable, explainable, tends to be that way. So yeah, we're gonna go administration to administration, and in each one, I'm gonna point out how you folks got scammed on both sides. You bought into a deceiver and a deception, and he's predictably pimping on you to the centralized orders ends through their means, right? I guess what really threw me for a twist on this one is I would have, on the bingo card, I would have had the leftists and Democrats for a worldwide pandemic. But it was everybody. That was great too, by the way. Yeah, everybody came out in the open as the statist, coward, fascist, for-profit, medical, tyrannical, corrupt system people, supporters, you know? No, you need to go to bed. I'm seriously, I'm hitting the wall, and we've already did 6.5 hours, and it's the same information to the same people or some new folks, right? And it gets a bit monotonous and tiring, like anything would. Even if they weren't rigged, it's still a game, right? That's what the nude guru and others who see, this is what I see, and you know, forgive myself if I'm giving myself too much credit. Like I have to sometimes, because there's so many projectors, liars, and haters, bad faith actors. I have to remind myself. But this is one of the benefits of people who come here regularly and take the loop with me, the cosmic loop on my cosmic bus, right? It's like the magic school bus. We're the magic slave bus here. We shrink ourselves down and we go inside of Bill Gates's colon, and then we cross over to the average citizen slave's colon, and we see how full of shit they all are completely on the magic slave bus.
You got his baby up in your butt, man.
Pipe down, Felice. Heard enough of you earlier. Felice told a whole story about how he's trained attack flies to attack lawmakers with flies that carry shit. And that proves that even a man in a jail cell with dookie can have lawmakers change the world on some level. But yeah, that's the benefit of folks who come here regularly, is they start to loop so much it becomes second nature, and then they start to get deprogrammed. They get enslaved. They don't even know it. They wake up one day and they're like, Authority's not an actual thing. It's like only legitimized if we see the value and the power in it. If it's a detriment to us, then it's delegitimized. So it's like, hey, the elections aren't a rigged process. We can actually be involved in picking who, what. A bunch of guys who sit around and make up codes to supposedly keep us safe. Are you guys that fearful and that like endangered in your life? You need more fucking codes and policies to keep you and others safe? Or is everyone else kind of like, hey, maybe we back up on the code policy thing a little bit, right? Like maybe it's a little out of hand. Another indwelling intelligence test, another indwelling test of your character. How much of a coward, punk ass slave are you? What man gets up every day at all, ever in their life, and sits around and goes, who's going to keep me safer? And not only who is going to, I'm entitled to have a whole system where I can just pay for everyone to keep me safe and governed, right? Or you could just grow the fuck up and be a man. Imagine that for like all of us, for everyone. As many ways as possible as we could get that done, right? Imagine that being the fucking answer. You know how fucked up and broken and retarded you have to be to sit around and not only think this shit, feel it, but then have shit come out of your mouth regularly, repeatedly to other people around you, repeatedly. Thomas Massey is going to be the answer. The fuck? How could some old guy in a suit somewhere on a screen be the answer to why you and everyone around you is in cowardice, apathy, and potentially slavery and genocide? Are you really this fucking stupid? Or are you just that broken-hearted and soul-broken and pimped on that you could ever believe some fucking fairy tale story like that? Like, what are we dealing with here? That I'll never get over. I could sit here and just talk about what I just talked about for the last 2 lines and say it in 50 different ways and not get over how thoroughly embarrassing and revealing it is, spiritually, psychologically. Fantastic voyage. This guy's on a fantastic voyage. I guess he's talking about the magic sleigh bus. Come on, the magic sleigh bus. Right. No, that's an Ice Cube. Ice Cube deal. I remember that one. Yeah, we need to get a little slippity slide. Fantastic voyage. Yeah, this is real fucking. When black people were really black, they would just fucking sell cocaine and do cocaine on the TV shows, like in the middle of the dance floor. Just real hoes around them too. Not these new hoes. Back when every song was 7 to 15 minutes because cocaine makes everything 5 times faster. So everyone's so cocained out and so many hoes around them. Real hoes. These are real women. They just decide that, we're just gonna live free. Let your freak flag fly. Hoe it out. Why not? You're surrounded by 3 to 5 dancing hoes and you're on so much cocaine, living so fucking free. 7 to 15 minute songs sound like 2.5 minutes. It feels like 2.5 minutes. It's just this. That's why we came before the broadcast. We're in PGA right now. You guys? The American way, people. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Got it. All right, final words. We're going around the horn here. I love it. Like these people are so beaten down and abused. and just gaslit, that they're just running around the internet just repeating buzzword like catchphrases from absolute power hungry frauds who lie about pretty much every aspect of who and what they are, right? But they do it with a smile and they laugh at you in your face. So like you fucking love it, right? You're really into it. Like that's just I get it. Trust me, I get it. It's literally another reflection of the political circus, right? The same thing they're doing on one level, you're doing it back here in these back areas. Okay. You know, hey, fucking love, man. You know, should have seen the love last week at fucking Jeffrey Epstein's place. New levels of pleasure and love. Oh, we had more Donnie here. Donnie never sleeps.
Pakistan was fantastic.
Pakistan is fantastic.
Prime Minister and
Since when?
I call him the general. He's a general. He's a great general. He's so great that he's actually a field marshal, step above.
Okay.
And they're all very happy.
The whole Middle East is General Field Marshal. Shout out to you.
Will open
Donnie's a shout out.
We've been taking out many ships that nobody knew. Even the fake news didn't know it. But over the last month, we've been taking out ships, big ships, quietly at night. You guys didn't know that. Pretty cool, right? As a captain.
Yeah, it's fucking.
He knows about more
Dynamite shit.
That's
Like,
it's pretty cool. They turned off
really
the
into
lights.
that.
We bombed their radar and everything, so they
You're
couldn't
like
see what was
riding around on your tax
We took
dollars,
out,
wasting gas, just blowing shit up, man.
Some nights 25 ships, some nights 15.
I don't even really know
Last
what's
4 or
happening.
5 nights we did 25, 22, 21, 26, 18, and 14. Who else would remember those numbers? Nobody. And
Look at these layouts.
but a lot of ships, a lot of oil is out. That's why oil, even before this, the market couldn't understand why it was so free. There was more oil than they thought. What they're trying to, we took them out at night, and that with the straight well officially
He's
open.
just out there now admitting. I saw a video about this recently. He's now like recently that the part of
In
this
Europe.
is just we're taking oil.
I won't be able to
Cool
be
with
there.
that too. Everyone's cool with that. We sign on to that.
JD
We're
will
just
be
going
there,
to take
Vice
oil, like
President,
whatever.
and some of the people. Steve Woodcock did a great job. Jared. So we'll take some questions, but right now we're here to talk about fishermen and fisher women. Okay, we have they're great people, and I guess I'm a little prejudiced because they all voted for me. Would you say I got 100% or just
110%?
I think so. I think if I didn't, we'd have a surprise. We'd have a big surprise. So it's my honor to be taking this action to lower seafood costs and generate millions and millions of dollars in new business for our really great fishermen, great people, by restoring commercial access to 3 areas of the Western Pacific Ocean. It's a large amount of space we're talking about.
Wait, someone owns the ocean now? When did that happen?
Other countries would use it, but our country couldn't use it. You ever hear anything so stupid? I want to thank Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, Alaska Governor Mike Dunleavy.
When did the ocean like become for sale? Like,
Hines.
there's been a lot of shit happening that I'm not aware
Appreciate it
of.
all very much. Thank you very much. Thanks as well to Captain Sig Hansen, a superstar. Him and Tom Cruise are the 2 biggest people in entertainment.
Is this a stream
Thank you
about
very
politics and Trumpy? I'm not supporting. No, this is a
And
stream
Pacific Seafood
about
CEO
how
Frank
most
Dulcich
people, you know, maybe
and his sons
you were
Dominic
mind and
and
heart
Charles,
controlled
and
slave.
Many more dedicated fishermen and seafood industry
If
leaders.
if that's not you, then this is a home away from home for you, right? Rest long, weary traveler. I know your pain. Okay.
We have some great leaders here, and your product is amazing. It's been going along for a long time, right? Seafood. It's amazing.
Trump is the
And
man.
doing great. Under the Obama-Biden administration's radical environmentalists drastically restricted access for fishermen and coastal communities. Hundreds of thousands of square miles of ocean was cut off for them. They can't fish. Other people could fish. They couldn't. These people weren't allowed to fish. Can you imagine that?
This is what
You ever
these
think
people
that was
do
going
all
to
day on the
happen
left
as
and
you
right.
grew
They
up?
sit around and argue
Probably
over
as the sons
how they're
and
going to
daughters
tell
of
us what we're going to do and be, right? As if anyone gives a
Someday they
fuck
were
or
going to
should
take
care.
away the right for you to go fishing in the Pacific Ocean. What a bunch of dopes. Those decisions close off vast resources and really the richest fishing grounds, they say, anywhere in the world, destroyed livelihoods and made the United States more dependent on foreign products. And I did a similar thing for Maine. Maine is very much in the subject because they have a pig running for the Senate. He's a pig. He's not a senator. He's a joke. He's a con man. But so it's in the, and you know, I won half of Maine. They have two. I won the one by a lot. Fishermen,
I kind of like this layout. Then I can
fishermen
LARP as if I'm like right
the
there. And like,
lumberjacks, people that go out there to work. I won them.
totally done. Yeah.
So I love
Lumberjacks, the whole
Maine,
thing. Yeah.
But
You're there.
it's amazing. They had I think it was 500 mile by 500 mile, massive amount of the Atlantic Ocean. You weren't allowed to fish, but Canada was. Japan was. They all came in and fished, but our people weren't allowed to fish there. That was put in by Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden. And it's a shame. I made a shame. But I did it a little while ago and opened it up to them. Twice I've done it now, Peter, right? Sure. Peter Navarro, the great Peter Navarro.
They said we couldn't fish. Now we're saying you can fish.
I did it twice.
This is big.
Did it then, and then they had a rigged election.
We're going to
I
start
wasn't
fishing
here.
again like
Totally
never
rigged
before.
election, just like what was happening in California. You see what they got the kid out, and then they were doing the same thing to Steve Hilton. And I started bringing it. I said, look.
All right, let's get the hell out of here. We're signing off. We as in me. Hi, I'm Paul Enslaved. This was an amazing broadcast. You are amazing people. Vote for me. Okay. Like, share, subscribe, vote, contribute and support, right? I'm doing the bit and on bit, but it's going to lead into actual truth. It's not like, again, there's a whole inversion thing going on, but if you want us to help you change your world and your life, then you need to vote for me in everything and anything immediately and give me stuff and give us stuff, because that's what makes a changer. But seriously, we're getting out of here. I'm leaving back. Who knows when? I'm going to be more regular here if I'm feeling good and inspired to do so. So there is criteria there. We're going to end off with a couple of our white Negro songs, as they are now. I prefer modern day Negro spirituals for the plantation slaves, either on or leaving or left the plantation. These are modern day Negro spiritual hymns of sorts. They get us through wading in the water and beyond, right? So we'll play a couple of those because the being who was here earlier, the younger guy, we talked about the music. I told him I'd play a couple on the way out, and why not? You know, some remixes is what we'll call them. They're not completely original, although I wrote most of the lines. Yeah, well, there's other clips. We'll do that another time. All right, I was kind of in the mood for music, and now I'm kind of not. Fish laws for safety. See you, folks. Right. You know what? I'm going to go the other way. Instead of the King Von and other remixes, I'm going reggae on the way out, I think. Proper instruction motivates people. More of a broader energy and vibe for folks, right? Unless there's an uproar. No, we need the gorilla. You know what? Let's go Fleece Johnson first, because I brought up my video, and this video always, well, not always. I mean, I just found it 2 days ago, but so far it's a good one. Something that I can watch to brighten my spirits. So we're going Fleece Johnson. The bottom line is, for you people who tell me you can't make a difference, this man was naked in a cell, had nothing but dookie, and got laws changed, got policies changed, changed his life and other people's life around him. So don't give me your fucking excuses about how you can't do something different and make a change. If he can do it with dookie, then you can do it. So we're going training flies to attack cops with dookie first, and then we're going reggae on the way out.
They brought these lawmakers and they held their departments in these big old suits with these ties and briefcases. Brought some ladies with them too. And they want them to see the little monkey in the cage, me. You know, and they were looking through the window, where's he at? They said, ooh. Hey, please, talk to us. I said, yeah. And they smiling out there. How you doing?
Why smelling that?
Yeah. How does it feel to be behind her and not being able to throw no duty no more? Why don't you just clean? I said, I ain't clean nothing up. I said, here's what y'all don't understand. I got somebody else to throw it on you. They say, who? I say, flies. I said, you see all these flies in here? I said, it's about 1,000 flies in my cell. I said, now what they do, these flies, they land on this duty, they are attracted to smell, stinky smell. The more stinky the flies will go to it. I said, what these flies gonna do? I said, you see that pee, all that PIP. I said, what they gonna do is they gonna nibble all this stuff. They gonna get a belly full of this. Then they gonna land on you, and you gonna feel a wet spot on you. And they taking a duty and piss and putting it in your skin, bro. So that lady hollered, you been watching too many sci-fi movies, Mr. Johnson. I said, I'll have her. I said, get him. I started doing my hands like that, making the flies, move and shit, right? The flies, they was twirling in the earth. They said, what is he doing? I said, get him. And they went through them cracks in the doors. Man, they said, oh, shit. They said, everywhere. They was turn their shirts and stuff off. They threw their tablets down. They said, he got fucking attack flies. They said, he got flies that transport duty, his duty to our bodies. They transferred me that same day. Keep on messing with it.
Transferred you where?
Back to Eddyville. Eddyville said, we don't want, we sick of
What was you at, LaGrange?
Yeah, LaGrange. And they said, get him the hell out of here.
Train dookie assault flies. Just when they thought that they had Fleece Johnson up against the wall in a corner, he released the trained dookie attack flies on them. See? First they mock you, and then you have conflict, and then you win. Okay? Many of you would have just folded. You wouldn't have dookied on the floor and trained the flies to attack with the dookie. You're just too stupid, too weak. All right, I'm out of here, people. God knows why the fuck you stood with me through this for this whole time. You should probably, I'm here doing what I'm calling a broadcast, but I don't know what you guys are doing here, and you probably shouldn't tell anybody about this, and you might need to get some kind of therapy, right? So good luck with that. Proper instruction motivates people. I'm out of here. Gorilla Gems on the way out. Bye.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamp your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. Well, my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Gorilla. I ain't fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. And no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small. Next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, know that it's people. Proper instruction, know that it's gorilla. Proper instruction, know that it's people. Proper instruction, know that it's gorilla.
You got his baby up in your butt, man.